It is a very cool, cold morning here in Western Australia for finals day at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Gabrielle O'Brien getting all of her sleds into the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Lakey Peterson coming off maybe some of her best performances she's ever had in her amazing career. Baron Mamiya's locked in. He's got Griffin in the semifinals. Crosby preparing for Geordie. And the local wild card story continues. Bronte Macaulay shown up early with her family. And you're looking at the new rankings leader, Geordie Smith. Katie Simmers, reigning world champ, prepares for the wild card this morning in the semifinals. Look at this beautiful sunrise we have here at Surfers Point. Swells drop down in size, but still really clean conditions this morning. We'll be crowning our champions today, handing out the Tank 300 and so much more to look forward to. On the top of our minds and on our hearts at the moment is thinking about the great Jack McCoy, who just passed away. We just heard from the family, a legendary filmmaker making gigantic contributions to our surf culture with his storytelling, directing, and producing. His films will truly live on forever, Vaughn. I know you spent a lot of time with Jack over the years.
I did, yeah. It's a sad morning, but it's also cause to celebrate, you know, the great storyteller that is Jack McCoy, a titan in surfing culture. You know, his contributions, they were full of wonder and fun and spirituality. He really showcased the best of surfing. You think about his archive is just absolutely remarkable, all the way back to Storm Riders, right through into the Billabong years where he was making films like Bunyip Dreaming, Green Iguana, Sons of Fun, Sabotage, and then again into sort of the Billabong Challenges, which were a bit of a precursor to the Dream Tour as we know it today. He got together with Rabbit Bartholomew and Gordon Merchant. They made, you know, that opportunity for the world's best surfers to surf in the world's best ways. We got a first look at that. So, and then later on, you know, the great Occy story, the documentary, and then into Blue Horizon, which he's just been touring still, only as recently as last week. So, yeah, it is a sad day. I love Jack. We were really good friends over all these years. But also, you know, this is cause to celebrate one of the truly great storytellers of our culture.
Well said, Vaughn. So many movies to talk about that affected us, you know, personally. The documentary, huge. Bunyip Dreaming, Sons of Fun. I talk to Ross Williams about that film all the time. Jesse, the list goes on, and those films do live forever for us.
Oh, absolutely. He stayed so relevant through all the generations, and there is no way that, you know, he's not going to continue to stay relevant for the generations to come. He had such a big impact in our sport, and yeah, I personally really loved the documentary, and yeah, it is a really sad day.
And he loves the West, you know, always poured his heart out into the West, captured the Western Australia coastline so beautifully. So we're feeling his spirit with us this morning as we think about the waves that we will have for this finals day. It's going to be a considerably drop in size from what we saw yesterday for competition. The south swell is still the dominant swell. There's a little underlying southwest with clean winds that are expected to turn more north in the later parts of the day, but I think we'll be wrapped by then.
Oh, absolutely. We're definitely going to have a short day today, and I think it's so important that we got all those heats done yesterday so that we can really maximize what we have this morning, which is clean conditions, 5 to 7 foot faces, 12 to 15 knot offshore winds, and then you can see by the afternoon it does start to drop even more. The side shore really does start to pick up. So we had a massive day yesterday so that we could round out, get 6 heats done in the best conditions that we could here today, and bring on finals day.
You really think about what the best in the world have been tested with here in Western Australia, and it really has been a little bit of everything. Some of the biggest surf you could find at main break, going over to the slab of the box, and we'll see what we have left over on maybe the smallest day of competition, Vaughn.
Yeah, well, you know what? Bring it on, because it's been one of those contests where we've really been able to enjoy every type of condition, as you say. And why not? Why not just have clean, fun little waves? We know that, regardless of whether we stay on main break or we move to south side or whatever goes on, these surfers are going to be up for it. It's been an incredible GWM Aussie Treble. Like, this has been just twists and turns at every corner. Coming into this Aussie leg, Joe, it felt like the script was pretty much staying on track. We had powerful leaders on both sides of the tour, and now it is just open slather. And it's been fantastic stuff. I think this will be a fun day to finish.
Very fun day, and especially for the coaches, especially one that's been very successful over the last few events. Leandro Dora is standing by with AJ.
Thanks, Joey. We are in the coach's corner trying to stay warm as Leandro scouts out the waves this morning. Tell me a little bit about what you're seeing as we get ready for the first women's semifinal.
Yes, it's really cold morning here in West Australia. We just talked now, me and Tom, about the waves. Dark in the morning, it looks super flat, but more waves coming now. It's like head height size, and good direction, good wind. Maybe it's a good day for the finals.
Well, somebody who had a very good day yesterday was Lakey Peterson. She said she went into warrior mode to make sure that she made not just the cut, but onto the semifinals. Describe what it has been like to work with her and get her ready for this event.
Yes, it's a big challenge. The cut is hard for everybody, but Lake have a good day, good job. He stayed like super on focus this week and work hard, and yesterday is a big day, it's a beautiful day. He connected with the waves, surf good, and advanced to the semifinals.
Looking forward to some really great surfing today. We'll let you get ready, and we'll send it back to you, Joey, to get us started.
Thank you so much, AJ. Stay warm down there. It's 49 degrees Fahrenheit. Feels like 39, so that's 9.4 degrees Celsius. Feels like just about 4. It's that cold this morning.
Smart move not bringing your jacket down this morning.
Yeah, you know what? It's not always the best idea to leave that at home on the coldest day of the waiting period. But look at this. This finals bracket's going to heat us right up. Griffin Colapinto, after a 10-point ride at main break, takes on the slab specialist Baron Mamiya on the top half of the draw. Crosby, the younger bro, he wants to see his brother in that final, but he's got to get past the new rankings leader, Jordy Smith. Jesse?
Yeah, I do really think that that's probably the biggest challenge Crosby's going to face at this event. Yes, he had the cut. Yes, he had that do or die heat with Jackson Bunch, but Jordy, he's been so locked in. He's looking so good, and he was my pick to win from the very start. So I'd love to see an all Colapinto final, but they've definitely got a couple hurdles in front of them.
What a run it's been for Crosby. I mean, busting his elbow before the season started and having to sit on the sidelines when he was so hungry to kick off his second year on tour, winning Rookie of the Year last season. He's so good at pipe, and the hardest thing for him to do is be like, well, I'm ready, but now this elbow is busted and I've got to watch from the sidelines. What a heroic effort he's made to make the cut in a short period of time, Vaughn.
It was really interesting, watching the Colapinto's year play out, wasn't it? Because such huge expectations, things not going exactly how they planned, but they're the kind of guys who look at setbacks as an opportunity to be better. They're not really guys who sort of sit back and go, oh man, why me? They're actually the opposite of that. They've got their processes in place. They have faith in those processes, and it plays out to the positive if you stick to the path. And we've seen both Griffin and Crosby do that. So amazing run through this event.
Fun for Crosby too. He gets compared a lot to a young Jordy, and they've got a heat together. We'll be able to see a little bit more of that as we lead to the Hydrolite heat to watch. It'll be the heat with Griffin Colapinto taking on Baron Mamiya in semifinal number 1.
Yeah, this is a massive heat between these two. I think, if we had stayed at the box, Baron would have been untouchable for the entire event. Now he's got himself to the semi-final. He wanted to prove that he can get a win over here in Australia, away from Hawaii. Today, I'm really hoping he brings out his air game. We know how good it is. And we know how good Griffin's is because he got a 10 out there yesterday. So I hope that we just get to see them both go to the sky today.
I'm really looking forward to that. I ran into Luke Egan this morning on dark. He was with the first coach I saw down there. He's still like, I can't see the waves just yet, trying to feel it out. He did go on to say how much a pleasure it's been to work with Baron this season. He said he's so open-minded to learn. And that's all they do together, just learning, where, Baron's not sitting there with a hard head going, I've got this figured out, which happens a lot at this stage of the game on the top 34. And he's going, Baron is so ready to pick up his game in open face hooks, and he's really made some serious improvements. Good reason why he's in the semifinals today.
Yeah, well, if I think about Barron and Griffin, it's like the two guys who have the standout moments of this event. You know, Barron's performance at the box is pretty much, man, perfect. I can't really think of another way to describe it. He just had it dialed in, and Griffin obviously with the little glitch cone out there that he made, and then followed up by the 10-point ride. So yeah, two guys who are in form, but definitely not surprised to hear Luke Egan was the first one down here. Somewhere like Hoggy and Ockie were going, what? Louis was down here first? Because those three were always battling it out to be the first ones out in the lineup every single event.
Thinking about the rankings, you're looking at the big man right there. 18 years on the championship tour. It's been since 2017 since we've seen Jordy wearing that bright yellow jersey. All the event staff are putting some big size orders in for lower trestles because he is going to be excited to really flex that authority into an event at lowers where he's dominated in the past with great finals and victories. For Jordy, it's a magic run for him to be the oldest guy on tour and to lead the rankings, and he's doing it with grace. He tells us all the time he feels like the ultimate surf dog again, and it's coming out in his performance.
Oh, yesterday he was saying, I'm having fun. I'm having so much fun. I'm frothing on surfing. I'm frothing on competition. And for me, you know, this year seems like it's a big year for Jordy. He didn't have a win under his belt for 7 or 8 years between his bells and then now to El Salvador, and he's got a win. He's got the yellow jersey back. It just feels like it's all starting to really happen for him.
Focusing on the GWM Aussie Treble. Big congrats again to Isabella Nichols getting the keys yesterday to the Tank 300. But on the men's side, we still got to sort this out. Remember, Kano Igarashi came into this event at full steam ahead, looking for a chance to take that Tank 300. But now there's some surprises there. Griffin's in the mix. If he can go all the way and win it, he could get the keys. We'll keep you posted on everything that'll happen really quickly on finals day. And GWM handing out a Tank 300 at the end of the day today. That's going to be really special fun.
Yeah, well, I got the opportunity to bust Isabella Nichols sitting in the front seat of her GWM Tank 300. And yeah, she did not look upset about it one bit, Joey. She was tooting the horn, and I mean, she wasn't doing donuts in the car park. She was too smart for that.
Not yet, not yet.
Not yet. But yeah, you're right, mate. I think, you know, that is an unbelievable prize to take home from a successful Aussie league.
Looking forward to seeing how that's going to end up with us at the end of the day on finals day. Remember, Jordy Smith has a lot of steam as well, so if he's in the final, he could potentially be riding away with a brand new car. We'll keep you posted on that as we dive into the finals day bracket. On the women's side, wild card legend Bronte Macaulay in her 4th semifinal at Main Break. She's never made a CT final in her career. Today could be the day. She's got reigning world champ Katie Simmers, and then Gabby Bryan, still world #1, and Lakey Peterson in semi 2. Could be a fight for the yellow jersey as well.
Oh, absolutely. This could be a couple of different scenarios could play out. If we see Katie and Gabby go into the final, whoever wins that takes the yellow jersey. So we could see a real battle between those two. Bronte, though, like you said, never made it out of the semi-finals. She's got something else to fight for. She wants a spot in that final, and she's doing it without all this pressure on herself, and this could be the year for Bronte to do it.
Excited for Bronte. She got a Sharp Eye surfboard from the shops. $820. What a great investment. That's paying back dividends.
No doubt. Yeah, she will have so much goodwill down here. I mean, there was a traffic jam in the dark this morning, cars heading down to the contest site. And that's why, because everyone wants to come down here and see Bronte crack that final.
All the signs are already up here at Surfers Point. Backing Bronte this morning. Showed up with her dad on dark. And her boyfriend will as well. Focusing on the lineup, she looks so light and ready. There was no pressure whatsoever in her good mornings that she was saying to all the event crew and the coffee shop that was opening up. She is in her happy place. It'll be great to see how she performs. Second semifinals, the Gabby Bryan Lakey Peterson battle. And we'll see how #1 in the world takes on Lakey, a past champ in Margaret River as well. For Lakey, the role she's been on, I think we could easily start the conversation of, is this the best we've seen Lakey perform in her career at Main Break, especially in that battle she had with Isabella Nichols?
Oh, that was incredible. And I feel like Lakey didn't even know she had that fire in her. And she keeps talking about this, you know, new sense of self, and she's not sure where it's coming from. But whatever she's doing right, because she's got herself into a semi-final. She's about to battle out for potentially her second win here at Main Break. And this has been an event where she's openly said, I struggle with this wave. You know, I got really scared when it was really big, but she's tackled every single obstacle come her way, and yeah, let's see how she tackles this semi-final.
Yeah, I just thought that Lakey has really just performed at such a high level, because she was dead last on the rankings and she went all the way through this event to make the cut. Incredible stuff.
As we check out the Hydrolite heat to watch, it's what we're kicking off finals day with. Bronte Macaulay, full-time on tour in the past, multiple-time wild card here at home in WA. Made a retirement speech a few months back and had to put that away for a moment when she got the call up to surf in this big event. She's kind of feeling like this will be her final event with the CT jersey on, as she takes on one of the best ever, still at a young age, Katie Simmers, the youngest world champ last year. Now in a fight for the yellow jersey, tied on points with Gabby Bryan. That's the kind of world title race we've been enjoying so far this year.
Oh, absolutely. I love how open the women's side is and how much has been jumping in back and forth. And I think for Katie, you know, she's been in yellow a lot over the last couple of years, and now she's got to fight for a spot to be back in that top spot. She's been so consistent this year. Molly, she's right there as well. There's such a great battle right now, and I just think it shows how much the level has been lifting over the years. And yeah, Katie's been one of the leading charges of that.
Oh, it's been fun to see her on a roll. I really enjoy when you talk to Katie, Vaughn, on the glass. I think she gives you the most insightful interviews that we get to hear on tour. She's been really lively with her articulation of her experiences at main break, and really the headspace as a competitor. You were diving into the whole top of it, expecting one thing, having to adapt to another, when she kind of had to surf a 12-minute heat yesterday.
Yeah, I think, you know, if I think about Katie's year, I'm seeing a lot of very, very high-level surfing that you would expect from a world champion. You know, like, she's come into this year and she surfs with so much freedom. She doesn't really look like she's got that second-year syndrome where, you know, it's not going right. She actually looks like she's surfing better than ever. She's really inhabited that mantle. But, you know, she was saying when the results weren't coming, she was still really stoked on her surfing. She was loving the experience of getting to surf heats against, you know, Steph Gilmore, for example, who obviously one of her heroes, one of her biggest supporters, but, you know, that brought out her best, and she loved that. And the fact that she didn't get the win, you know, it didn't really faze her too much, and she's come into this event, and yeah, she's been able to adapt at times where heats have gone slow or whatever, and now she's into a finals day, which is exactly where you expect to see her.
Katie looking to go back-to-back with her world titles this year. The venue last year was lower. She's hoping to get it done at Cloudbreak this season. One of the hardest charging athletes we've seen come onto the tour. When she showed up at main break for the first time, she was looking over the box, sampled that crazy slab, started getting crazy video parts together. She really balances both really well, of competing in the world title race, but wanted to put together really cool edits for the world to see.
You always hear, you know, professional athletes saying that they have to have something else to balance it out, to know that they can switch off. And I do really think that Katie has that with, you know, her production skills and wanting to do things like Jack McCoy and make surf movies. And, you know, she did that by creating Toasted Media, and then she released her first edit, being Toasted, which went crazy around the world, and she just was pulling into these insane barrels. So she's constantly said throughout her career, I love getting barreled. So it doesn't surprise me that she's over at the box. Any other second she can get, I'm sure she loves it over here in WA.
It's a cool balance in the stories of surfing culture, and really loving the story of a wild card versus the reigning world champ. You know, we've celebrated that for decades, as we might have the first wave of finals day morning. It will be the teenager starting. Katie Simmers wrapping the pocket, nice clean rails. Board's looking great, down carve, the bottom dropped out, and well-timed final hook before it just stepped out on her. And she will get the completion on the first wave of finals day morning. Kicked off the season with a runner-up finish at Pipeline, showing her consistency at the heaviest wave on tour, winning the previous season in that superstar heat with Molly, then runner-up to Tyler this year. That's how the year kicked off for Katie Simmers. What'd you see in this wave, Vaughn?
It's just a nice little warm-up, Joe. Rails look engaged. The flow is there as always. You know, Katie has that element of free surfing no matter where on the wave she is or what the circumstance is. She's always, you know, a really nice, cruisy, down the line style. And yeah, that little surgeon's table, it's always there.
Oh.
It's always there. It doesn't matter what the swell's doing. Saw it just sort of surprise her as it bottomed out. But yeah, that's a good one to just find the feet in the wax.
Yeah, she's learned a lot about that end section that goes completely dry sometimes, and she'll still try to slam it because you don't want to kick out where it looks like you've kicked out early. But you've got to save yourself at times and know when you're pushing too hard if you'll break your magic board or end up bouncing off and hurting yourself. So it's the most interesting final section that we have on tour, and Katie's been doing well with it even on the bigger days, managing some big maneuvers right before it bottoms out. Opening score comes in for Simmers at a 4.5. Bronte will sit now with first priority. She's had some insane heats throughout the early rounds. She said she felt she got lucky yesterday in the round of 16. She said it could have gone either way really, and then really just put it away in her quarterfinal heat where Bronte's surfing at the top of her game.
Oh, she really was. And she knew it too. She felt it, especially on that last wave, that big two-turner she got. Bronte, she mentioned in her post-heat interview that she's winging it. This is the best form of winging it ever if you're in the semi-finals at a championship tour event. So Bronte, yeah, she's always been super impressive. I was actually really gutted when she announced that she was going to retire because she was always one of my favorite surfers to watch. Just her style, her grace, the way she holds herself as a competitor both in water and on land. I always thought she was one of the best role models any young girl could look up to. So when she said I'm out, I was sad, but she's back.
Surfers Point lighting up with some cheers for the local. Bronte Macaulay gets started with a backhand wrap and then hits the end section, but she can't ride out. There's been something about the points Macaulay's been making throughout the early rounds is she wants to hit it as hard as she can in the critical part of the wave every time. And she suffered some wipeouts because of it, but I think that's the type of surfing she wants to deliver as a wild card in this event.
Yeah, well, that was a real punchy section. Hard to get over the shockwave there for Bronte. The first turn was quite nice, but these conditions are just dreamy as right now.
Solid one setting up for Katie Simmers. Late takeoff, bottom turning right in front of Bronte Macaulay, and throws that slingshot carve into the pocket. Another silky smooth cut back for Simmers. And then leans into just a classic lean back finishing move. That is just one of the coolest styles you'll see in pro surfing. So effortless, skate inspired, Southern California punk rock. It's just all clean and really fun to see her just react to what's in front of her.
Oh, just classy surfing from Katie Simmers. Let's look at Bronte's first. Love her technique. Just the way she puts her hand in the water on her bottom turns. Goes up here, hits that big section, but just comes down weird with the lip, so she falls off on that one. Katie, though, good looking set wave here. Just the line she draws is so unique. Holds her rail all the way down, straight back into it. No time in between turns, and I love this last one. Really puts that extra spice into it. Katie, you never know what you're going to get with her, but it's always, always entertaining. So much class in this wave from Katie Simmers. So much style. Really just laying it on rail. 3 really strong carves here from our current reigning world champ. Look at that, just holding it all the way down. She's going to come round again to this section and just put it on rail. Look at that, straight over from rail to rail, no downtime. So the judges are going to really love the fact that she generated speed from each turn to create another turn, and added a little bit more flair on that last one. So Katie, I love what she's doing.
Gosh, great reactions from Katie Simmers. A 7.17, 4.5 start, and taking a solid lead at the moment in this first semifinal. Bronte Macaulay now has priority, looking for an 8.5, and that's how the judges reacted to the reigning world champion. Feeling comfortable this year on tour, and being so young. It's been great to meet her family. We've been traveling with her a lot. Also managed by Gabe Garcia, who really helps her out on the road with anything she needs to succeed and really just focus on surfing. But to succeed so quickly, you know, when you're expected to, is a big deal. The pressure that can come with that, and Katie's always handled that really well.
Yeah, she has. That last wave was so impressive. The bottom turn into the carving, straight back into the next bottom turn was seamless. It was just one line, not even a bobble. I mean, I was having current flashbacks just then, fully in the zone with the great style master. You know, California's probably greatest ever. Not a huge call, but you know, there are a lot of great surfers from over there. There's a lot of great style masters, but yeah, that was just pure Cali point break surfing. Beautiful stuff.
Gosh, I mean, you could see that in heats, in changing conditions, when it's reliable. It's not like you're just watching a movie part where you're just trying to bank clips. You're doing that into a time situation where you've got to deal with the conditions that you have in front of you. And we focus on the CT by the numbers for Katie's winning percentage this year, 61%, just behind Tyler, Molly Picklum, and current world #1, Gabby Bryant.
Yeah, that's a great stat, 61%, and it's not that far behind Gabby, who is on 68. So many incredible stats there, and to think that even as well, Molly, she hasn't won an event yet. She's been such a consistent surfer, and she's up there in second spot. Just really speaks volumes to the talent we have on this year's tour.
Rolling into this one, Bronte Macaulay. Love that bottom turn. She'll throw down a nice backhand snap. It's getting really full in front of her. And so she gets out of there. Her opening ride, 317 with the fall. And she knows how to identify a big section here at main break, so she got out of there early. Remember, we'll be focusing on the yellow jersey today for the women. Katie and Gabby Bryan neck and neck in the top 2 spots. Katie taking this one, passing Bronte. Beautiful down carve. Super smooth, and lays down a solid jam in the pocket. Throws it down into the inside section with the front side wrap and steps off. She can make no mistakes this morning. She can choose her lines that she wants to lay down at main break, and typically main break forces you to kind of play along. It looks like Katie can go wherever she wants right now with total freedom, Vaughn.
This is incredible. I'm loving the line here of Caitlin Simmers. She's just taking off. She's got the perfect tempo. Everything and everywhere she places her board is just perfect. I'm absolutely blown away by the read she's got here this morning. Look at that, and you know, that turn was just a real nice speed check, but it was done with so much commitment that it was just a thing of pure beauty. This is just really lovely surfing to watch. Look at the speed out of that turn.
Yeah, I think when you realize that the main break wants power. It wants power to meet power. It makes this really beautiful combination that just creates impressive surfing, and Katie, she's really put a handle on that this morning. She's matching this morning's power with her own power. We see some of the greats do it, like John Florence, Jack Robbo. I think Leo Fioravanti was there for me this event, and I think Katie, she's just got to that level for me too. So much style, so much grace, but so much power behind it, making her draw these really beautiful lines that is just keeping us on our toes. And I love to see it.
Great, and her just reactions too to the sections at main break. Sometimes it's just like a section can go off speed, it can grab a rail, and even on that second jam, you could see that rail was starting to grab, and she could just react and just go unweighted when she needs to ride out of those maneuvers. And the best can do that just in those split-second moments, just like that. She's got Bronte comboed, throwing down a 6.83.
Yeah, and these numbers, you know, they're not getting into that excellent range, but the thing about Katie is she's just doing exactly what the wave is allowing her to do. So she has always had that element in her surfing as well. That's why I think that you're watching her surf, you forget that she's even got a rashy on at times, because she's just in such a perfect little flow zone. But yeah, this is just beautiful surfing. She is really probably, you know, some surfers you can see them thinking, you can see them projecting what's coming, but she always just seems to be reacting to whatever in front of her. And this is just as you said, classy performance so far this morning.
Jesse brought up the whole story of Katie saying, I'm not ready for my spot on tour yet. It was such a huge moment in surfing because, well, you think of West Doss, you think of Taj Burrow, who did that in the late 90s, and that was unheard of at the time. people spend their whole lives trying to qualify, and no one's ever going, you know what, that's okay, I'm going to still do some other things. But that's exactly what Katie did. It was like, oh man, we got to wait another year to see her on tour. What could happen on the Challenger Series? And then when she got on the Challengers again, you're like, oh, this is somebody different.
Yeah.
She's easily qualified again, making finals on the CS, and she took her time with it. There was a lot of people that were putting in her 2 cents, and you could tell with her family making that decision. She's really owning her career in such a positive way. Came on tour and was one of those rookie stories that she could have gone all the way to a world title. Was able to compete for one and the WSL Final 5 format. And then ended up taking the win in her 2nd year on tour. With her 6th victory she got earlier this season in Abu Dhabi, she passed some names like Melanie Redmond-Carr on the all-time win list. Melanie with 5 wins in her great career, who was in the world title race several seasons. Also Serena Brooke from the Gold Coast had 5 wins. Katie just above them. Driving into this section, wow, a big frontside hook from Simmers. Shooting out in front for a full roundhouse cutback, and she hops out with the Dolphins here in main break. Bronte looking for an answer. The morning light glowing on this goofy foot. She will connect well. Clean rails from Bronte. Out in front again, throwing some water. What a great answer back, because Simmers is catching fire. Some of the best frontside rail hooks we've seen from Simmers. And she's already got a 7.17 and a 6.83. Everybody's hooting on the bluff now.
Oh, yeah, we have got a heat on her hands, and what a moment. Katie Simmers, the scary thing for Bronte was that she was just cruising, so you knew that she was going to fire up into another gear. But Bronte looks like she's answered back. But what about that carve? As Katie's just burying the rail, you can see Dolphins literally in the wave face with her. This is wild. What's this? Off the bottom there they are. Right on top of them. And they're loving sharing a wave with the world champ. And she just looks like she's ready to actually unleash here. You know, she felt the 7, she felt the 6.83. As the slow-mo, look at this. Amazing scenes as Katie Simmers just flies over the top of that Dolphin. Wow, that turn was sick too. Really tight and high in the top of the wave. And she's put the foot down here, Jess.
Oh, this was just beautiful surfing. I mean, the Dolphins add an extra 10% for sure. That was just beautiful surfing. And then Bronte, I'm so glad she got a start. I was worried that she might have got in her head, but kind of got a bit hung up. You can tell she uses the speed here and she just starts to unleash. This is the Bronte Macaulay we know and love. Goes up again, belts it for a 2nd turn. So Bronte's starting to fire up. A little later on in the heat than maybe she would have wanted to, but this is the Bronte Macaulay we know and love. Look at that turn. So much drive coming off that back foot. Gives her enough speed to really put it on rail here again. Gets the fin out and pushes hard through another turn. She gets a little Dolphin in the back there as well. I see you.
Magic moments.
Gosh, that is the WA magic. And why we feel like we're walking on a dream when we come here. You get to ride waves with Dolphins, the world champ, getting a 6.10 on her last. Didn't factor in Bronte's last wave, a 6.17. Getting herself right in the heat. Katie with priority. And just the Dolphins are sitting right there with these 2 surfers in the lineup on a glorious finals day morning. That is special.
I remember sitting out in the surf at Scott's Head once. I had my little son, Iggy, he was about 3, sitting on a board with me, and a dolphin came up right next to us, and my son looked at me and went, "Dolphins are our friends, aren't they, Dad?" They really are, mate. But yeah, there's just nothing more magic than sharing the lineup with these creatures, and especially when you're surfing with them. How cool.
Well, and just a species that loves to ride waves. Look at that. That was insane. And they ride waves so well together. I mean, it teaches us that we've got to party wave more often. Ride waves with your friends.
Good shout, Joe.
Right?
But yeah, look, that last wave of Bronte's was a crucial one. And it sort of speaks to the point of difference that she's got with Caitlin. The ability to draw out the bottom turn, swing it round into the pocket and get really steep, vertical and pivot. It's a much tighter turn than what we can see on the front side at the moment, and she'll have to lean on that extra hard when the next set waves come through, because Katie looks like she's really about to drop big numbers.
Her board looks fantastic. The speed she's getting off that Chris Borst design is lethal for main break today. Here on finals day, Katie chasing the yellow jersey that Gabriella Bryan has. Gabby Bryan in semi 2 with Lakey Peterson. Let's keep the show going with the Dolphins and some big turns. We'll be right back. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. And by Shire of Augusta Margaret River, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, where local surfing culture is celebrated and legends rise. We're having quite a wonderful morning, and I hope you're loving it too. Main break providing some really rippable conditions for Katie Simmers and Pronti Macaulay to kick us off here in semifinal 1, the Hydrolite heat of the morning here. Look at that sunrise. Let's now hang out with our good friend, Kaipo Guerrero.
Good morning, here at Yeti, the purveyors of premium products, and we have a new product getting dropped here. This is the Hondo Beach Chair. It's extremely comfortable, it's packable, it's foldable, it turns into a backpack. There's multiple reclining positions, and it's compatible with all of the Yeti products. Another great product from our friends at Yeti.
Thank you very much, Kaipo. He looks comfortable here on finals day. Yeti's been busy, especially with that Yeti 110 Tundra. They handed off to Griff yesterday for a giant full rotation. Maybe one of the biggest airs we've seen at main break. It's up there. It's got to be. Certainly is. It was huge.
Oh, gobsmacking moment, Joey. The point went mad, and every single person who saw it could not believe the hang time on that thing. Like, it felt like it was in the air forever. The technique of that was out of control, and yeah, he landed in the Tundra.
Looking forward to seeing what he does later on this morning, because he's got a semifinal with Baron Mamiya. That's going to be a classic. Still 11:20 to go in this one. The story of the yellow jersey has been fun when you have a new name in the mix. You know, that is Gabby Bryan, who's coming up next. You know, got to put it on for the first time at Burley Heads. You know, she certainly feels like she not just belongs, but she wants a world title. And she said she really felt that last year when her final 5 spot slipped away at Cloudbreak. The pain was severe to recover from that loss, and that can always be a positive. Coaches sometimes know you have to go through those losses to see what you're made of, and you know, not to feel that pain again. Gabby doesn't repeat mistakes, and so right now, the top 2 we've been focusing on, Katie Simmers, Gabby Bryan in the early stages of the world title race.
Yeah, how often do we see you know, someone slip away or not just make their dream or just not reach their goal and then come back the next year and just go absolutely crazy. I mean, someone who really stands out to me who was so relentless for when she didn't reach her goal was Layne Beachley. Look what she came back and did. Got 7 world titles. I mean, it is a common theme in our sport, and I feel like it's a common theme in athletes in general. And Gabby Bryan, yeah, she's in the yellow jersey and she's handling it beautifully so far.
And the women's tour is so incredible. It's like anyone can win at a moment's notice. There's so many favorites these days. It's not just hogged by 4 names like it had been in the past. This season's another one of those years where it's hard to predict champs because we've had a different winner at every stop of the season. Gabby Bryan, the reigning event champ here in Margaret River, trying to change that theme by winning a 2nd event this season. It was Tyler Wright's day at Pipeline beating Katie Simmers. Then it was Katie's turn in a brand new event on the calendar in Abu Dhabi, beating Molly Picklum that day. And how about Caroline Marks, the world champ from 2023, picking up a major win at Portugal. And then it was the power surfing of Gabriella Bryan that was undeniable in El Salvador. Isabella Nichols representing big time at home in Australia, winning the bell. And then Betty Lou, breakthrough win on the Gold Coast, leads us into the final stop of the GWM Aussie Treble. The last stop in Australia this year on the World Surf League Championship Tour. So for Katie being in the mix, she's got a chance to change that script around and pick up a 2nd CT victory this year. Same story for Gabriella Bryan coming up next month.
It is, but just to showcase how tight this women's tour is at the moment, you've also got Lakey Peterson in the mix for a win, who was almost dead last in the rankings coming into this event. Now she's made the cut. She could be keeping that script well alive, Joey. So, yeah, it's been a great women's tour so far this year, and as we were saying earlier, you know, like, you can't take your eyes off it. Like, it just seems like every comp delivers a new plot twist, and we'll see how this one delivers. But right now, you know, in this semi-final, Katie Simmers has been surfing so brilliantly. Bronte has fought her way back into it. It's going to be a great last 8 minutes.
Bronte Macaulay without priority at the moment, dealing with the superstar Katie Simmers. For Bronte, she's traveled so long competing throughout the QS, had her spot full time on the championship tour, had great performances at Honolulu Bay where she got to feature her backhand attack. That brought her to a semifinal. We got her in the call-up at G-Land where she made finals day as well. So a great frontside attack. Loves to just scour her favorite coastline here in the West and put together incredible movie parts. I know she's coaching and focusing on the next generation, but I'd love her to continue to make movies and show how amazing she is as one of the best barrel riders on the planet.
And we're not just talking easy barrels too, we're talking some of the hardest barrels, the slabbiest, scariest barrels in the world. Bronte just packs it, and we're not talking even 4 foot, we're talking 10 foot plus. She absolutely charges. She's always one to really lead that charge as well when it does come to that bigger, heavier slabbing waves in the women's side of things. And, you know, I would love, I know she's retired, but just imagine Bronte Macaulay at pipe. You know,
oh my goodness.
A big pipe just absolutely pulling in and just charging it.
I love that. And we were kind of talking about this at the start of the heat. You know, the balance of the most decorated surfer on tour, sponsors, equipment, managers, everyone kind of taking care of everything, and Bronte kind of coming off the tools a bit, you know, as a coach and going, hang on, I need some boards if I'm doing this the right way, buying them, you know, and just going, I think this will be good, and kind of investing in her own performance. And that's a story in surfing that you love. You know, people kind of coming out of the woodwork and then turning in brilliant performances, potentially going all the way.
Classic West Oz performance, isn't it? Just a gritty, core lordish crack at this event all the way to the semi so far, and not looking ruffled at all. You know, she's been in this scenario 4 times, and you know, by this stage she's like, okay, just let me surf. If the waves come, I'm going to absolutely tear into them, and hopefully can crack that final, where everyone here would just love to see that so much.
I really had a great opportunity to sit next to Pauline Menser yesterday and talk about the tour, talk about her book, her stories. Gosh, she's number 7 on the all-time win list, 20 championship tour wins.
Incredible.
And Pauline telling her whole story, which is really cool. And just watching heats with her, it was really fun to see her reactions to everyone surfing. I was sitting next to her in the Lakey Isabella heat, and she's just going, wow, the tour's in such a great place. And she was so thrilled that the tour's expanding to top 24. She was so happy to be amongst it back in West Oz, reliving her horrendous wipeout she had back in the 1990 swell, which opens up her new book. That's the first chapter.
Yeah, Surf Like a Woman, check it out. There's also a statue being put on Bondi Beach of Pauline Mensah. She needs a little bit of help fundraising for that, so check out the GoFundMe. Pauline Mensah's statue on Bondi, first female to have a statue there, so that's going to be incredible.
Love that. 20 CT wins, equal with her rival Pam Burridge. Lisa Anderson, 21 wins. That's a pretty special class to be a part of on the all-time win list. Katie Simmers looking for a 7th championship tour win today. And so far with a great lead over Bronte Macaulay. Macaulay doesn't have first pick of the sets, but her backhand's just been fire throughout this event. Needs a 7.83. Reaching the semifinals now 4 times on her home break as a wild card. And I'm happy that she got the call-up. Last year she did get knocked in the elimination round. That didn't feel good for her send-off at all. So right here, featured on a finals day again, which is brilliant as we look into the GWM recap. We're seeing some clean rails in this heat.
I've absolutely loved the show that Katie's put on in this heat. So much classy, critical surfing. Like you said, she's just been putting it on rail, but in such a stylish, steezy way. So much power, so much grit behind it. She got this one with so much speed. She checked down this first turn, came back around that turn, really laid it in the pocket, and love the way she's been approaching this heat so far.
Bronte getting in the mix with his backhand. She's peaked at a 6.17 so far, but she's knows she's got more if she finds a big vertical section, Vaughn.
Well, there was signs on the inside of this one. That turn was fantastic. Big, powerful move on the inside as well. She's just looking for a second opportunity to chase down this 7.83. The Dolphins were out there surfing along with the semi-finalists. It was a magic scenes down here this morning. Yeah, great stuff.
You look forward to that in West Oz every year, of just seeing the Dolphins join the party. Perfect timing on finals day to ride that wave with Katie Simmers. With now 2:50 to go on the clock. Crowning champs today, handing out the keys to the Tank 300 from GWM. As we have a lot of people supporting Bronte this morning at Surfers Point. We'll send it to AJ.
Yeah, Joey, so many people down here supporting Bronte. These are some of the girls that she coaches, has inspired down here in Margaret River. And then the other big sign, another one for Bronte Macaulay. It is so obvious how well loved she is here at Surfers Point, her home break, inspiring so many people. It's been so cool to see her back in a jersey, making a semi-final, and I just love talking to her and some of the girls that she coaches, because regardless of how she finishes this event, she's making a difference down here at Surfers Point, and it's absolutely everywhere that you can see.
Love it, AJ. the hoots are solid, and she could hear him out there on this nice cold morning. Just a short drive from Gracetown for Bronte to get here to main break as we just passed the rusty 2-minute warning. Let's see if she can turn this one around and make a final for the first time in her career at the championship tour level. It's been a great year for wildcard stories, hasn't it, Vaughn?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Just thinking about the Aussie leg in particular, you know, we had Steph Gilmore appear back in the contest. Rashi, the wildcards have come from everywhere too, haven't they? They've been the up-and-coming crew. They've had a few legends in the mix. Obviously, Julian Wilson was pretty spectacular as well. Ellie Harrison down in Torquay was fantastic. So, yeah, it's been a great year for wildcard stories. 1 minute to go here, Joey. You know, Bronte has pulled the iron out of the fire already in this event. She got a last-second win against Carolyn Marks back in the round of 16. She came out firing in the quarter to make this one. She's going to have to get another miracle, considering Katie Simmers has priority as well.
Well, sometimes there's just magic in your hometown lineup, especially with the energy off the cliff. Bronte looks at that one, She has got to give Katie a little bit of space, and she doesn't have priority. Bronte actually in the heat she lost in last year in the elimination round, she did get an interference call. That took a whole wave away. That was a big part of the story. Well, the story, why she didn't get into finals day and get on a roll last year. 25 seconds to go. Ocean's looking flat. And it's been a brilliant run for Bronte Macaulay. Getting the call up to perform in front of the crowd, in front of all of us. Not just a hometown hero, global hero for what she's done on the championship tour. A super coach for the next generation, and turning in another semifinal performance in what might be her last event of an incredible career. Thank you, Bronte, for accepting the call as a wild card, and we will see Katie Simmers move on to the final here at main break of Margaret River.
Oh, it was a great matchup between those two, but Katie, she really had the energy flowing her way in that heat. She looked so switched on. Bronte, forever such a graceful loser as well. She's just so happy to cheer on the competitor, and I bet she'll probably be giving us some main break tips as well.
Oh, 100%. That's the kind of vibe that Bronte has. What an absolute legend. We'll be catching up with her in a moment. And Katie Simmers will be preparing for a final at main break. It could be for the yellow jersey. We'll see who ends up with her. Gabrielle O'Brien taking on Lakey Peterson right after this.
No matter how many times you come to Western Australia, there's endless ways to have an adventure here. I've been lucky enough to be here 10 times in the past, and there's never one that's exactly the same. There's always something new around the corner, another new restaurant to try out, another new beach that you've never heard of before, a new track down in the forest that you've never seen. It's one of those days where you're kind of going, I think I'm just on holidays.
There's a beach in Western Australia called Cozy Corner. My daughter's name's Cozy. Went there last year. It was magic. One of our favorite beaches on this stretch. There's so many to check out as we lead into semifinal heat number 2. Gabrielle O'Brien, Lakey Peterson going head-to-head for a spot into the final. 2 regular footers that get to go blow for blow here at main break. Considerably smaller than yesterday, but what we just saw, how rippable it was in that first heat of finals day. Gabrielle O'Brien has had some, well, funny heats when you talk to the dog pound. She's had a tough time staying on her feet, but when she connects, it's some of the best power surfing we've seen.
She rated her quarterfinal as, this is her personal ranking, a 3 out of 10 performance. She said that she almost did everything wrong that she could possibly do wrong. When she came up the stairs, dog had this like wry grin on his face, like, are you kidding me? And he was saying, you know, you surf so much better, or what was it? You surf so good that you don't need to make mistakes like that. And yeah, she took a lot from that. It's been a funny run in some ways, but you know, we did also see Gabby post the biggest score, like a massive 9 in her round of 16 heat with 2 monstro hacks. So she's surfing incredibly well, and I think she would have ironed out, you know, those little bugs for finals day.
There's special insights into the dog pound. If you watch Inside Pro Surfing on worldsurfing.com, you could find the El Salvador edition where Richard Dog Marsh invited in the cameras of Shannon Waller, Johnny DeCesare, and had dinner and got to see their dynamics. It was a really cool insight of what they go through, and you realize if you're part of that crew, yeah, Dog is the head coach, but everyone else is an assistant coach. So the debrief started with Leo, with Connor, you know, with Ryan, and then she's like, okay, I think now that they warmed me up, I'm ready to hear from Dog and focus on what I need to correct for the next one. Gabby, up and out, will start priority, hands it right over to Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, she does, and there's actually a bit of a storyline in this heat. So both of these ladies have won an event here before. They have a chance to go into that 2-time winners trophy room that Wendy Botho and Pam Burridge both live in. Obviously, Carissa, she's won it 3 times, but I think that's a pretty cool list of women to be a part of, considering they were some of the greats in our sport. So let's see who can make the final and potentially join that list of women.
Well, one surfer that was surfing incredibly well and fired up is Katie Simmers on the glass with AJ.
Thanks, Joey. Katie, so fun to see you get fired up here in the first semifinal. It seemed like from the beginning of the heat, you just knew what to do, knew how to match the energy of the ocean. How did it feel in the water?
I don't think it was knowing, it was kind of just fell into my lap a little bit, and sometimes that happens, and yeah, I'm happy about it because I kind of just went on a bad wave in the beginning, and then it's like crazy how that could mean that you fall perfectly into the rhythm with the ocean. And even though Bronte made the best decision, I still got all the good waves, which is like surfing sometimes, and that's just how it goes. But I fell on the lucky side of it, so.
You got the good waves, you got the dolphins. The lines were just stunning this morning. How did you feel that rhythm building throughout the heat after finding yourself in the rhythm? How did you utilize that?
Yeah, that wave with a dolphin was probably one of the most special moments I've ever had in the heat, to be honest, because I was literally on the wave and I saw like 2 dolphins like riding with me, and it just made me really grateful for that I get to kind of like just do this for a living, kind of. Very, very, very grateful. I felt a lot of love, I think. Like it was cool.
And it's cool to kind of feel you in this zone on a finals day when normally there's a lot of pressure, a lot of intensity, but how are you approaching today?
I'm just want to do good because, yeah, winning's fun, and that's like kind of what I'm here to do. And we had like a lot of days off, and I'm excited to go home and just say I just want to wrap it up. Just want to hopefully win, but yeah.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing you in the final. Congrats.
Thank you.
Magic moments at main break. Margaret River, Katie Simmers, absolutely thrilled to share that with the true locals in the water. The Dolphins riding with Katie throughout those turns. Gorgeous turns, and for Katie, wasn't distracted. She actually fell into sync with the pace of those Dolphins right through the wave on.
Cosmic moment in the middle of the heat. I mean, how many sports does that happen? Not many. You know, like, yeah, a real spiritual sort of, I don't know, epiphany happening for Katie there, where she's grateful to do what she does and experience these sorts of things right at the very pointy end of competition. Incredible.
So magic. Looking at these beautiful pictures, continue to send our love to Jack McCoy's family and friends, losing a legend as he has just passed away, covering so many great parts of Western Australia and over 25 feature films. You look at an image like this and you're just so connected to the surf culture and the great people that captured it for all these years. We love you, Jack.
Oh man, you talk about a cosmic warrior, a spiritual guy. Jack was one of them. You know, if you went in for a handshake, he'd just grab you in a big bear hug. It had to be heart to heart. You had to press your heart against his heart so that he could feel the energy. But yeah, he, you know, all of that lives in his legacy. The beautiful films he's made, and you know, the wonderful storytelling that he has done. And yeah, he was so connected to the West. You know, obviously through films like Sabotage and the Billabong Challenges, but you know, he was connected to everyone, and I think, you know, his legacy will live long and fill us with joy for a long, long time to come.
Oh, totally. Getting a lot of messages from greats like Johnny Boy Gomes, who spent a lot of great times and been captured by Jack's lens over the years, sending his love to the family as we've got Lakey and Gabby Bryan enjoying these clean conditions this morning. It's just been a couple of up and outs so far for these fired up regular foots. Here comes world number 1. Hard off the bottom and just releases a big, powerful signature Gabby Bryan hook. And she will just continue to drive to finish strong in that little gutless whitewash section, but she hammers it. So much power off that rail. I think that's a great example of why we're calling her the most powerful surfer on tour.
Damn. That was crazy. There was so much push behind that turn. That made Vaughn and I go, whoa. Like,
yeah.
We just sat back in our chairs and said, all right, Gabby, take it away, sis. But that was crazy. There was so much power behind that turn.
Oh, when she lets rip, it is a thing of majesty. This is incredible. Hard off the bottom, deep bottom turn, pulls the rail at such a critical angle and just sends the top half of that wave into the universe. See you later. And a strong little, well, a nice little finish anyway, but like this turn here, look at the bottom turn. The acceleration into the lip and fully decapitates this thing.
Wow, she's found an extra 10% for sure. Just the way she can accelerate out of the turn just as much as she does into the turn. That is just beautiful surfing from Gabby Bryan, and I love when a turn makes you feel something and almost takes your breath away or makes just an involuntary noise come out of your mouth.
Swell's dropped a bit, Joey, but these little pockets are packing plenty of punch. That's why Gabby was able to do that turn where she did.
Just enjoying seeing the high performance at play today, where they can really let go. You know, there isn't the fear factor we saw maybe a couple of days in the waiting period, just bombs on that outside ledge. How that wave Willow Hardy took off on, the 18-year-old wild card, sending it on a wave that was like quadruple overhead. And we love that we had that day, and now we're getting a little bit more variety in the mix. Big power gouges so far this morning have been brilliant, especially for Gabby, who now has that weapon where now competitors are going, we need to keep her off the best waves. She's entered that class of going, she's doing the best rail hooks, and now how do you beat her? We need to out-select her in the ocean, keep her off those big open canvases, because if she gets one, she's pretty much impossible to beat.
Yeah, absolutely, and she doesn't really have a weakness either. It's not like she can't absolutely belt it in small waves, because we just saw her get a 617 for pretty much one turn, and she's definitely not scared. So she doesn't really have that like surf height-wise point of weakness. We know she'll throw herself over the ledge even when it's a slabbing barrel. So yeah, when it does come down to competing against Gabby Bryan, you're so right, Joe. It is all about keeping her off the best waves, trying to almost outsmart her in a heat, because her surfing is world title class.
Turn for turn, it's been a really special season for Gabby Bryan, who's got a crazy track record here in Margaret River. Runner-up in the final in her first try, then taking a big win last season over Sawyer Lindblad. That was her first championship tour win. So now a defending event champion and living up to the expectations of her showing back up on finals day. I mean, going back-to-back at events, which she has a chance to do, is a really big statement for owning an era at an event where the world's best gather. You beat them in an event, but then you can show up a year later, but a lot can change, and show that you're still the surfer to beat. That's what Gabby's hoping to achieve today, Vaughn.
Yeah, and I've heard, you know, a lot of locals say that they can recognize when someone has a relationship with a wave, particularly a wave like this, a huge playing field. You can just see it in the wave selection. They know the ones they want. They get the ones that really scoop out and give them the opportunities. They know where to place their turns. It all speaks to having a really solid relationship with a place. Gabby definitely has that with this wave.
Well, Katie had her moment with the Dolphins this morning, but Gabby's had that before.
She's party wade with the Dolphins before.
This is what Gabby had to say about the experience last year.
My favorite moment would have to be my wave with the Dolphins at Margaret River. That was so special, and now looking back on it, it's honestly crazy. Just the way that it all panned out. My first win, that moment with them, that picture is a wall hanger for sure. So that wave at Margaret River with the Dolphins.
Let's make it happen again. Gabby Bryan reflecting on that. That was just last season here at Margaret River. Classic images of that being passed around our social media at WSL on Instagram. You guys can find that. Also follow Gabby Bryan on her road to try to win a world title this season. First, she's got to get past Lakey Peterson, though, and Lakey turning in some of her best surfing in the last few days. Really cool to see how she can perform under pressure. You know, she didn't have a guaranteed spot, not just with the cut, but even for requalification into next year. She had dropped into that scary 15 spot for a moment. Not only did she get it into the 11 through 14 requalification spot, but now mid-season cut, she's accomplished that to surf lower trestles, which is basically her new home break as she's moved down the coast to San Clemente.
Yeah, Lakey, she found a new flow yesterday. She found a new form, and in hard heats too, and in heats of consequence, and so many people can crumble under that pressure. It's so easy just to give up. But she found a new level of herself that she even says that she didn't even know existed, and she has her own personal relationship with this wave, and every single heat she's conquering that again and again and again. And she's just been definitely one to watch, and I agree, some of her career best performance here at Margaret River. And this is speed and agility she was surfing with yesterday. It was very entertaining.
Here goes Lakey now. Ton of speed and flow, just moving down the line. Just a short tag there out in front. Not quite a big section, but still searching. So she'll go a long way for what will probably be a throwaway score. But just the glide and the flow she's gotten on that Channel Island surfboard just looks great. And she's just waiting for a section to really open up on. Coming from Santa Barbara, you just think of Al Merrick, Britt Merrick in your backyard. Lakey's actually part owner of the brand. So spends a lot of time working on her equipment and making sure she's completely dialed when it comes to competition. What'd you see on this one? She was searching for something big here, Vaughn.
Yeah, I mean, it was a, excuse me, speedy down the line wave. Never really opened up for her. I agree, her equipment has looked so dialed in on this Aussie leg. It was fantastic to have a hang with Britt over in Burleigh. He was over. We did a Shapers night where he got up and shared some of his wisdom. there was some absolute classic yarns going down. He was on fire too, by the way. What an epic character. But, you know, I remember interviewing Britt a long time ago for the Ain't That Swell potty. Up the Swellians, all you out there listening. And, yeah, it was cool. You know, he was like, you know, my gig is Formula One race cars. That's what I want to be making. I want to make the best surfboards, doing the most high-performance surf. And he is an absolute master craftsman, and he has delivered on that. And it's surfers like Lakey who get to reap the full benefits. Just lifetimes of knowledge there.
Oh, totally. And it all paid off yesterday, especially when it mattered the most for Lakey Peterson, surfing for her spot on tour, reliving some of the big moments that she delivered yesterday.
Oh, I'm happy to relive this time and time again. Such amazing surfing, just big rail hooks, gouges in the pockets, and just textbook Lakey Peterson. This is giving shades of rookie year Lakey Peterson. It was all or nothing, just throw it on the line. She's back, she's feeling it, and bring on the rest of the season. I'm keen to see her at lowers. I feel like that's going to be really fun. But look at this surfing. If she can stay at this level and generate this quality of surfing throughout the rest of the year, who knows how many spots up the rankings she's going to climb, because it was tight, it was fast, it was electric. She really put on a show for everyone.
So great to see her heat totals in the round of 16 and quarters. Her best heat totals of the entire season.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the most impressive thing was the attitude. She just had moxie flying. She was so fired up in her own personal fight club, but, you know, swinging with a lot of joy. There was no tension. That was really obvious to see. She was really enjoying the challenge and lifted her game to a place where she was getting her best scores of the entire year.
Gabby Bryan glowing in bright yellow, leading the tour into stop 7, hits it off the roof. Hard off the bottom, snap, and she will ride back down into the wave. Might find a final end section hammer there. Some might tap that. Gabby swings as hard as she can on that driver 3.0 model from Matt Biolis. Worked hard on their boards in the off season. She got stronger, volume went up a bit. Her dimensions are a little different from the stock driver 3.0 you might find at a surf shop, because she deserves that extra attention to detail for her world title type form boards that she's been enjoying all season long. Here goes a tap there from Lakey Peterson. Quick little jam down the stretch. Puts that one over the top of the whitewater. And just kind of a grindy little wave that didn't really have a big section on it. So Lakey in the 2s and 3s at the moment. It looks like she'll be staying there after that last wave.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, she's definitely building. She's creating momentum for herself. Gabby, on the other hand, just is in full attack, full belt mode. Look at this first turn. Floats up over that section. This one, she gets hung up a little bit, but so much water coming out the back. And then she can just generate speed out of absolutely nothing. She didn't have much going into this and just tacked it for the finish. So she's going to get rid of that 0.43. Lakey, on the other hand, she's definitely looking to better. Floats down the line for that first turn. Love that check turn. That was the shades of what we saw yesterday. So this one is better. It's probably her best wave of the heat so far, but she's definitely looking for more to take out what looks to be a very informed Gabby Bryan right now.
Lakey Peterson's mom, Sue, an incredible swimmer. Actually was featured in the Guinness Book of World Records at the NCAA level. Had some records of her own.
Wow.
And was happy to become a mom, but passed all that athleticness down to Lakey. And Lakey grew up playing a lot of sports, enjoyed basketball, skateboarding, just about everything. And I guess as far as surfing goes, started relatively late at about 12 years of age, where a lot of surfers have already won some Mini Grom titles, Menahuni titles, where she clicked into surfing, fell in love with Rincon and the waves in Santa Barbara, and started winning heats. It really did feel like it all happened overnight.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty familiar story. You know, you start off your young life playing all sorts of different sports, but once that surfing grabs hold of you, it's hard to go back to anything else. No surprises. If you can blend the sort of competitive instincts that you get from enjoying sport as a kid into something like surfing, the rewards are sort of doubled in some ways. But yeah, I mean, a good choice by Lakey. I mean, who knows what you want have done in the pool or long distance swimming, but we're stoked that she's on the board here in the semi-finals.
Last score for Lakey, 4.87. Now let's check in with Kaipo.
Fat Boy, that's right, F-A-T-B-O-Y is the scrambler. You need it. Easy parking, goes over grass, gravel, sand, anything. Put a board on it, you can win a Fat Boy. Scan the QR code. Give yourself a chance to win this beautiful Fat Boy Scrambler. What a piece of work. You know the rules.
You know what, Kaipo, you've won it. That's yours. Actually, we can't give it away. Yeah, someone's going to win that one. I want Kaipo to have one as well. As we roll in with Gabby Bryan. Nice rail hook to kick off this right-hander. Big jam there as she put the foot down. An absolute hammer as Gabby's building her total out front, trying to ditch that 5-point ride.
Oh, she's just got so much power, especially on that back foot. She's just able to generate so much speed and so much spray. Lakey now.
Lakey rolling in, trying to find some flow and rhythm. She has been building. Kicked out of a wave, then went to a 2.5, then to a 3, then to a 4. Sometimes there are surfers that like to just keep a little rhythm building and building, but sometimes you just run out of time because Gabby's starting off on the opposite end of throwing just big power gouges in the guts of the wave. Vaughn, how about this one?
Yeah, I mean, the offshore is really doing great things as well. The power game's one thing, but the amount of water going into the air is really spectacular. It's going to catch the judges' interest, and it does in a big way.
Gabriella Bryan locks in a 7.67 on that insane combination of turns. Lakey now needs an 8.97 to try to get into the final with Katie Simmers. At the moment, she, with 11:15, she could get on a roll and get 2 new scores instead of chasing basically a 9. But these are the numbers that Gabriella Bryan's really familiar with. Coming from the island of Kauai, there's a beautiful surf culture there since day one, and a lot of talented athletes coming out of that beautiful island. From Bethany Hamilton, Alana Blanchard, Malia Manuel, Rochelle Ballard, Kayla Kennelly, Gabby Bryan on that big list as she's leading the tour and leading this heat. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. Finals day continues here. Semifinal number 2 with Gabby Bryan and Lakey Peterson. It is glorious. Sun's out, clean conditions, and big power sections. If you can lay that rail over, Gabby Bryan's been doing it for a very long time, but her best surfing has been happening in 2025, and that's why she's wearing yellow. 7.67 is what she threw down before we went to break. So she's getting a little bit closer to a final with Katie Simmers. It would be a battle for the yellow jersey. See who would be taking it into Southern California. That's Katie Simmers' turf, just a little north of Oceanside is San Clemente. Really comfortable with that wave. Lowers is a wave that really makes everybody look great. It's one of those waves you surf and you go, wow, I think I'm getting better. It's just so user-friendly, so rippable. You could do the combo of your life out there. That'll be the next stop on the championship tour. And we'll see if Lakey, though, can kind of change that script around and feature herself in a final. She is a past champ. That's why looking on this side of the draw, you're looking at 2 Margaret River champions going head-to-head here, Vaughn.
Yeah, well, I think the big difference between both these surfers in this heat has been wave selection. Lakey Peterson just hasn't really had an opportunity to show what she's capable of in this lineup. Gabriella Bryan, who had a couple of, less than perfect strategy-wise heats yesterday, a few sort of choices that put her in a dangerous position. Well, she's completely eradicated that. She's surfing a great heat at the moment, picking the right waves, making sure she's on the best waves, and that's putting pressure on Lakey.
Lakey Peterson driving into that first section, looking strong there. Mid-face bottom turn and just running out of room again. That's been a bit of the theme for this heat for Lakey, coming off 2 of the best heat totals she's had all season yesterday. And sometimes you just can't win fast enough. She's taken off with intent to rip this right apart. Now she's going to try to settle down. 6:50 on the clock. And try to find her flow here, Jessie.
Yeah, it's what you train for. This is what an athlete is being about. It's being on the back foot and finding a way to come back and still win. It's part of their job, and Lakey would know that better than anyone. She's a veteran on tour now, and she's been in this position time and time again. So this is when she should really lean on that knowledge and lean on that veteran ability to be like, okay, you know what, I have been here before. but this is how I'm going to get out of it. And we know she has that fire in her. We've seen it the last couple of days. So let's see if Lakey can find it again to get herself in the final.
Katie spoke about rhythm being an interesting thing in the heat before, where she's like, I took a bad wave, but the weird part about it, it set me up for the best waves of the heat. That's why you always think about, well, maybe wave selection can only really be reviewed in hindsight. You know, when you think about it, you're like, if she didn't take that bad wave, she might not have had that rhythm with priority and the sets in the last heat. So Lakey might be trying to channel some sort of offbeat rhythm in the back end of this matchup.
Yeah, I think the big problem for Lakey is that Gabriella Bryan, who's holding priority, is not going to even look sideways at a wave that doesn't offer more than a 6.17. She knows exactly what that feels like, what it looks like this morning, and so she will just drop anchor. And if good waves come and she sees scoring potential, then she will try and make things even more difficult for Lakey. So, yeah, it is Gabriella Bryan in control right now.
GWM recap with these two in semi-final 2. Let's focus on their top 2 rides. Gabby Bryan winding up, throwing some water. Kick things off with a big score of a 6.17, Jesse.
I could watch that turn time and time again. That was so good from Gabby Bryan. So much power, so much drive through that turn. Lakey, she looked great at the start of this heat too. She's just been a bit slow, not the same form we've seen from her throughout the rest of the event, but we're getting shades of it with turns like that.
And coming down to the waves she's been on, they've really made her work really hard for her scores. 3.33, her best score, Vaughn, a 4.87.
They're just not allowing her to really engage her strengths, which is the big open-face rail car, whereas Gabriella Bryan, she's picked out fantastic looking waves, and you can just see the drive she's getting out of her bottom turns. Here she is again.
Big hack there. Bottom drops out, still more speed, touches the rail on a big finish. She is gonna get some great reviews from her camp, Richard Dog Marsh, after some tough, awkward heats before that she's been surviving. She's really put it all together here in semifinal heat number 2. Trying to improve on a 6.17. And looking to go back-to-back with her titles at main break. Jesse, how'd you like this one?
Yeah, Lakey really wanted this one too, but big first turn there for Gabby Bryan. Big section, uses that speed, goes up and over. Big smiles at the end there too for Gabby. But look at this, just so on rail, perfectly timed in the pocket there for Gabby Bryan. Comes down, doesn't have a lot of time to transition to this next turn. Gets up there in front of the lip. That's the point of difference. So she's able to use that speed, get out in front of that section. We love when Gabby smiles, don't we?
2 moments of drama there too, you know, the airdrop out of that first snap and then hitting that end section and getting airborne, coming out over the shocky, the big emotional reaction. It's an 8.67, Joe. And, well, that is a huge score. And one of the first ways where we've really been able to see someone get super critical.
If you put Gabby Bryan as your power surfer on fantasy, you are killing it right now. Power surfers get double points, and Gabby Bryan is looking solid to make the final again. Lakey looking to break the combination. Beautiful. Rails on the bottom turn, wraps it in the pocket. Nice lip line snap there. Peterson off the bottom again, flowing down the line. Redirects with a cool little power gouge in that steep section. Turning in her best so far in this matchup.
Yeah, that's the Lakey we've been used to seeing over the last couple of days. There was a lot of speed there, a lot of intent, a lot of, I'm going to hit this. And you could see in that mindset, she wasn't thinking as much. She was just doing what Lakey does best. And that's the form that we love to see her in.
What a fired up Lakey. Not daunted by being comboed. How about this one, Vaughn?
Love this. The bottom turn was nice. First turn, she carves it back into the whitewash, and then things start to flare up onto the inside. Nice little float. And jams that end bit. Critical turn on such a drainy little section there. And she's going to put herself back into this one. I wonder where that'll land, a 6.77. So she's broken combo, an important wave there for Lakey Peterson. You know, just looking at the difference between Gabriella Bryan and Katie Simmers, you know, Katie never looked like she was surfing beyond what the wave was giving her. She was in such sync, whereas Gabriella Bryan has really just punched through her section. So That's been a interesting little point of difference between the two form surfers in these two semis.
We'll bring in the Stone and Wood slow-mo, breaking down the 867.
Big first turn. Vorno pointed out perfectly. Huge airdrop out of that. There was not a lot of downtime here. Has to use the momentum, goes up and over the lip. Big finish there with all the white water coming down. And you know, with that stand up and that spiral, she knew it was excellent. She knew she had a big score coming her way.
What a feeling for Gabby Bryan controlling this heat. Lakey, though, with her 6.77 is not comboed. That feels good as a competitor, knowing that you're building. But is it just too late with the time? Being a 9.57 would have to be one of the best waves we've seen all contest.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, thinking back to some of the great coaches who we've got around the contest site, they would never say die if there's 40 seconds on the clock. They'll say never say die if there's 3 seconds on the clock. You know, that's the nature of this business. But, you know, the one thing has been, it has been pretty slow. When the waves come, there is that canvas there to light it up. But will the wave come? That's the question.
20 seconds to go. Lakey's husband, Thomas, right next to Brent Power from CI. Proud of her run, making the cut, going from 15th to 9th on the rankings. And she'll be surfing through the rest of the season, going to lower trestles, so Lakey gets to compete at home, but Gabby gets to battle with her rival this year in the world title race, Katie Simmers versus Gabrielle O'Brien in the final.
Huge
on
final.
Margaret River.
Wow, congratulations to both surfers. And really impressive surfing from both women this morning. That's going to be a cracker.
Whoever wins that final takes yellow into lower trestles. This is going to be a big one. Looking forward to that later on this morning. Now it's time for the men to hit the lineup. Hydrolite heat of the day, Griffin Colapinto taking on Baron Mamiya. We'll bring in Ron Diggity Dog, Richie Lovett, and Felicity Palmatier for the call.
Contest, a really good run yesterday. It did what you had to do. You made the cut, well done. You know the back close. Fill us in, Chris. Melanie Red on the car. She went 3 times. 2 days for one month. Quite come on. 11, 12. Chris Moore, 2013, 2014. Wow. Yeah, a week company get it. Pull it off. You know who's run back to back on the next plate too? No. Happy birthday, man. All right, Chris, let's have a look at this one. This is semi-final number 1. It's a great day yesterday. With everything at the team section. The result was a perfect 10.
The Miracle Man has been up to his old tricks, dropping excellence on us here at Main Break in 2025. Griffin Colapinto stopping one of the best airs we've ever seen at Main Break, one of the best airs we've seen in competition. Unbelievable full rotation, and it was unanimous from the panel.
Oh, it was incredible, right? The perfect 10. It was a helicopter with the perfect landing. Couldn't have asked for more. It was probably one of the best airs we've ever seen in competition.
Unbelievable stuff. Also had that incredible barrel ride out of the box. It was amazing to see, and it's going to take a lot from Baron Mamiya to overcome the momentum that Griffin Colapinto is carrying into this semi-final, putting together a couple of excellent heat scores, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. Baron's been on a heater through this event. Was just sitting down there chatting to Louis Egan, Baron's coach, and just talking about how he's going to try and diffuse this momentum that Griffin's bringing into it. Stick to his own game, start completing the rides, stitch them together perfect. That's what he's going to need to do.
Yeah, I mean, if we're in barreling conditions out of the box, we're probably talking about Barron Mamiya being the favourite, but the form that Griff has carried through this event and just some of the moments that he had down at Bells Beach too kind of suggests that with those rail turns and that variation, he's going to be a tough draw.
Completely. I think Margaret River asks a lot from the surfers, right? Even if you're not going to the box. The fact that we had to, you know, that day we got the opportunity to go to the box. You have to be adaptable. You have to be good in slabs. You have to be great at main break when it's 2 foot, when it's 15 foot. And Griff has adapted to it all. You know, Margaret River's asked the questions. Griff has answered well and truly. And today, you know, like to your point, Ron, I mean, it's going to take, or Rich, it's going to take a lot from Barron today to really rise to this occasion. I think he's definitely fired up for it, you know, clicking into this sort of momentum that he's in and, you know, making this final series and this final day, the semi-final finish, the best result so far since his win at Pipe.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, he's been in perfect sync, Griff, with everything that's happened through the event, with his waves. It's just been really just in peak performance. And Barron has had these big standout moments, these crazy manoeuvres, amazing performances at the box. But, you know, the word was from Louis, he needs to collaborate on the wave more. And it's been a bit stop-starty. He wants to see him in perfect sync, putting it all together as we see a little paddle battle here.
Wow.
Just really aggressive jockeying for position here.
Well, you like to see it. Griff's, you know, Captain Cool, very cool customer, but clearly happy to get engaged in this kind of hustle for the opening ride here. A bit of movement on the peak, and Griffin finds some space to get into the opening wave and looks to find the open face here, drawing off the bottom, punches through the curtain. Got a bit of release through that opening turn, a tidy slice and a clean finish. Took him a while to find that opening section, but he finished the wave off nicely.
Yeah, and it wasn't an easy wave to ride, just that single wave of the set, right? You've got there's so much wind. The offshore is absolutely honking this morning. So it looks a lot cleaner than what it is. Yes, it's offshore. Yes, it's clean. But when you're paddling in here, when it's this offshore, you're basically paddling in blind. You've got the sun coming up over the hill. It's straight in your eyes. So he read that really well. There was a couple of moments on there where if you'd placed that turn incorrectly, the whole wave wouldn't have flowed. So for the first wave of the heat, not a bad effort.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the replay here. And Griffin comes around this first section, tags it off the top. Has this little bump, so connects well with that second turn. Little layback hack off the foam to finish off. Nice variety. Saw the back foot shift back. Just a nice little tail release, re-entry through the lip there. Comes around this section. Nice quick snap, carve off the top, straight back onto that bottom turn, and just flares the tail out. Great control on that last manoeuvre. And it was interesting, Barron didn't challenge him for that wave. They had that tussle, and then it was almost like Barron just sort of sat back a little bit on that one. Wasn't even interested in that wave.
It might have played out exactly how he had orchestrated it in his mind. Griffin taking a smaller wave, Barron assuming that priority on the outside. Griffin turns in a 6.5. Pretty impressive, Rich, the timing, how precise he is, but still putting it on edge at different stages.
Yeah, the variety was there. Griff knows he's got such good intuition about when to push, when to pull back, when to just execute a nice clean turn, and then the finishing statement where he pushes it a little bit hard, throws something extra into it. He's just so in tune at the moment.
Yeah, we've got an incredible women's final coming our way. Caitlin Simmers and Gabriella Bryan will fight for the #1 position in that yellow jersey. Can Gabby hang on to it?
That was hard out there.
So hard.
You turned a closeout into a two-turn crazy combo.
Yeah.
That was a beautiful bottom turn to get there like you did. Well done.
Thanks.
Impressive, Gabby.
Oh, the dogs.
Don't get out of that weddy.
Okay.
Don't get too
The dog's been well fed.
No.
Get 2 more, but that's the happiest I've seen him in a few heats now for Gabriella Bryan there. There's been a few errors, and Gabriella's kind of identified them even before. She's had a chat to Richard Dogmarsh, but only praise for her in her efforts out there, understanding and seeing so many heats out there himself, understanding how difficult the conditions are, even though, like you said, Flick, it does look clean and it's a little slower, a little less opportunity. She did well.
Oh, it's so hard to read. It kind of looks like a perfect day for him right now. You're like, oh, dreamy conditions, amazing. I can tell you right now, it is so hard to read, especially because we've had so much swell all event period. You know, unless you've spent a lot of time here, how often have these guys and women really surfed this wave when it's been this small on this inside ledge? It's different positioning, it's different landmarks. I mean, if you look here, you know, there's actually, we talked about it yesterday, but this big outside bubble where everyone usually gauges their takeoff point. Right now, we're well and truly, and that we're not even really going to see that fluff about today because it's that small. So as we see Griff getting active again.
Yeah, under priority, willing to go after another score here. Really clean opening carve, gets some release again, climbs over that section, hunts down more opportunity through the inside. This wave cupping out super shallow there, but he does stay on his feet. The 26-year-old who's made an incredible charge up the rankings since this Aussie treble, and he's got to come in for a board change now. High impact landing there, Rich.
Yeah, just coming down off that float up, just all that pressure. That fiberglass and foam didn't really stand a chance. Only a small wave, but just goes to show you how much power these guys have. Even only dropping down that little 2-foot end section. And Griff, I saw he took about 3 spare boards down. There was discussion around what equipment he was going to ride today. Shifting down to a 6.0. Let's go through the replay. Beautiful opening slice. Stays so nice and compact. Through these turns, comes through to this inside section. It cups out. The bottom falls out, and you can just see there was a bit of a thud as he landed on the flats there.
Let's see what Mamea can serve up on his first ride. Rips through his first carve, and that one's going to shut down. He's got a bit of time to potentially get himself back in this heat, with Griffin going for a board change on the inside, but we saw him signal to Tommy Whitaker there on the beach, and clearly he's busted that board. We'll get a camera on it in a moment, but just a 2 for Barron on that first wave. Thinking about his history at this event, he's on his way to his best result already, Mamea. Cracking the semi-finals for the first time. Other than that, he's had a couple of early round exits, and a couple of years back he did have a quarter-final, but this is quickly becoming one of Griffin's favourite hunting grounds. After a couple of shockers in his first 2 visits to the West, in the last 5 events, he's cracked the quarters or better. He's on his way to another solid result here, obviously. Tommy Whitaker knows this location well. There's the buckle.
Yeah, that is prime posse for the crease. Right at that leverage point between the 2 feet.
But he got what he needed out of the wave though, Rich. It was a smaller one, 5, 6, 7, and just sort of applying a little bit of pressure to Barron at the moment.
Well, it's basically 2 waves under priority because Barron had the inside track for the start of the heat. There was that tussle, and maybe that put Barron off slightly. As we see here, just this little lip gliding floater here. Watch as Griff comes down. Bang, slams right. There was a point where he landed, and the wave landed as well. Just all that pressure. You feel them go under your feet too.
Oh,
you know the second it happens.
On his way back out now, 23 minutes to go. Chasing his first win this season, was victorious in the last event of the regular season in 2024, getting a victory in Fiji. But the start of this year just did not go to script for Griffin Colapinto. A number of early round exits. Wasn't until Bells Beach that he cracked the finals of an event. He was in magic form down there, losing in a close one to Jack Robinson, who went on to get the victory. And just when it looked like he tapped back into form, a 17th at Burleigh Heads. He's rebounded nicely here to continue to climb the ranks. It's been super impressive. Chasing his first win of the season. We haven't had anyone claim multiple victories, but there's a couple of surfers with that opportunity today. Barron Mamea, who won stop 1. Went back to back at the Pipe Pro. What a feat that was. And Geordie Smith on the bottom side of the draw, looking to add a second event win to his collection of results this season as we see Mamiya up again. Just a throwaway score on his first ride. This one has a little bit more fire in it. Nice hit there, but can't really get the end section finish he was after.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? At this size, these little sections just pop up so quickly, and you've got to be ready to react, ready to just adjust your line so quick and put your manoeuvres in the right spot.
It kind of also depends, like, when these waves come in, right, they're not, like, they're pretty consistent in the same spot, but sometimes the right will shift a little bit deeper, and depending on where that wave is on the reef depends where you're going to finish, and it depends what the end section's going to look like, right? Like, this one was pretty small and it came really right in on the inside ledge. You can see how steep it already is, and so, like, cupped out on this inside section, it's kind of already hit that brick section, right? I mean, look how, like, ledgy that is. It's just, yeah, it's really dependent on where that wave breaks on the reef to what that end section's going to look like. And I think we're going to see a lot of, like, different looking end sections today, and if you're lucky and you can time it and you can then just get yourself a set, I mean, you're definitely going to get that nicer finish. I mean, so Gabby Bryan basically do it. It was a bigger wave, didn't have much room, but she got the 2 turns and it was like a real convincing section at the end. But
yeah, that big finishing move, that big finishing move that we've seen throughout the week, it's sort of been erased.
Yeah,
and it's almost fool's gold. It almost lures you in like it did Barron there. He almost would have been better just going for the full Hail Mary as the second turn rather than trying to chase something that potentially is not there right at the end of the part of the wave.
It definitely lures you in, that's it.
We've seen 4 10-point rides on the Men's Championship Tour this year. And 2 of them have come from the competitors out there in the lineup. Barron Mamiya snagged one over at Pipe in the round of 16 against John Florence when he needed it most. And Griffin's moment here at Main Break, we'll be looking at that one for many years to come.
Could have almost been 2, as we've talked about that wave at the box.
Oh, totally.
And finally, I was talking to Griff this morning, and he said the start of this year, he wrote on his little whiteboard at home that he wanted to get 2 10-point rides this year. So he's ticked one off, almost got the second. So he's got one to go.
Wonder if he'll pull it out in these next couple of heats. 19.5 minutes to go here. He's had a solid start here, winning the opening exchanges against Barron Mamiya, but Mamiya still within reach at this stage of the game, chasing that 7.5. And, you know, you've got to kind of really have a deep think about what Barron Mamiya's achieved in a short amount of time on the championship tour. Joined the ranks in 2022. He's just been on fire. 3 CT wins, and when you look at where they came, it's the stuff of legend, Rich.
He sort of made the tour as a wildcard as well, really. You know, came in, got the results, made it in, and he's been, I mean, pigeonholed almost as a slab specialist, and that's where his best results have come. But the evolution of Barron Mamiya has been really interesting to watch. You know, getting to perform on open face waves and putting the turns together, working super hard now with Luke Egan and also the team at CI to get the boards that work for him. Even when you watch him surf, it's a different style. He's very front-footed, very dominant the front foot, and the way he steers the board around. He's working super hard at it, and really it's noticeable improvement over the last season or 2.
Yeah, when you reflect on his results, I think a few times now he's got himself in that yellow jersey at the start of the season, and it's like someone's put soap on the ladder because he's slipped down the ladder as he's moved through the season, but more so slipped down the ladder as he's moved to foreign events. And this year he was in danger of doing that again, but he got himself back on track in Portugal, and he's into the semi-finals for the 3rd time this year, and looks to be on his way to his best finish on the CT.
Totally. I think it just speaks to what you were saying, Rich, you know, working so deeply with the boards, new coach. I think we're looking at a different Barron this year. He seems different. Just in the post-hate interviews when he's talking about his surfing and reflecting on it and sort of, I don't know, he just seems like he's processing things a bit differently and wants to, yeah, really, I guess because you said, you know, back to your point, Rich, you know, he was pigeonholed as that sort of slab surfer. So he really wants to sort of change that narrative and that script. And yeah, it's really evident.
Well, there's an honesty behind that as well, too. You need to look at yourself in the mirror and go, where do I need to improve? Because it's pretty easy to just go, oh, no, I've got it all covered. I'm killing it. Got a couple of wins, and I don't really need to improve here. But he's been super honest, and his coach will keep him honest as well.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know sometimes, you know, someone with that experience like Luke Egan identifies an individual that needs some help strategy-wise and at different locations on the schedule, and we'll approach that surfer and say, hey, come on, it's time. But it's working out well, this partnership. Barron has turned his year around into the semi-finals and with a chance here to crack his second final this year. Chasing a 7.5. Oh, wow. Rips through that carve and just pushed his board to the point of release, which you got to do, but just a loss of control there and missed the finish again.
Yeah, well, just pushing extra hard, and these are these little rock sections these little rock shelves that you really can't see when you're riding the wave. The wave just falls out from under you. This one started pretty well. Big old wrap to start things off. Great form there. Beautiful body positioning, and then comes up to this next section. And watch this, he brings it all the way around here. Now he shifts the weight to the front foot, gets that tail release, and then the wave just drops out from under him and he loses that transition. Can't get it back onto that toe side rail.
15.5 minutes to go. Kaipo watching on. Great matchup. We mentioned it, Kipes, two of the highest scoring surfers this year. When you think about those big individual rides, moments that you've witnessed from the water.
Yeah, they're both incredible performers this year. But what I feel is happening here, the energy in the water, Ron, is I feel like a frantic energy off of Barron right now, trying to make up the deficit. And you can kind of see it in his surfing a little bit, and I just see it in his body language and just the energy here in this semi-final.
Yeah, I totally agree. Also, it just feels like the energy kind of in the water sort of laid down a little bit at the start of this heat. Haven't really seen the same sort of sets roll through that we saw earlier on.
Yeah, that's another factor, right? These lulls can really kind of take you off your mark, take you off your game. And the good waves are going to become precious as the day continues. And as this tide is rising, I think you're going to see fewer of those good waves. And so when you get a good wave, it's precious and you want to perform.
Yeah, and Griffin Colapinto finding that edge at the moment. Thank you, Kaipo. And Barron Mamiya just hasn't really been able to convert just yet. And like Kaipo said, when you know you don't know how much opportunity you're going to get in a decreasing swell, you got to make it count. Griff getting the edge at the moment. 14 minutes remaining here. Mamiya needs a 7.5. Priority is with Griffin Colapinto. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break. Look at this day.
All the crew that come down here early on finals day to a lot of times, both dads, a lot of kids that should be at school, so well done kids. And I hope you enjoy the action. Beautiful Margaret River man, sitting there, and got the store, got that racing station there, different class in there, different name, glass, that's what it said. They're asking the next team to flying out of there. Yeah, nice lad. There's even something on the radar.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by BioGlan, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Stone and Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia.
Kaya, welcome back to the show. Finals day here at stop number 7, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And what a blast we've had in the West again. Faced all conditions, and it's the surfer that's going to adapt best to all faces of main break and the box that's going to break through for the victory on the men's side and the women's. We've got a fantastic final established for the women. Gabrielle Bryan up against Caitlin Simmers. The yellow leaders jersey will be up for grabs when those two hit the lineup. Both showing incredible form throughout this event. And for amazing athletes fighting for a place in the final here in the semis on the men's side. Barramamia at the moment chasing a 7.5. Griffin Colapinto with the lead and also hanging on to priority. Converted beautifully on his first 2 rides.
Yeah, he's been super smart. I can't sing the praises enough to get busy early as we see Barron trying to fight back now.
Let's see if he can settle into his performance a little bit. Kaipo was picking up on some frantic energy from Barron out there in the lineup and some frustration in the body language there, Rich.
Yeah, you can just see it, can't you? He's starting to feel a little bit of pressure here. But it's not over. It's definitely not over. There's still time.
Well, earlier in this event, we saw the Colapinto boys clash in the opening round. But today, AJ, there is an opportunity, there is a chance that we could see the brothers meet in the final.
And make no mistake, they have absolutely talked about the fact that they could be in a final together. We are walking down the board, Crosby Colapinto getting ready for his semi-final heat. Yesterday, he told me that they are taking this one laugh at a time. I caught up with Caroline Marks, who's been staying with them throughout this Margaret River event, and she said that at the beginning of this event, you could really feel how much tension there was because the Colapintos both had a lot of pressure to make the cut, to perform well here in Margaret River. And then early on, they kind of looked at each other and said, you know what, this isn't us. Let's go back to just being fun, having a good time, and enjoying this opportunity to compete together. And they made an actual switch that she says she could tell when they flipped it back to just being their goofy, more carefree, intentional selves. And certainly that is something that we've seen throughout this event. And now here they are getting ready to compete in semifinals and a chance to go into a final together. It's pretty incredible to watch it happen.
It's amazing. Yeah, I'm thinking back to the 2004 Hossegor, the Quicksilver Pro over there, Bruce and Andy Irons surfing against one another in the final. Doubt those two would have gotten together and made a pact to surf the final together. They were so competitive.
To laugh their way through it? You reckon they did that?
My goodness.
No, I just also think back to when they surfed the Yeti with each other and Bruce had a black eye and something about a poker game gone wrong. But there's been a bit of competition outside of the surfing between Griffin and Crosby this week. I mentioned that yesterday. A pong battle, a ping pong battle up at Jake Patterson's place. And Crosby got the jump on Big Bro. It happens occasionally. So we'll see what unfolds. Right now, though, there's 8.5 minutes remaining here. And even though Griffin Colapinto has controlled the opening stages of this semi-final heat, Barramamia is still well within reach. He's after a 7.5. Haven't really seen him connect with a quality wave just yet. Taking some chances to maybe chip away at the requirement on a left, but opts out of that one.
Yeah, the other thing today as well, because of the size, they're going to be able to rotate pretty quick in terms of riding a wave. If you need to, you could probably turn it around in 2.5 minutes perhaps. So still plenty of time here on the clock for Barron.
Yeah, with the bigger swell that we had flick throughout the window. You know, if the clock was winding down and you were trying to turn a heat with a couple of rides, you know, you needed around 5 minutes or so to actually achieve it. Today, it's a little different.
For sure, I think the only problem today is that rising tide and the dropping swell. I think obviously you can paddle out so much quicker, you know, probably not going to be utilising a jet ski maybe, but I think, yeah, the problem here is just that swell getting smaller, the inconsistency that we're going to see, because I've sort of seen a couple of long waits between sets. You know, we've seen it in this heat, and I just think Griff's been super smart. You know, there was opportunity, surf it, and when you're on that wave, don't fall, because that, you know, you just don't know what might be your last opportunity. I think he's just made the most of it.
Their second heat at the championship to a level, head-to-head. And their last heat was right here at Margaret's too in the quarterfinals in 2023. Griffin got the jump on Barron in a low-scoring heat there. Almost similar numbers to what they're hanging on to at the moment. Just over 6.5 minutes to go.
Well, that was a solid appeal from Barron Mamiya, wanting priority, and he's got it. So Griff just doing enough, having a look at that wave. So this is really good news for Barron Mamiya, who has wrestled priority and put himself in a position where he can make a solid comeback.
That feel like a little win, Rich, at that point?
Huge win. Not a little win, a huge win at this point, because, you know, Barron is in need of a decent wave here. He needs to match at least that 6. He wants to stay in this. Looks like sets approaching. So the timing of this all going down, all falling, the momentum shift going to Barron.
How's the position of our competitors with this bigger set, Kipes?
There he goes, Barron under the lip and had priority just for a little while. Back to Griffin Colapinto with heat control now, Ron.
Wow, and Griffin ducked under that first wave. He had both surfers had moved quite a long way inside, trying to capitalise on some of those smaller sets. And it's quickly worked back into the advantage of Griffin Colapinto here, Kaipo.
Yeah, so look at the priority is so important right now. I talk about waves being precious, right? And so that was a precious wave with precious priority, and Barron unfortunately handed it back over. I got Griffin on my Apple Watch, and Griffin's got priority, and he's ahead, and there's 5 minutes to go.
We saw earlier in the contest, Kipes, Jack Robinson fall under the lip of a wave, which is just so uncharacteristic. Just maybe some of that frantic energy in Barron's sort of chase to limit the deficit here coming in to play.
Yeah, and it's just, you know, it's the offshore wind, and it's that, like you said, frantic, trying to position yourself correctly. That was a pretty surprising set that popped up, and yeah, so unable to execute on that one with Barron.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. I think, you know, 9 times out of 10, Barron pulls that off, but he was rushing out to try and meet that wave.
I just think it's so hard to be in position for a set like that, because there hasn't really been too many of them this morning. You know, like, they're positioning right in on this inside ledge. There's always a set at main break. You can never really sit further enough out. There's always going to be the one that's going to loom up there, and unfortunately they were just kind of a bit out of position for that. Like, it was one of those ones that you were always going to struggle to get to in time.
Yeah, hate to play what if, but if he had made that, converted, 7-point ride, got the barrel and a finish, he's right back in it.
Maybe in the lead.
Yeah.
4 minutes to go here, and you think about the year that these two have had, almost completely opposite. Griffin struggling for results, a 17th in the first event. Barron Mamiya breaking through for a victory. Took Griffin a while to start his climb. 28th position from memory going into the GWM Aussie Treble down there at Bells Beach. Jumped 12 places. And there wasn't a whole lot of movement on the ranks, especially at the top end after Burley Heads, because most of the surfers in the top 10 fell out of the mix early. Barron Mamiya, he managed a 9th. That kind of just kept him in the top 10 picture. But he is solidifying his place at the top end of the ranks, and Griffin really is starting to make his move.
Yeah, it seemed just a bit odd, didn't it, to see Griffin's name way down there in the late 20s. And we thought for a moment, just, you know, how is he going to pull himself out of this? But just his clutch performances under pressure. And now he's marching towards that top 5.
Yeah, getting back into that happy place that he likes to compete in a bit of a flow state, just able to do his best surfing with the jersey on. He was pretty optimistic about his chances, though, at getting through some heats after putting together good performances early in the season and losing out in close battles.
Yeah, even at Bells, you know, I mean, the morning show there, the talk was, is Griff going to make the cut? You know, he was sitting right down there. But to your point, Ron, he was confident, and he showed us all at Bells that he clicked into that form, as we see Barron.
2 minutes to go. Let's see what he can do. Can he get himself out of trouble here? This wave breaks in two, or fades into deep water, and he's going to have to kick out. Looking at the live ladder, just making the semi-finals has seen Griffin make a climb 4 places into 11th position. If he gets through this heat, likely that he jumps again into the top 10. Barramamea, meanwhile, he's climbed up into 5th spot. He's jumped 3 places already on the live ladder from 8th position. So a really positive result for him here in the West as well. Barron hasn't been able to really get himself into a better position to make a strike at the lead here. Still after that 7.5 after 7 waves.
Yeah, well, Griff only needing the 2 waves at the very start of the heat, both under priority. Established that early lead, put the pressure on, and maintained it.
Yeah, buckled his board, came in for a change. Barron was unable to capitalise on that. But the good news for Griffin is that wasn't the board that he achieved the 10-point ride on. So that board's being well rested at the moment, because it appears to work pretty well above the lip.
Oh, yeah. That was, I'm still freaking out on that air. It was unbelievable. Go watch the replay. It's something special.
40 seconds to go here. Maybe some set waves on the outside flick. Are they going to reach it in time?
Oh, touch and go. I think this first one might be swinging more towards the channel. If it is, it's going to be incredibly deep on the reef for this right. The guys are definitely eyeing it off.
Some movement here. Griffin Colapinto, 15 seconds, and he'll be sure to keep things clean with that priority. We know that the end of the heat in these close ones, sometimes we see competitors get up and then try and block a surfer with priority, but after that hoot of sounds, you lose that right. But it's not going to matter for Griffin. He got the job done on his first 2 rides. A composed performance. Still going to have a lot more to give as he moves through to his first final this year, and likely breaks into the top 10 as well. Let's have a look at the GWM heat recap. And really the best 2 rides came in the opening minutes.
Oh, and you just got to give it to Griff, right? Basically what you said, Rich, under priority, both of these waves essentially, and right under Barron's nose. He got to work, and the waves he had, smart surfing, just to finish them from start to finish, not to fall. And I think it's just great homework for the heats coming up, right? That it is getting tricky out there. There's not that much opportunity. When you get the waves, you have to finish.
Yeah, he definitely picked the 2 best rides of that heat. Barron just tried to make a comeback and unfortunately couldn't find any of those waves that really opened up and allowed him to really lay down some of those big hammers that we're so used to seeing from him. That wave there was probably his best attempt at it. But semi-final finish, nonetheless, a great result for Barramamea. He stopped that yo-yo effect. He's like hanging back onto the ladder again and found himself in that top 5. Great positioning.
Sure is, and Griffin Colapinto is going to still be in the running for the GWM tank as he has cracked the final. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Semi-2 with Crosby Colapinto, and Geordie Smith is out there next.
It's hard to pinpoint just one thing that makes Western Australia so special. As a surfer, it's an incredible destination because there's world-class waves, and if you're a foodie or a wine connoisseur, no other better place in the world.
Abundant waves, beautiful landscape, crystal clear water, great wine, as well as incredible culinary experiences. This is a beautiful slice of the world.
There's endless ways to have an adventure here. There's always something new around the corner, another new beach that you've never heard of before, a new track down in the forest that you've never seen.
I think some of the best chefs in the world are here, working in the wineries, working in the restaurants. I plan on fattening right up this year.
And I have fattened up a little bit, but also just on the experiences here in the West. And we're going to be treated to another one here, another great experience watching Crosby Colapinto take on the big dog, Geordie Smith, who's been dropping huge numbers of late. He's been absolutely ripping. He's got himself to the top of the ranks in that yellow jersey now, heading into stop number 8. Crosby Colapinto looking to break into his first ever championship tour final.
This is such a big matchup. I mean, obviously there'd be so many surf fans out there, you know, wanting Cros obviously to advance through into this final so you can see the brother-brother showdown, but there'd be so many fans out there that obviously want George to crack this final, to take that yellow jersey, and as the oldest serving member on the men's tour, how cool would that be? So I think it's going to be divided right now, and I think these surfers, I mean, you can pick them apart because there's differences there, there's similarities, and yeah, this is going to be a real show.
He's in elite company, isn't he, Rich? Into his 18th year as a championship tour competitor, Geordie Smith. Only a few surfers have been able to maintain their position on the CT and still be winning events.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, Kelly Slater's the first one that comes to mind, the greatest surfer of all time. Stayed on the tour for decades and kept everyone honest, but Geordie has taken the baton and stood up to the challenge as well, having his best start to a year, currently right up the top of the ratings, and we've been buying into his story. You know, he had the success at El Salvador with the win there, but it hasn't been a flash in the pan result. He's been able to maintain, and just maybe he could get that world title, and wouldn't it be an incredible story?
Yeah, it just seems so chilled, the 37-year-old. Just seems very grateful for the position he finds himself in at the moment, seeing a lot of ivory in his post-heat interviews. Big smiles from Geordie, a lot of emotion after the win in El Salvador. And really making that sacrifice of time at home with his young family, making it count with big results and, you know, a really good chance at cracking the final 5 this year and getting a world title shot.
Yeah, all his heats have just been orchestrated so well. His heat management has just been on point. He never really looks rushed, solid as a rock, minimal mistakes. And obviously, you know, the talent alone has been incredible. Just really leaning well into his asset, which is his big power hack, and he can sort of outpower people. In this one, though, the ledger's evened up a little. I think Cros is going to be able to match him for power and perhaps has a bit of an edge now because we don't see Geordie going to that progressive, innovative style of surfing as much as he normally does. So Cros maybe has the edge there.
Yeah, Geordie 6'3", got the height advantage over Crosby Colapinto, but it's a good battle between two surfers who possess similar weapons, both progressive but have that great leverage, those big frontside calves they can lean into as well. Been impressed with the form that Crosby clicked into, in particular in the heat against Ethan Ewing to keep his place on the CT. That was really impressive, a must-win heat for him, and he got the job done.
Yeah, he could have easily been rattled by the enormity of that exchange, and Ethan obviously one of the favourites at any location, but especially out here And Cros just stood up to the challenge, and I think, you know, probably influenced a little bit by his big brother in the heat prep, in staying calm, in maintaining a level head under pressure. I was just watching him in the warm-up to this one. He started his preheat prep about an hour into this, just shut everyone down, literally had the beanie over his whole face with the headphones on, and just shut out the world. Really focused in on what was needing.
It's an interesting situation too for the big bro Flick, because we know he is the ultimate cheerleader for his younger brother, and has been there to watch his heats and ridden the emotion of those encounters. And he'll go from event contender and probably to cheerleader for a minute or two here before the final.
Oh, yeah, he's obviously... I think more than anything, Griff is going to want to match up against Cros, you know. I think it's the stuff you dream of when you're little kids, you know, and you're doing mock heats, you know, in San Clemente at the pier, and that's the things you dream of. Imagine, you know, in 10 years' time, we're both on the CT and we get to surf in a final together. Like, that's the kind of stuff you're mocking up in your brain as a 10-year-old. And I think more than anything, Griff is going to want that for sure. But then I think it'll be interesting to see if that does play out, because, yeah, okay, they said that let's just laugh at this and, like, you know, we're going to go at this at last. But I think we're going to see this new level of competition sort of come out, and they've been speaking about it and openly speaking about it for last year on tour. You know, they had that matchup at Winky last year down at Bells Beach. Sort of, you know, it was smaller waves, a bit more challenging. And they said, we just want another go at it. You know, it almost happened in Portugal. Was it last year? I think. But, yeah, it'd be cool to see it if it was to unfold.
Crosby into his third semi-final heat. Hasn't cracked a CT before. Geordie, obviously, one of the most winning surfers on the championship tour at the moment. 7 CT victories after El Salvador. Keeping company at the moment with Adriano de Souza, world champ, and former event champ here, Jack Robinson, who got his 7th win at Bells Beach this year. And the great Dave Macaulay, who I've seen down at the event site today. He was here, obviously, helping Bronte through the event. But if he can get that win today, Geordie Smith, he'll step up to 8 wins with Rob Machado, Derek Ho, Gary Elkerton, the great Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. I know Barg's had a lot of major international victories too that you could probably add to his tally, but the events were rated a little differently back then. But esteemed company. 24.5 minutes to go here. And Kuiper is out there in the lineup, enjoying these great matchups, Kuipes.
Well, it's a great matchup, but Ron, there's a lot of pressure in the water right now. We talked about how a good wave is precious, and the priority has not been established yet. So there's some tension, and it's going to have to be, like, the surfers are going to have to stay focused. I think we may have our first couple of lines coming through right now. Open priority between these two. Let's see how this plays out.
Do you think Crosby will challenge the big dog, though?
Yeah, he should. I mean, he should. But here we go. I also want to update you on the Oakberry surf conditions. About 5 to 7 foot faces. You see the inconsistency right now. The tide's still rising. Offshore wind, and it's brisk. It's cold. It's been cold out here all morning. It's warming up a little bit with the sun, but it's still the air's pretty cold. Water about 74 degrees Fahrenheit.
It looks beautiful out there at the moment in this area. It often does. Yeah, it's funny thinking about Geordie getting pushed. He was so chilled. I believe it was Joel Chianca that he was surfing against up at Burleigh Heads, who was pushing him deep with priority. Geordie ended up getting into a 9-point ride. He had a good chuckle about it in his post-heat interview. But he's got a presence on tour these days. And I think he's got a presence out there in that lineup at the moment. You can just feel it.
He's got a lot of conviction and a lot of candid moments that we've seen from him this year. Just been there, done that kind of attitude, which is, it's actually really comedic, like kind of funny, right? You get to a point in your career where you're like, yeah, seen it all, you know? And it's the post-heat interviews and the moments we're getting from him are some of the best, in my opinion. It's just, it's really fun to watch it unfold. He speaks with conviction and just, you know, I think someone who's really just settled into that position as top dog on tour.
I think it just reeks of confidence is what it does.
It
You know,
does.
someone who has, you know, got a ton of accolades and, like you said, you know, has been around the block a couple of times. So he is, this is all just icing on the cake for Geordie.
This ain't me first rodeo.
No, exactly. And, well, he's taken the inside position here in this heat against Crosby, so he's forced the issue. He wants the first wave.
We know we're going to have a new winner on the men's side in 2025. Griffin and Geordie have both cracked finals here in the past. Crosby Colapinto looking to get into his first CT. We did learn the sad news this morning, the passing of Jack McCoy. Just an absolute icon. And he produced so many beautiful moments here in the West. He had an incredible film archive, and I think some of his best films were shot here, Rich.
Yeah, Bunyip Dreaming comes to mind. Blue Horizon, another one of my favourites. So many good movies, incredible. Just cinematography, some of the best pictures you'll ever see.
And he spent a lot of time over here in the West with the Simpson family flick.
Yeah, he spent so much time here in the West, and I think they're some of my all-time favourite movies. I think Bunyip Dreaming has to be up there. You know, cinematography-wise, incredible, but then the music that it was paired with as well,
man.
right? Talking Celibate Rifles, like, you know, some of these all-time great bands, and they will forever be etched into my brain. You know, as I was a kid, my dad was taking me surfing, showing me these movies. And, yeah, they really showcased the West in such a beautiful way.
Such a beautiful way, an award-winning way. And you're right, he was the master at pairing music with unbelievable sections. He recently was honoured by the Australian surf industry, their honorees night, alongside Laura Aniver and a charity or a non-for-profit called Take 3 for the Sea. But Jack was the man of the night. He wasn't there in person, wasn't well enough to accept the award. His daughter Indiana accepted the award on his behalf. She made a beautiful speech for him. But he also spoke and just talked about his love of surfing and just his journey. His first movie that he made with Dick Hall, Storm Riders, it was premiered at the Sydney Opera House. He always, you know, had really big dreams for surfing. He was a master of his art. 16 mil shots that have stood the test of time, timeless. Luke Egan spoke on the night in Jack's honour and just talked about just how beautifully he captured pivotal moments in surfing and how they have actually stood the test of time and probably eclipsed the moments that are even captured today. So, yeah, he was just a guru.
Yeah, an incredible environmental conservationist as well, and just an ambassador of aloha and
Big
love,
time.
you know. You'd get a hug from the man and you could feel it.
Yeah, you know who else had a video message that was played on the night? Paul McCartney, who was really good friends with Jack McCoy and loved his images so much that he actually used them in a music video for a song that he put out called Blue Sway. And a lot of that footage featured Craig Anderson. Just an incredible vision. But a big shout out to his family. And yeah, we'll obviously enjoy Jack's art for the rest of the time, which is going to be fantastic. We've had a heat restart here in Semi 2. Just no opportunity for our competitors to sink their teeth into some big manoeuvres out here. So a fresh clock here for Crosby Colapinto and Geordie Smith. Let's hope we see some waves while we wait for that first set to roll in. We're going to hear from Griffin Colapinto, our first finalist.
Griff, we were just talking about how different the conditions are this morning compared to how you've surfed so far here at Margaret River, what you've surfed in. How did you approach this heat?
I knew that we wouldn't be riding many waves, so I kind of just was prepared for that. And then, I don't know, I was riding a 6.0 and I rode a 6.1 yesterday, so I knew like I'd have to create on some smaller ones possibly. And my backup score, my 5.6, I needed to do just that, so I was glad I went down an inch.
This has been what you've called a roller coaster, this event so far, but now it is the next stage of it is your first final of 2025. Just how have you built this entire event, your confidence, your surfing, and prepared for this moment?
I just think, you know, a lot of resilience and and this year I've had a lot of adversity, and I think the way I've handled it, I'm super proud of myself, and like they're responding right after losing, and like, you know, going to the gym right away just to get out the demons or whatever you got to do to like feel like you're gonna stay on course, you know, and not get off course, and you know, just trusting that things will go your way eventually. And like even that last heat, I made a mistake with priority, and then an absolute bomb coming. Barron was just caught too far inside and wasn't able to really surf the wave. So that was like one thing that started going my way. I was like, okay, there it is. And yeah, just like all the hard work shining. So psyched.
And I know you've got your eyes on the ocean watching Craws. He told me yesterday you guys are taking this one laugh at a time as you try to hope for that all brothers final. What are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm feeling, I feel good. I think no matter what happens, like we're gonna be super proud of this event and happy, and we're going back home soon. So yeah, whatever happens, but I'm sure he's probably feeling like this is the biggest heat of his life right now. Me already in the final, and this happened in Portugal where I made the final and he just missed out in the semis. So I don't know, maybe this is the tide turning, but yeah, it's pretty funny. Like if you look back to our first heat of this event, we had the same heat together, and we both surfed the worst heats of our lives together, and it was just, we were just devastated. We were like as low as it gets after that heat. So bummed, but it's crazy to see the reverse on the other side now, and like I don't know, yeah, I really hope he gets in the final with me. Come on.
We'll see you then, Grip.
All right, thanks, AJ.
You know that the folks, Camille and Mitch, are watching on and riding all the emotion of this massive day. A huge achievement for both brothers, who, as we mentioned earlier, we're sitting 27th and 28th coming into the GWM Aussie Treble down there at Bells Beach. It took Cros a little longer to tap in. He had to surf his way through the elimination round here. But after an amazing third-place finish, semi-final finish in El Salvador, got bumped out in the round 32 a couple of times. But it's just really stayed positive and produced his best stuff here in the West to give himself this opportunity to get his first final. What's going on, Fleck?
Oh, mate, I'll tell you right now, those waves have been blown back out to Antarctica or South Africa. If you look at this like pulled back shot, there is white caps out to the horizon. So this offshore is incredibly strong, coupled by a dropping swell, bit of high tide. Main break doesn't like the high tide. Yeah, this shot right here, that ain't onshore, that's offshore.
Rich,
that's white caps.
You've been in this situation before, you know, where you got a huge heat. You know, you need a big result. You've got the momentum. You've established yourself as one of the form surfers, and you go out there and you just can't find those opportunities. How do you keep your head straight?
You just got to, I know it's cliche, but you really do just need to stay in the moment. The worst thing you can do is preconceive how a heat is going to go, because it never happens like that. You can go, oh, you know, it's going to be 6 foot. Am I going to be trading, you know, big blows? But you've just got to stay right in the moment and surf what's in front of you. Someone's got to get through this heat.
Oh.
in 30 minutes time, there is going to be a winner and a loser. So you just need to make sure that you are on those best waves when they come through, and you, like Kaipo said, they are precious. You need to perform when you're on them.
Let's have a look at the event winners this year, starting with Barron Mamiya, who's semi-finaled here in the West. Super impressive. Italo looked near unbeatable at different stages in the opening events of the season.
Yeah, Italo took charge, and then it went to Iago over in Portugal, taking the win there. Jordy Smith,
yeah,
El Salvador.
Jordy, incredible performance at El Salvador. And obviously Jack Robinson down there at Bells Beach was a really popular victory.
It was special. Felipe Toledo was back to his best on the Gold Coast in front of an incredible crowd, surfing one of the best finals that we've seen in a long time against Julian Wilson. What a magic wildcard run that was to the last heat of the comp. And then Jordy Smith, obviously, with an opportunity to become the first two-time winner on the CT in 2025, and he would go a long way to solidifying a place in the Final Five if he was able to do it. Already looking pretty good with a semi-final result. Some positive signs. Looks like there's some sets rolling our way. And the surfers will want to make sure that they're really onto their positioning in the lineup, because we did see in semi-1 some of a big set kind of catch our competitors out of position.
Yeah.
Yeah. The ocean will still cough and splutter a little bit this morning and send these little moments to us. Looks like the wind's just tacked up a couple of knots as well, yeah?
It is hooking right now. It is absolutely hooking. I think, yeah, it was forecasted to do this. It was forecasted to be really strong today. Super strong offshore. Main break sits about, I'd say, almost 300 to 400 metres out to sea. So it's super wind affected. And so we look, maybe a little lump here, maybe the first bit of action.
Yeah, a bit of movement there from Crosby on the outside. Geordie, he's going to get himself into one here to get us going in semi-final 2. Opts for the left. Whips through a couple of backhand jams. That wind's so strong, though, and gets the better of him on the second turn.
Wow, so he basically just got blown off the back of that wave on the second turn. And you know that if the wind's blowing a 6'3" beast of a man like Geordie Smith, that it's going to be blowing. But yeah, one of the rare lefts that we've seen in the entire competition. Wasn't a bad choice either. If he had executed that second turn, there was some numbers there.
Chill factors been right up there this morning, Kives, but that wind has increased in a big way.
Yeah, so the northerly wind has come up, and it seems like it's getting a little stronger every single minute. So and that was a I guess someone had to catch a wave, but going left into this devil wind for the lefts, that would have been a really tough wave to surf. So we talked about priority and precious waves. I think that puts Crosby Colapinto into a good position right now, because now he's holding on to priority.
Yeah, just a 2.5 for Geordie Smith, the big South African. And that doesn't really kind of stack up with the numbers that he's been dropping on his road through to this final. Been a super impressive run from him against some tough opponents. Put 14 plus points up against Emai in the quarters. Really impressive in the round of 16. 17.33, one of his biggest heat score totals of the year. So solid. But he wants to get on that forehand. That's where he's done his best work through the last 4 events. I think it was just the positioning. He was sitting quite deep, and the wave kind of moved away from him, the right-hander, and he was just sort of forced to into the left.
Yeah, I don't think he had much option, but, you know, it's at least we're up and running. Crosby, on the other hand, he's been sitting for a good 20-plus minutes now. So, you know, let's see how he performs when he catches his first wave. It's cold out there, Kipe said. You know, it's chilly, so the muscles can start to seize up.
Just on 24.5 minutes to go, Flick, and I guess what maybe you could, if you're looking at it, glass half full, Geordie's got his feet in the wax now, and he's familiar with how hard that wind's blowing and how it can affect just the way you come out of those top turns.
Yeah, for sure. I think with this wind, obviously it's final day, you want to go hard, but you got to be very careful about pushing right up into that lip, or, you know, where you place your turns. As we see Geordie having a look now, but, you know, you could easily get caught going that bit too high, like we saw. You get blown back off the face of the wave. I mean, it's just so interesting, because when you're watching at home right now, it looks clean, it looks groomed, but I can tell you it is not out there. It's just like you're paddling in blind. You've got that sun coming into your face and spray kind of blistering into your eyeballs. It is really tricky. So, yeah, I think Geordie knowing that now, with that run on the board, the left, just sort of, I guess, a good little bit of an indicator of just how difficult it really is.
Well, 23.5 minutes remaining here, and Geordie Smith, he'll be in that yellow jersey at stop number 8, and it's the first time we'll see him wearing yellow since France 2017. Let's see where he gets the motivation for competition.
Kind of growing up, I just loved to compete at anything it was, whether it was surfing or not, whether it was soccer games or it was running races, whatever it was. I just was a big fan of competition, and I've always felt like that's where it brought like the best kind of version of myself out all the time. And yeah, here we are. I think it's 17 or 18 years later, and I just still love it. It's a lot of people kind of get that mindset of like, oh, you know, kind of when's he kind of going to get over it? But, you know, a lot of people, I don't really think they realize how good the life is too. We get to travel the world, chase amazing waves. Yeah, fair enough, we don't exactly get every spot firing, but we are given the best opportunity at getting the best waves in the world, you know. So for me, it's a great way to support my family, show the family what I love, and it's the one thing I know in my life, man. So if it's something that I can share with my family and my kids, then this is it.
Yeah, George. 37 years of age, on top of the world at the moment. Loving his time on tour, but hungry to get a couple of big numbers here in this second semi-final. Give himself a shot at a second victory this season. We've already talked about this guy's chances at getting on a run through the post-cut events on the schedule, because he's had a lot of success at Trestles. Couple of victories there, couple of victories at J-Bay, and also a win in Brazil. So kind of stacking up really well for him.
It's looking really good for George in the back half of the year, and just the confidence, we've spoke to it already. Yeah, the confidence, big word for me. I just think that he's just sure bet for the end of the year, right? I mean, you're looking at it on paper. You can't argue against that. This is just going to be super interesting how this heat plays out. Looks like Geordie might be having a considered look here.
Yeah, eyeing off the right. Smith on a better looking little wall. Gets his first hit in. Works through the cutback. Bounces off the foam. Drifts that tail. And Geordie's actually an incredible small wave surfer too, and has so much variation on the forehand. Seen him close out events in solid conditions, like Sunset Beach, but also seen him in small conditions at J-Bay when the waves are basically breaking on the bricks, throwing Supermans and a wide variety of turns on this forehand.
Yeah, it's definitely an art form for a bigger guy to look light and agile. Geordie does it really well. Quick hit off the top here, cuts back here. Back to the energy source. And then a bit more flair and spice on that inside turn. Clicks it off the top for that closeout manoeuvre, but really well done at this point in the heat. Just getting back up to his feet again, and actually working in his favour that he didn't have priority, because you go into hunt mode, whereas Crosby's looking for something a little bit more established. Geordie gets to open up on this inside. Nice tail release there, really flaring it out, and then juicing it for all the points right at the end.
Yeah, a little drift on the tail to finish that one off. Thinking about this guy, you know, there's not a situation that he hasn't been in. He's challenged for world titles, had a couple of runner-ups, 2010 to 2016 as well, but he's experienced, you know, the end of competition so many times. You've got Crosby out there at the moment trying to break into his first CT final. A lot of different feels for him. So Geordie in a real comfortable place at the moment, and a pretty reasonable score on that last one.
Yeah, it's a great score in the context of this heat, of course. I mean, and to your point, Rich, just the hunting, you know, you're sitting a bit further in, you're going to take more opportunity if it comes through, and just sort of building on that score line. And you know, when you're hearing your competitors hunting, I just dropped another score, sort of building on that heat total, it sort of plays into your mind. But on the flip side of that, or the other side of the coin is, you know, it's not a giant score that Crosby is chasing down. There's still 18 minutes, and we haven't seen a set. And Rich, you said before, we will see moments of sets. You know, it hasn't gone completely flat. There will be a set in this heat at some point, and if Crosby can find himself on that set and convert and finish, it's going to be like noticeably different in the judges' brains. You know, like as soon as this set comes through, whoever's on it, I think that'll be the turning moment of the heat.
18 minutes to go, 5.33 for Geordie on that last ride, as Gabby Bryan gets set to defend her Western Australia Margaret River Pro title. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break.
17.5 minutes remaining. Jordy Smith with a 2.5 to 5.33. Macaulay Collins gets the pull. Bring out actually. The red jersey has the Red Bull jet skis for all of the sterling work. This is one effort and event, the water control, fantastic conditions, long days, different ways. You guys have got this to be. This is the best water safety crew in the world. You guys have a very important team.
Taking flight once again with the Western Australia flight cam over that end section, which is again served up extremely dramatic moments here at stop number 7. We'd love to see a couple more in this second semi-final heat, where Crosby Colapinto is chasing Jordy Smith at the moment. But right now we're going to throw it down to Vorno.
Yes, well, it is extremely chilly down here this morning and the wind has picked up. At one place where it's always warm is the Cafe del Froth, courtesy of our good friends at Bonsoy. And the girls down here have been keeping everyone jacked up on the bean. And if you come with me just for 1 second, you can actually grab your soy cap, come up here onto the Cafe del Froth deck and get one of the best views in the whole entire contest. Now, it's been a little bit slow this morning, but obviously we are celebrating finals day here at the Margaret River Pro and the legacy of Jack McCoy. And speaking of, you know, his pairing of fantastic surf footage with some of the best music in the world, I got a shout out from the Foo Fighters guitarist Chris Shiflett this morning, who sends his love from all the Foo Fighters, a great friend of Jack, and obviously the pairing of those two, Foo Fighters and Jack McCoy, absolutely eternal in films like the documentary. So big shout to the Cafe del Froth and a big shout to our buddy Jack McCoy.
Good on you, Vaughan. Thinking about him a lot at the moment. While we're here in the West, one of his favourite places to shoot and capture moments. And a moment for Jordy Smith here on this one flick.
Oh, lead going left for the second time in this heat. Cracks it up into the lip. And does he get the finish? Wowzers! Gets the closeout section. That's one thing the left will provide on a small day, because you go into this thing called the surgeon's table. It's a very sharp, very shallow reef, and it will provide a closeout. So these couple of nice moments here, George just getting busy, you know, and getting busy, staying active, keeping warm. But this section here, I just love that. That's sort of reminiscent of what you see on the right on the finish.
Yeah, great surfing, great heat management here by Jordy, just identifying the lack of bigger sets. So he's just gone, you know what, I'm going to shift to plan B. Cros is still sitting at plan A, which is to sit and wait for a bigger wave. And at the moment, plan B seems to be working.
Yeah, a 6.17 Kipes for Jordy Smith on the left, which, you know, here at Main Break, that's usually reserved for people like yourself, the goofs.
Yeah, and into the wind, right? Hey, earlier I said priority is precious. might have been wrong on that one. I think like under priority has been working out for Jordy Smith right now. Checking the Apple Watch, 13 minutes left for Crosby Colapinto to get on the board. And now, you know, as this heat is evolving, putting Crosby into a tough situation.
Yeah, it is. It's an interesting one. We've seen it before, Rich. You know, you can get that priority and really just kind of wait for something that maybe isn't coming your way. Just hoping for the bomb set to really make a big move. The pressure to convert is building too, and you've got to remember we had a restart, which means that Crosby's been sitting out there for
over half an hour.
Over half an hour now without catching a wave. So I don't know, even for someone in a free surf, your feet start to feel a little slippery.
Yeah, absolutely. It just means that the next wave, or the wave that he takes off on to get his campaign underway, he has to convert on it. There is zero room for error going forward in this heat. The next two waves have got to be scores, otherwise Geordie will run away with it.
Yeah, pretty impressive work from Geordie Flick on the left, as you said, with all that wind.
Hey, Goofy approved. Loved it. Loved it. I've seen 2 lefts in this heat, Ron. But no, I think it's so hard when you're in Crosby's position and you've held priority and you've been sitting there, and George obviously hasn't had priority. But to Geordie's credit, he's adapted, right? And he's hunted, and obviously all that experience put into good use. But when you're holding priority and you've sat there and you're stoic in that decision, how do you sort of be like, oh, I've had it the whole time. Surely there's got to be a set. Surely there's a set coming, right?
Yeah.
Like, how do you break the brain and be like, hang on, no, we've got to change up the plan? Because it's just, and break the rhythm of this heat, because it's kind of going Geordie's way at the moment, and it's a long time to be sitting. So it's so difficult when you are in that position. You've held it for so long to sort of break that sort of thought.
Yep.
Yeah, Crosby, though, he's proven to be extremely resilient, very tough psychologically, because he had a really tricky start to the year before the first event. After finishing Rookie of the Year in 2024, broke his elbow. We're going to get a Bond University athlete health check. You know, the elbow, I still see him massaging it before heats, warming it up a little bit. Obviously still not back to 100% just yet, but man, psychologically, so rock solid. Rich missed the first 2 events and just came back on fire.
Yeah, and that's just, it really shows you the form that Crosby has been in, even coming off of last year. It was setting up so well for this tour season. Hit the roadblock with the elbow injury, actually got a bit of a secondary infection as well, which kind of set him back a little bit further again in the comeback, but has just been rock solid, hasn't lost any of the form. And to be 2 events down and still make the tour and be marching up the ratings, that's incredible, and a real testament to just how well he's surfing. Can see a couple of lines just as we cast our head over our shoulder. Hopefully something hits main break here. You can see it on your screen. We may get a start for Cros.
Yeah, a massive jump. 11 places in this event already for Crosby, up in a 16th position. As we see something standing up on the outside, using his priority. Let's see if he's still in that magic touch that's seen him drop big numbers here at main break. Really swift out of the top, round the section, rips through a big carve, wants to finish this one off on the inside, and does. Hanging on for the finish. It's basically bone dry there. And he gets a round of applause there from Tommy Whitaker, his coach, and big brother Griff. And now the heat comes to life. A place in the final up for grabs here. The requirement, it was a gentle combination of scores he was chasing at 11.5. He'll cut that in half and some.
Yeah, I mean, he waited a long time. Hats off to him for completing this. We said he had to. He error-free, nice snap, real whippy out of the pocket, carves it around again, just that beautiful trademark hack, and gets a finish on bone dry bricks, basically. I mean, it's hard to ride out of that any more than what he did. So, and behind him, George.
Okay, Geordie Smith now looking to improve on a 5.33 to get back out in front. Bit of a trip, but cleaned it up nicely.
Oh.
A nice little layback, forces another turn in there on the inside. These guys are giving it everything they can and not leaving any points, even if it means throwing yourself onto the dry rock. Geordie's already come into contact with the reef. That was yesterday. But it's a small price to pay for a score and a place in the final.
Oh, a little layback check turn for Geordie. The minutest of trip-ups on the bottom turn, but cleans it up well and then gets a little slam on the end section. So watch this, little layback hack, but he keeps all that momentum going down the line. And this little hack here, another layback, just driving so hard off that back foot. Clean wrap with speed. And for me, just the pace of these last 2 exchanges from Crosby and Geordie. They have just turned up the volume.
Yeah, real authority in some of that rail work from Geordie, expecting good scores for both competitors. Geordie the benefit of a 6.17 already in the account for the left-hander. The judges obviously diving into some replays of those two rides, but again, you've got to applaud just the mental strength of Crosby, who sat out there for over half an hour with that priority, just begging for an opportunity. Surfed his wave well.
Yeah, really composed, had that pace. Tricky first section as well. He had to fit that manoeuvre in, get around that second section, and that second turn for me, just like butter. Beautiful power, clean slice.
6.67 for Crosby and Flick. Geordie got the benefit of there being a couple of waves in that set too, so a real advantage for him in just getting work done early in this heat.
Oh, totally. I think 6.67 for Cross, first of all. Highest wave of the heat so far. But then you had George behind him, and George did some damage, so.
He did, and he's turned in an 8.5. I think that Geordie's wave, it remained a little steeper throughout. It gave him the opportunity to rip that board back into a couple more critical sections. He finds a pretty big advantage there, so an excellent score now required for Crosby, with set wave standing up on the outside. And the Californian, he is holding priority, but this one is going to slide underneath, and Geordie's going to capitalise on the inside. Now trying to get rid of that 6.17. Geordie Smith in the hunt for the GWM tank here today. If he cracks the final, he'll have to get the edge and win to get that ultimate prize. Doesn't finish that wave off the way he would have liked. 5.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, in hindsight, it was probably a good thing that wave slid under Crosby. I mean, Geordie gave it everything he got, but I don't even think that one is going to go into his top two scores. So we watch the replay here. Geordie just looking really energetic. Clean snap to start off. Projection floater down the line, and another little foam climb, and just here really trying to jam the tail into it. It just skips out a little bit, but yeah, that won't replace the 6.17.
Just going into this heat, Flick, you know, I mentioned before, just the different feel for each competitor. Geordie with so much experience, and Crosby chasing his first CT final, but just the way the start of the heat played out really just for settling the nerves worked in Geordie's favour. Not that he may not have had any.
I don't know if he had nerves, and you know, but this is this 8.5. Let's rewatch this. I just love that he kept that speed throughout that first turn. Made it a moment though with the layback, and then I think majority of the points are coming from this big hack. Look at the displacement of water, how much spray, big rooster, just up, rooster tail flying off the back of the wave. And had no business making this turn, just straight up into this lip that was pretty much already broken, and lands. So, I mean, obviously the deciding moment in this heat, that excellent score. But I think the way that this heat played out in the beginning, I don't know if necessarily, obviously either of them thought it was going to go to the restart. You know, I think they, you know, you're watching the heats prior and you're thinking, okay, maybe like 1 or 2 sets per heat, I'm going to get opportunity. And I think this is the nature of surfing, and you're playing with nature. And you know what I mean? And sometimes it's going to go your way and sometimes it's not. And I think Geordie's just done a really good job at adapting, and I think that just speaks to his experience.
Yeah, he surfed himself into rhythm in this heat. He just went, okay, I'm going to keep the repetitions going as small as they are. These little waves, they're going to offer up these little moments, and he's just built. And the rhythm of the sets have just gone to Geordie's favour now.
Yeah, obviously, Rich, this is probably much like Crosby's encounter with Ethan Ewing. In his head, he was probably thinking, well, based on this being a predominant right and the kind of form that Ethan's showed over the years with his forehand, I'm going to need a couple of 8-point rides to beat him. And he probably had to have that same thought in his head here at main break today with Geordie Smith in this second semi.
Yeah, for sure. And again, I come back to just you know, you got to shake the Etch-a-Sketch. Every heat is a blank canvas. It's a fresh start, and you can't preconceive what's going to happen. You know, heats can be won with a couple of 5s, a couple of 6s. You just never know how it's going to play out. But you know, Cros, he got credit to him. He got that one wave and he surfed incredibly well on it. 2.5 minutes now. He needs an excellent score. Just want the ocean to give him that opportunity. We always want to see our surfers at least getting their 2 rides and a chance.
Yeah, he's just double checking his position in that lineup and sizing up a set wave on the outside, but Geordie's not going to waste any time. And Smith has a look at another left there. Just continues to try and up the ante and get rid of that 6.17. Push this requirement potentially beyond reach for Crosby with a couple of minutes remaining here. But the youngster, 23 years of age, he's still in with a shot, sitting on the outside and just begging for Margaret's to deliver a set his way here at main break, so he can try and respond. Geordie on the inside just continues to work. This is wave number 7. Ripping hard and pushing his board through that last carve, but doesn't get a finish on this one. So again, it won't help him improve.
He's looking youthful though. He's looking energized.
He is. He's looked really fast this season. You know, constantly mixing things up with his equipment. He's kind of always done that through his career, but seems to have a nice stable of boards from different shapers that he can lean into.
Yeah, definitely. He's on a roll with JS at the moment. Some incredible boards under his feet, tapping into some older files, some of Parko's files and things like that as well. Boards are looking good, looking really spicy under his feet. George has called it a day, and we may have a ride here. Didn't quite peak up enough. 30 seconds to go.
That wave was threatening. So Geordie is on the inside, and now Crosby's just hoping that he can get an opportunity here. Can't see any massive sets standing up, so he may have to move to the inside if he's going to turn this one into his 3rd semi-final heat. And time is going to run out for Crosby Colapinto, but he has made another magic leap up the rankings. And he is in the 16th position. It's been a magic run through the contest, but Geordie Smith is into another final in 2025, chasing his 2nd victory, and he will fight Griffin Colapinto for the win on the GWM Aussie Treble and that Tank 300.
Wow, what a showdown we're going to have for the keys of the GWM Tank. Geordie Smith, the victor of the semi-final, and again, just continues this dream run. Everything is just falling into place. Heat management on point, the surfing incredible.
Putting a bit more space between himself and Italo on the rankings now by cracking this final. And we'll see if he can't break through for a 2nd victory. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break. When we return, we're going to have Gabrielle O'Brien and Caitlin Simmers fighting for that #1 position on the rankings, with Joe Chappelle and Jesse Starling stepping in for the call.
The thing about history is that whatever happens, happens. There's no denying it. It is what it is. And no matter how hard you try, you're never entirely in control. It's the beautiful chaos. Hell and heaven canceling each other out. Triumph and defeat. This year, history will be told in 12 chapters. 54 men and women will write it. History will be written live at willsurfleague.com.
Welcome to the final. Gabrielle O'Brien taking on Caitlin Simmers, not hesitating to kick this one off. Katie throwing down that nice, clean, open face hook, throwing some water off the rail of that Chris Borst design. And now tracking towards the end section. It's a tap to float. Inside section is hard to pull off those maneuvers as you run out of water, but Gabby Bryan's on the next one. Big power blow. In transition, belts it again. And the surfer from the island of Kauai making no mistakes, flexing that power game, being the strongest surfer on tour, and starting off with a massive statement in this final. Here we go. We didn't even have to wait for this opening exchange. It is a battle for the yellow jersey. Whoever wins this final is #1 in the world, heading into lower trestles. This is as good as it gets on a matchup on tour here on finals day. Joe Turpel with Jesse Starling for the call. Let's break down this opening exchange, starting with Caitlin Simmers.
Wow, what a way to start a final here. Beautiful opening carve. This is what we saw in the semi-final from Katie. Just in such great form. She holds that rail so beautifully. Tricky section here. Floats up and over the section, pretty much onto dry reef there for Katie Simmers. And then Gabby, wow. This is just traditional power surfing here from Gabby Bryan. Lays into it twice there, comes around, gets a big third turn, and she takes, you know, just one more, just for good measure, but excellent scores to start off this heat for Gabriella Bryan. Just huge power surfing, put everything on the line. She saved the best till last here on the final. Look at this turn. Fins out the back, pushes so hard off that back foot, and just transitions straight away into this next one. That fin completely out, shows a perfect bottom turn. Again, look at the water flying off the back of her turns. She has to be the strongest girl on tour by far. Gabby Bryan starting off with excellent scores here.
That was unbelievable. Smashing sections, not holding back, and still in rhythm with the ocean. Gabrielle O'Brien up again, a little slip almost on the bottom turn. Still a quick tag off the top. Now wrapping into the pocket. Gabriella shutting that one down almost as she disappears on that inside section. She's got to stand up on that shallow reef, but starting off with a flurry of action and some unbelievable numbers to kick off this final. Katie Simmers getting that first wave, 717, 3.33. What a brilliant start. Both these surfers having the time of their life on tour. Katie already a world champion. Gabrielle O'Brien, it's certainly keeping her honest this season, Jesse.
Oh, absolutely. I love the rivalry we're seeing brew between these two. I mean, Katie, she's a really different and unique surfer to all the other women on tour. She draws different lines. She gives us an edge that we're not used to seeing in competitive surfing, where Gabby, she's got to be the strongest girl on tour. She is so powerful, and she just lays into every single one of the turns. She doesn't know anything less than 100%, Gabby Bryan. So a really great rivalry between two very different surfers, really starting to brew in the 2025 season.
Gabrielle O'Brien just getting used to yellow. She looks great in it. Some surfers feel too much pressure. It's like wearing a weighted jacket for Gabby Bryan. It reminds her that she's absolutely ruling this year on tour. This was her second wave that she just rode.
Yeah, she got a really quick start to this one, just super whippy. Unfortunately, couldn't get the finish on that one. There's a lot going on that end section. It was, yeah, just a small score, but to back up a pretty big, excellent number.
Here we go. Sets marching through. Big numbers already on screen. We're going to see a nice open face hook from Katie Simmers. Chips it right off the top, slowing down for just a moment, but still S-ing her way down the track. Nice floaty, drifting finish for the world champ. Current world number 2, looking to get her yellow jersey back. Opened up with a 7.17. And here we go. Gabby Bryan once more. Big open face drive into the pocket. Attacking it off the top. Now waiting, patient for the finish. Section lights up. She crushes it. What a start to the final. Gabrielle O'Brien won't even let us enjoy the big numbers to throw out there. She just wants to keep on swinging. Unbelievable 9.5 start, 4.17 on her second wave. And that's her third scoring ride coming through. Simmers with the 7.17 start, then to a 3-ranger. And now putting more into the scoring screen as well. Last to Caitlin.
Oh, I love these back-to-back waves here. Beautiful opening carve here from Katie Simmers. Comes back round, takes that one high. You can tell she puts the hand on the board, tries to get down the face, generates speed here. Love that. Tweaks the tail on that end turn. Haven't seen a lot of that for Katie Simmers in this, and then comes here Gabby Bryan, massive power gouge, full John Florence-esque on that one for Gabby Bryan. Up and over on the second section and belts it for a finish here for Gabby. She wants to back up that 9.5. She knew that wave was a good wave.
Kaipo Guerrero, we came off a semifinal where we had a restart. What's happening now?
Well, we brought the cables and we jump-started it. And we got some sets coming now. This exchange has been incredible. We got more waves on the way. So glad to see main break coming back to life right now. And Gabby Bryan, oh my. The power that she had in that 9.5, Joe, was incredible. She slammed the lip. She did such damage to that poor main break lip on that wave.
She certainly did, Kaipo. 9.5, Gabby's best so far. Let's check in with AJ.
Well, Joey, you were talking earlier about just how impressive it is to go back-to-back at an event. Gabrielle O'Brien trying to do just that, add her name to the step above this one, joining a very short list of people who've been able to do that. But one of the ones to do it, Carissa Moore, back in 13 and 14, is in her corner. Gabby told me that Riss has texted her almost every single day that she's been here at Margaret River, telling her just words of encouragement, sharing words of affirmation, saying, you can do this. This is between you and the ocean. You're already winning. So Gabby taking a lot of experience from Carissa Moore, leaning into her experience here at Margaret River, and now all showing up when it needs to.
Everything going Gabby's way. Thank you, AJ. And then even better when one of your best friends happens to be one of the all-time greats in a Carissa Moore, 5-time world champ. Stone and Wood slow-mo on the 9.5.
Let's just watch this again. This was just full power surfing here from Gabby. Lays into that first turn. She really kicks off her back foot right at the top of the lip, sending so much water into the sky. Comes around again, doesn't muck around. She goes, you want to see it once? Well, I'll show you it twice. Then here, she gets a finishing section, a lot of water coming her way, belts it for a third time here for Gabby Bryan. So much power, so much technique, so much drama on this wave. It really just kept us so entertained. I wish I could watch it again for the very first time, because that feeling when you watch that wave and you go, wow, and it just kind of takes your breath away. That's what Gabby Bryan brought on her very first wave of the final here.
It's wild that she was injured all last season. She actually got run over in a free surf at Sunset Beach and had shoulder pain throughout the whole year. Her plans were, to spend time working on her shoulder, thinking she might get cut with the injury, but then when she made the cut, won the event last year, she's like, oh, hang on, I've got to think about now finishing off strong in the final 5. So in the offseason, she was actually able to recover, but she actually all of a sudden found newfound confidence going, wow, I did that. Almost made the final 5 with basically paddling with one arm all year. What could I do feeling 100%? And we're seeing it right now.
Oh, she's just lethal. The big difference I see in Gabby Bryan is she's backing her ability and her surfing over wave selection. So if you could give Gabby Bryan a wave, she's going to back her ability and transfer it into a score. But then when you combine her surfing and this newfound confidence she has in it with a really great wave, like we saw that 9.5, we're going to produce excellent scores. And I mean, it's really refreshing to see Gabby feel so confident in herself and really backing her ability, and that to me is what makes a really great competitor and eventually is what makes a world champion.
Jesse, we saw her get the 9 earlier in this event. Her highest CT score, a 9.23 in her career. We just saw her best ever in her championship tour career, a 9.5. Talk about peaking at the right time.
Oh, absolutely. They always say save your best till last, and that's exactly what Gabby Bryan has done here, starting off this heat with a 9.5, backing it up with a 7.83, so we're just over that 10-minute mark. She's got a 17.33 total. That is a competitor's dream to have. She had that in the first 10 minutes of this heat. That is exactly what you want. That is big tick in Dog's book as well. I bet he's got a big grin on his smile on his face right now on the stairs, but she's still going to get through Katie Simmers, and if I know anyone who has a never say die attitude, it definitely is Caitlin Simmers.
9.5 personal best for Gabby Bryan, 17.33 combined total, best combined total in the women's event so far here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. So Katie Simmers will have to outdo that and create a new record for the event if she plans on coming out of this combination that she's up against. A year that's been really thrilling to watch for both of these athletes. Katie Simmers starting with the final at Pipe, the win in Abu Dhabi. So Gabby Bryan was playing catch up in both of those events. They even had a matchup at the pool that day. It's a little different. You're not in the ocean together, worrying about priority. It's you take turns. But Katie got the jump on Gabriella at stop 2 this season. And then we saw Gabby beat Katie Simmers in El Salvador. She's actually undefeated over Simmers at Punta Roca in her career. So this is a real cool building rivalry. Enjoying the title race so far in 2025. Let's catch up to world number 1. Jordy Smith is with AJ.
Jordy, getting it done on the lefts this morning in the semi-final. How did you figure out that that was the way you wanted to play this?
Well, with the slow start, I'd had a 5 on a little inside right, and then it actually had a kind of a lined up wall, and I was far enough over the inside where Crosby was going to miss it, and yeah, I thought if I can get 2 kind of decent turns, maybe I was going to get another 5, but I got a 6-1, so come on.
And then you got an 8.5 when that big set finally rolled through. How did getting busy earlier in the heat set you up for success there?
I mean, it's nerve-wracking when those sets come. You know, you have to deliver on those sets. Crosby got a set, so I was kind of banking on him getting at least a 7 on his wave. Fortunately, he only got 6, and then I thought I was going to have to get 2 points more because he was going to be a priority for the next wave. And yeah, I just kind of delivered on the second turn, and that put me up in the 8 range.
And now you're going up against Griff in the final. How do you get ready?
Yeah, double colapintos, but yeah, I think it's all about the airwaves, really. That's how you win the event. Yeah, just go for it now.
Take a rest. We'll see you in the next one.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, AJ. Thanks, Jordy. Wow, he is so focused. And I'm trying to think about his entire career. I don't remember a season where Jordy's picked up 2 wins in the same season. You know, he's had, you know, now 7 victories on the tour, and it's been that long hiatus. When he won El Salvador, we had to go back to 2017 Bells for his recent win. So for him, if he has this type of flow where he could potentially get 2 big wins at this early in the season, it truly might be the year of Jordy Smith.
Oh, he's dangerous. He's a threat for sure. And I think even the way that he can just, you know, pinpoint his competitors' weaknesses and say, okay, you know, Crosby, I thought he was going to get at least a 7, so I knew that I was going to have to get 2 points better. And just the way he analyzes every single thing in his heat, I think he just seems so switched on, but not in a way that he's adding pressure to himself, in a way that he's enjoying it. and soaking it all up. And I love that, you know, he can really take the mickey out of himself as well and just, you know, make a bit of fun of himself, because you can see how light Jordy Smith is this year, and just it's working for him. And I'm absolutely loving what he's brought to this year. And thank you, Jordy Smith, for keeping my fantasy team alive. Everyone else is knocked out right now except for Jordy Smith.
Great call from Dawn Patrol. Jesse Starling seeing the form of Jordy Smith. He's got one more heat, and he's got a fired up Griffin Colapinto coming up next. And remember, what's at stake in this final is the yellow jersey. Gabriella Bryan still wearing it now, but Katie, if she can break this combination and take the win in the back half of this heat, she could be wearing bright yellow and world #1 as she heads back home to Southern California, where the tour continues at Lower Trestles in San Clemente for stop 8 of the year. We talked about the cut, all the requalification talk. We're all going to be focusing now on who's making the final 5 at Cloudbreak for the Lexus WSL Finals. So the tour goes to Lowers, then quickly to Saquarema, Brazil, then to J-Bay, South Africa, then to the end of the road at Teahupo in Tahiti. That'll be so intense to work out the final 5. So it'll be thrilling to watch these two compete. Probably more finals ahead of them in 2025.
Oh, absolutely. I don't doubt that at all. When you look at the rest of the tour, I hear alarm bells for these two when it comes to Trestles. I feel like we could easily see another rematch of this as the final at Trestles, again at J-Bay. Katie's already won at Brazil. It's going to be a really exciting end to the season, I think, for both the men and the women's side of the tour. And then there's still so much room in that top 5, especially more so on the women's side. I feel like we could see, you know, that those bottom 3 shift a little bit more. But Katie and Gabby, they are the standout surfers of this year. They have been super consistent. Molly, she's in that mix as well. But that 4th and 5th position, you never know who could fill it. Lakey has had a dream run this event. Who's to say that we won't see Lakey Peterson in the top 5 at the end of the year?
It's such a great call. Each event has 10,000 points on the line for a victory, so we could see some considerable jumps, especially if somebody gets on a roll in the back half of the year. For Katie, she's trying to go back-to-back world titles. For Gabriella Bryan, she's looking for her first world championship this season. And Margaret River's been just an amazing event for Gabriella, representing Kauai. You think of Tatiana Weston Webb having a lot of success out here representing that island, also Brazil on tour. Very comfortable with big open ocean swells, matching power with power. But her track record's brilliant, you know, runner-up finish when she had to qualify. So now in her 4th start, 3 finals, potentially 2nd win. She's well on her way. For Katie, it hasn't been that instant success at main break. Last year, quarters was her best so far. So this is Katie's first chance to really win this one.
Yeah, no matter what, this is Katie's best result at main break. She hasn't even made a final here, so this is her first final in WA. When it comes to Gabby, we all know that amazing win. She could definitely go back-to-back, and, you know, she'll join that list of greats. It's Carissa Moore, it's Wendy Botha, it's Pam Burridge, and obviously Carissa, she's the most winning woman here, and she's in Gabby's corner. So that's a massive leg up for Gabriella Bryan, just to know that the woman who's won more here out of anyone else in the world is backing you, giving you words of affirmation. We obviously know that Riss, she's taken a new chapter of her life, welcomed a baby girl into the world, but still has so much pull in the tour and has so much effect on the athletes, including Gabby Bryan.
Oh gosh, we missed that Carissa Moore brand of surfing. It's almost like she's handed it over to Gabby Bryan. Carissa told me that she's the reason she watches the tour. She wants to really stay engaged with her good friend and wish her the best of luck. Give her some unbelievable world champ advice. 9.5 to start your heat and a final, and it's your best career score on the CT. Let's relive this start for Gabriella again.
I love this wave from Gabby Bryan. Look at that first turn. The amount of water that was sent into the sky on those first 2 turns was crazy. Comes back around and finishes it on that 3rd sector, but let's look at this water angle. This is what Kaipo saw. Just 2 massive turns with spray going to the air. Not surprised if he got wet out there too. The jet ski got a bit of a spray from these ones because Gabby has so much power off that back foot. She really drives into it, and that's where the money comes from, with her pushing so hard, and then she just leans so perfectly into those turns, allowing for this beautiful masterclass of power surfing to be on display.
Turn for turn, power for power. It seems like the biggest turns we have on the championship tour at the moment. And cleaning up mistakes is what she's done on finals day. From giving herself a ranking of a 3 out of 10 performance when she saved herself with her 9. Now she's putting these heats away incredibly early, and this one happens to be a final. Gabrielle O'Brien looking solid as she wants to go back-to-back with her wins here in the Western Australia. Margaret River Pro will take a Bonsoy brew break. Back for finals day after this.
Got a suntan out there.
Yeah. Come on, let's do a fake high five.
The family that you have traveling with you is so awesome. How crucial is it, Gabby?
It's so crucial. I think they're a huge part of why I'm having so much fun this year. Even on the off days, it's non-stop laughter in our household. Oh my God, that's the most embarrassing thing
Connor's like a big hand-a-bear kind of vibe, and he really makes it fun for everyone.
We'll start with Big Wave Richard, Lumberjack Richie, he's really good on the axe. And then we got Recovery Richie. We all love Dog for the same reason. He's honest and he's critical, and for us, we just want to get better at surfing, and he's going to help us do that.
You can't help but smile when you get a sneak peek of what you could all watch on Inside Pro Surfing, available on worldsurfleague.com. You can check out this man and his crew. Richard Dog Marsh, such a bright light in the pro surfing world, has been around for a long time. A solid competitor, making big finals like at Bell's, one of the youngest Bell's finals ever. He was runner-up to Nicky Wood. Nicky Wood was 16, Dog was 17 at the time. But he won other events like Reunion Island. Back then, the tour had sometimes private planes that they'd fly with the entire tour from spot to spot. Dog won Reunion, and well, the stories I can't quite get out of him of what happened on that plane fight. I heard there was a food fight, big mess, but it was a real happy celebration of pro surfing and a huge win for the Dog. We'll get it out of him as the season progresses. But he's created such a great stable. He's from Cronulla, but he moved to Europe a long time ago to kind of pick out talent in the European region. So met guys like Leo Fioravanti, really early stages of his career. Dog had a surf shop in Cronulla for some time, but now has just been the super coach. Loves the people that he works with, puts his heart and soul into it, really becomes family when you join forces with Richard Dog Marsh.
There's something about that as well. I mean, when you're on tour, you spend so much time away from home, and you even heard Sawyer Lindblad, she said, I was homesick, and her brother came over, but when you can create a family on tour, which it really feels like that's what you know, Dog does with his team, it's a massive difference, and you can tell by the way his athletes all support each other. Connor and Leo have not missed a heat of Gabby's. Gabby hasn't missed a heat of theirs. It's a really tight-knit family, and it's just a testament to Dog and who he is and the type of coach he is as well. And I think it's such a cool relationship that they all have together, and you know, they all have their own little idiosyncrasies as well. Like Leo, he gets chewy cheeseburgers or something like that if he wins his heats. Gabby, it's whipped cream for her, and so much support. And I love that she can get, you know, feedback from not just her coach, but from people who are doing it at the same time as well in Leo and Connor.
Gosh, all about your support crew, isn't it? I mean, there's so much downtime you have in this surfing world outside of your heats and warm-up sessions, and keeping a good, healthy, positive mindset is great, but also having someone who's not afraid to show you your own mistakes, and you've got to be willing to look at them. Gabby's got that with Dog. Katie Simmers has that with Tommy Whitaker. Katie Simmers riding surfboards from Chris Boris Designs. Tommy right there helps her pick out the right board for the day. And then her manager right next to Tommy, Gabe Garcia, coaching Jackson Bunch this year. Great surfer as well. Gabe grew up really competitive as a young super talent from Carlsbad. Always had great battles with his good friend Brent Riley. As we watch Katie tracking down the line, she's been so smooth with her rail hooks today, covering a lot of the open face. So finding a nice little flow state. And just a wild end section that just bottoms out. Katie trying to break a combination with 7 minutes to go.
Oof, that hurt my head watching the reef get closer and closer towards the end of that wave. But Katie, she's giving herself every opportunity to try and get that out of this combination situation she needs. She needs at least a 7.33 to break combination. Right now, this is a really nice wave. Love the way she put on rail, cut it short there to get into that section. Really push hard off that floater. She comes back around, but you can tell by the body language here, she knew it wasn't quite enough for Katie. So that one comes in, it's not gonna go into her top two. She just needs to keep that energy. She needs to keep that Katie Simmers energy alive that we all know and love. We've fallen in love with over her time on the Challenger Series and the Tour. She just needs to find it, drive really hard off those turns, and show us what she was playing around with the Dolphins with this morning. The wave was insane.
That was so magic. But yeah, loving the board that Katie's been on today. Getting boards from Chris Boris Designs. Kind of started as shaping surfboards as a hobby. Back in the day, you know, way back in the late 80s, Chris Boris was a professional skateboarder in a lot of the Power Peralta movies like Animal Chin, Public Domain, Strip Mall Heroes, and then started making really good equipment. And so guys like Justin Poston, Jason Weatherly went over to Rusty and were like, hey, Rusty, this guy's shaping great boards. And so Boris Designs actually started under the Rusty label, and it eventually made his own brand with Boris Designs, and has not just Katie Simmers, but also a legendary power surfer named Taylor Knox that he's making boards for. Let's catch up with Katie's coach, Tommy Whitaker, with Vaughn.
Tommy, Katie this morning just put on an absolute clinic of sublime rail surfing. But right now, you know, how does she combat the exclamation marks that Gabriella's getting out of her turns?
Yeah, Vaughn, it's a hard one. You know, Gabby's on fire. She's worked really hard at a power game, and it just throws so much water. It's really impressive. So Katie, we work hard on her creative lines and holding that rail as long as we can, and the connectivity between the manoeuvres, and that's Katie's strength. So, you know, all she could do is go out there, try and pick the best waves and show that surfing. I mean, there's been great waves for both of them. So if we could have out-selected her on waves, that would have helped. But it's, you know, hats off to Gabby. She's ripping.
Yeah, well said, mate. Look, we'll leave you to it for the dying minutes of this heat, but what a wonderful performance that Katie has put on throughout this event.
Yeah, she's really adapted to the peak well at Margie's, and to make the final for her was huge here in some big heavy water, which is great. So moving forward, mate, it's a long year. We'll keep it going.
Best luck for the rest of the final, mate.
Thank you, brother.
Great times to check up with the coaches in the heat of the final. Tommy Whitaker, brilliant words about both of these surfers. That's kind of when surfing wins, when they're both fired up, or both 1 and 2 in the world. They go head to head in the final. It speaks to the draw and seeding. You know, you want the best in the world at that day. at that part of the season to meet up when all the points are on the line. So number 1 and 2 in the world facing off for a title here in Western Australia. And Gabriella Bryan getting a little bit closer to go back to back.
Yeah, she definitely is. She's not far off. 3.5 minutes and she'll join that great list of women. But I mean, I really love what Tommy Witz just said, just the fact that Gabby, she's been working so hard on her power surfing and it has clearly paid off. She has been the standout surfer of this event, just so many highlight moments. I mean, so many excellent scores as well. And I love the fact that he even mentioned that him and Katie work on drawing her creative lines. His pinpoint, that is her greatest strength, and she brings to the tour a type of surfing that no one else brings. And I love the fact that they work on that, and how he mentioned that maybe, you know, outsmarting her, potentially catching a couple different waves, it might have been a different outcome. And that's something we spoke to this morning. Because of how powerful Gabby Bryan is, sometimes you do just have to almost out-wave select her.
And just lean into the components of the criteria that really help you succeed. Like Tommy was alluding to, I don't think you can outflow Katie on a wave, and she could really flex that. Well, she's going backhand now. Snap to start, finding a nice lofty backhand float, but she goes down hard. Just trying to line up a couple of different options without priority. And that'll be a throwaway score. Katie's best, still her start, 7-1-7. 2:15 to go to break a severe combination. Katie will be heading to lowers, where she was crowned world champion last year. This season, it's moved to a regular season event, the high performance skate park that it's known as. It's really going to bring out Katie's strengths once again. And for Gabby Bryan, it'll be a first to compete on in the World Tour as we pass the rusty 2-minute warning here in the final. And Gabby Bryan getting very close to the sweet taste of victory. It's a big wine barrel trophy that she's going to try to carry back home to Kauai as we check out the GWM recap of the final.
Yeah, both these ladies started off so strong. Katie holding those lines, just like Coach said that they've been working on, goes up to the finish here and gets it on some very shallow reef. But this was the moment that really stood out at the start of this heat. This is the 9.5, huge first turn from Gabby Bryan, comes back around, does it again, and then for a third time she says, thank you, I'll have an excellent score on that one. Katie trying to answer back.
Katie just with so much flow and that rhythm, and just such an artist in her approach. Looks like she's always just free surfing in a heat. That's why it's magic. She can turn sections into bigger numbers just based on her performance, but can't deny the power of the rail work of Gabby Bryan. 9.5 start and a 7.83 backup.
Yeah, this wave was just textbook, beautiful surfing. I really see even a couple shades of John, Wade Carmichael, some of the biggest, powerful surfers that we have. And Gabby, she's really adapted and found her strength and put it into work. And now she's going for a second win here, and her second win this season. The ladies hugging it out. So looking like Gabby, she's going to take it home.
This might be one of my favorite parts of the new school on tour, is just the happy vibes they have together. They push each other to the limit, but they're not afraid to congratulate and respect great surfing from their rivals. Dog is enjoying the moment. Worked so hard as a coach, has seen the turnaround of Gabby Bryan. Had to scold her through those early heats when she wasn't performing at her best, and it all peaked at the right time. As we're into the countdown, join us in the celebration. Gabriella Bryan, you're the best in the West in back-to-back seasons.
Oh, look at that smile as well from Dog. This is a really cool moment for Gabby Bryan, joining a great list of names. Carissa Moore right there in her corner. She's gone back-to-back here at main break. That is a huge victory for her, and yeah, I just loved everything she brought to this event, and it just seems like main break and Gabby go hand in hand.
Number 1 in the world. She keeps that yellow jersey heading into lower trestles. Katie Simmers is still going to be right behind her as world number 2. And so much respect from Katie Simmers. I love that when she's in finals, she's often clapping, applauding her rival's approach. Gabriella Bryan making a serious statement this year. The best power surfer that we've ever seen on the top 17. And enjoying leading the tour now into stop number 8 in Southern California. It's undeniable when she's on main break and showcases that powerful act. And all about changing gears today and starting off with her rhythm and total dominance. Let's throw it to Kaipo.
All right, Gabby. Hey, a career best 9.5 in the final and back-to-back titles here at Margaret River. What are you thinking right now?
I'm honestly speechless. I don't even know what to think. It's been, well, that 9.5 was just the wave. I turned around and that thing just came right at me. So I was stoked that came, and yeah, I just been surfing how I want to surf, and it's been, oh, I can't even believe it.
What a year for you. You're going to stay in yellow when we go to lowers.
That's incredible. I mean, I thought I lost it over in Burley, and then to come back with the win, and now I get to wear it at lowers. I can't wait for it to compete there. I haven't competed there since I was just a junior, so yeah, yellow, wow.
What about everybody in Hawaii?
Everyone at home, I know my mom and brother and sister are watching, and everyone that sends me messages. I cannot wait to go home tomorrow. I've been on the road since Portugal, so yeah, wow, I love you guys all, and
congratulations.
There we go, celebrations beginning for Gabrielle O'Brien. What a champion. 2 big wins this year, so that changes the whole narrative of the year of new event winners at every stop. Gabby's ready to take control of this world title race.
I wonder if this is the turning the moment in the year where it all just starts to go Gabby Bryan's way, and maybe we're staring at this year's world champion and we just don't know it yet, but we've seen so many different winners for every single event. She's the first one to get that second win this year. Potentially, this is the moment that we're looking at our this year world champ. But if anyone's going to have anything to do with it, it's that lady on your screen.
Katie Simmers is going to be so excited for another great battle with Gabby Bryan. It's now 3-3 all time in one-on-one heats at the CT level with these two. It's even better for the rivalry because they both have gotten their share of the victories. Gabrielle O'Brien will get a nice, beautiful lift from the Red Bull ski all the way to the podium. And we will join her on the presentation stage and have some more words with our champion and world #1 on this glorious finals day here in Western Australia. Prepare for the men's final. Coming up next, Griffin Colapinto looking for his first win of the season, and he's dealing with new world #1, Jordy Smith. We'll be right back.
Yeah, big crowd tonight, time for the big show. Keep back in our seats. The tension's building, 2 big dogs going out of the and Jordy Smith. Stand by, gentlemen. Counting down shortly. 10 seconds. Starting the men's final. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There goes the siren bell of time. This is it. The last matchup of the whole day.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. By Bond University, your ambition belongs here. By Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL Australia. And by Rusty, official apparel of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. It's time for the men's final. Griffin Colapinto taking on Jordy Smith. Griffin's second time being in a final here at Mainbreak Margaret River, just like Jordy. Jordy looking for his second win of the season. He's never accomplished that before, 2 wins in 1 year, but this is a different type of year for the big man representing Durban, South Africa. Everyone was thinking we might see an all-brother final, but Jordy's like, hey, I'll deal with the Colapintos today. Let's go have some fun. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Richie Lovett here for the call. Celebrating Gabby's win. That was really special. One thing that we did see, Flick, was the tap turned back on, and we had a lot of excitement in the water. Let's hope for the same in the men's final.
I swear, Joey, if someone turns that tap off on this final, I'm going to have words with them. Huey, I'll be having words with you.
Yes, we came off that slow semifinal with the restart. Still some energy out in the lineup for sure, as Dog is really enjoying probably the best part of his job right now, Rick.
Yeah, it's a win for the coaches as well as the surfers, obviously. All that hard work, it pays off. Dog, he's a happy boy.
He's wagging that tail.
The tail will be wagging all over the place this afternoon.
Just getting a message in from one of the all-time greats, five-time world champ Carissa Moore, is just saying she is so proud of Gabrielle O'Brien. All she was doing, said she wanted to remind her that she's already winning and to be free, and this wave suits her surfing. So all that positive energy really paid off. Hearing that from Riss to Gabrielle O'Brien, celebrating back-to-back wins here at Main Break.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Really hard thing to do, peak in the final. March your way through the event. We know it was a little bit scrappy at times for Gabriella. A couple of nervous moments there for the whole crew. But yeah, her performance in the final was immaculate. Some of those power hacks that she was laying down on those waves. And it's Carissa has well and truly passed the baton to Gabrielle O'Brien.
Different roads to the final for these two, Flick. When you think about Griffin and the highlight reel surf movie parts he's been putting together, and then just the ultimate veteran confidence and flow of Jordy Smith.
Yeah, completely. I think Griff was on his way to potentially 2 10s in this event. It's crazy, right? We saw the big helicopter, full rotation yesterday, and the near to perfect 10 over at the box. And with the disappearing act, and just the range and the repertoire, you know, just to be able to seamlessly go from the box to main break, the adaptability of him, the range in his surfing, contrasted against George, who ultimately has the most experience on this tour and just has been absolutely, I guess it's a display of power, the rail game. It's his bread and butter. And also just so tactically smart. I think we saw a lot of that in the last heat with Crosby. Obviously, it was a bit wave staff, but Geordie adapting really well there and getting those waves underneath Crosby.
Richie Lovett, why now for Jordy Smith? For a guy that was meant to win a world title maybe in his first few years on tour. Now in his 18th, world #1. What's going on?
The performance is still there. The evolution is still there. And for someone who has been on the tour for that long, to stay present, current in this field that we have on the tour at the moment is just remarkable. So, you know, there was a little insight into that package we saw. Jordy Smith is a competitor. He's a born competitor, and you can't lose that. I haven't lost it, and I'm sure you haven't lost it as well. It's something within you that you can't get rid of, and it's still burning deep within Jordy Smith. And I think he's just done such a great job of staying super sharp. The power hasn't been detracted from his game at all, and just the maturity in his competition head and the way he goes about manufacturing the wins and the heats and the management of the heats is just it's so confident. So yeah, the evolution, it's still happening, and again, you know, there's a small crop of surfers that we think about that haven't had a world title that should have a world title, and Jordy is right at the top of that pack.
He really is. I always looked forward to hearing from Sean Thompson. He always used to do these really thoughtful write-ups about Jordy. You know, Sean being a South African world champion, one of the best ever, a guy who busted down the door to create pro surfing that we see today. And so for a guy like Sean, as now one of the elders, he's always looking at Jordy being the next hope for South Africa to bring home a world championship. And all those stories evolved over the years, you know, from him being like, oh, he has got so much attention on him, he almost can't sit still, to seeing Jordy grow in the spotlight. You have to be willing to let those cameras into that personal space, and I think Jordy just has aged so gracefully on tour, and even in the off season, it's almost hard to get a number on. You know, he's really learned how to keep his family life private, even his training. He doesn't really give you too much, and then he'll save it for the heat of competition. I think he's really evolved well, Flick.
I think he's evolved well, and I think it's also A testament to his character as a person, the resilience, and also a reminder to not get lost in the narrative of that. You know, it's really easy to get lost in that next generation coming up because they are so talented, right? But I think, you know, you can't discount the experience, the credibility, the knowledge, the experience of Geordie Smith. And how inspiring is that, you know, as we'll get back to this story. Let's see, Griff.
First wave of the final, Griffin Colapinto draws off the bottom, speed turn, float. Starting off with the first wave against Geordie Smith. Smith with priority will let that one go by.
Okay, we're off and running.
Everyone take a deep breath. Everyone take a deep breath.
Well, they said that if they got to the 25-minute mark of this final and there's no waves, they'd give them a fresh clock. We're going to see this one run through with Griffin taking that first wave. Richie Lovett.
Strong offshore winds here, and Griff manages it well. Quick slice off the top, and then a beautiful rock and roll floater. So it'll be a mid-range score. Live action.
Geordie, big flow, air under the board. It gets out in front, it drills the lip line. Nice pace for the big man, almost getting stuck. And then leaping over that dry rock, and he will spin his way out. Surfing every little bit of that wave till it stopped breaking on the bricks. He is so locked in right now. No matter if it's triple overhead main break or small running rights, right into dry rock. Geordie feeling good on this one, Flick.
Yeah, he is looking so good. Just powers over that section. This turn here, I loved. And the third one here almost pokes the nose. Beautiful recovery. And I think it speaks to what we were saying before earlier today. Any wave you get, you want to make it count. You know, there was that touch and go moment there, but just beautiful read here with that lip line into the jam. Lots of variety. That's what I'm seeing straight away. I love that. This turn here, just that beautiful lip line. You can see he almost touched that inside rail just to maintain stability. And this is the variety, just that layback hack. Bit of a tail jam, and then into this third, into the lip. Now right here, he almost pokes. And just the control to get on that back foot to stop that nose poking in such a short amount of time it's pretty incredible. And the little finish here, so great read by Geordie.
Geordie Smith really understands the formula of being an experienced athlete and flexing on the younger competitors on tour. These two have had quite a few matchups over the years, and it's heavily favored in Geordie Smith in one-on-one heats. 4-1 in his favor, including the first 3 wins in a row over Griffin Colapinto when Griff was just building his profile on tour. Geordie getting Griff in Rio, Portugal, even a semi-final out here at Main Break in 2021.
Yeah, consistency is everything in this game, and the consistency of Geordie's year has been remarkable as we look at some of the head-to-head CT career matchups. One win for Griffin Colapinto, 4 for Geordie, so he's got the nod here. Average heat score 13.88 for Geordie, 9.91 for Griff. The last matchup, 2022 at J-Bay. Got some big max score heats there and single wave totals. So the boys pretty evenly matched, really, when you look at what they can produce, heat scores and wave tally-wise. They both love getting into that excellent range.
They certainly do. Let's bring up the Stone and Wood slow-mo for Geordie Smith's 8.5.
Oh, starting with excellence, and I think, you know what? It's variety for me. It's the size of the wave. It's the control through the turns, and just so much power too. We've spoken about it all event. You know, when it's bigger, he's just been able to overpower and really demonstrate that really well. But he's still managing to do it, even though it's not smaller today. But just for me, it came down to the variety of manoeuvres. The size of the wave obviously helping with that energy pushing through the turns.
Well, the choice of manoeuvres is perfect. You know, there wasn't anything else really when you look at that wave. What could he have possibly done, you know, outside of what he actually executed? And really, there weren't many other options. And just extracting every point out of that last wave. Great Great lead here for Geordie Smith on the opening exchange. Almost a 4-point deficit.
Big start for Geordie out in front. Griff with priority just needs a 3.68 to turn it. A lot of the story to tell in this final, but the women's all wrapped up. And the champion, Gabriella Bryan, is with AJ.
Gabriella Bryan coming into this final at Margaret River and starting out so incredibly strong. Talk me through the 9.5.
Yeah, that was honestly, I saw the wave and it had a perfect line, and I just kind of went out there, like, just got to surf my heart out, and that's what I did on that wave. And then I was lucky enough to get a backup before it went flat. So, yeah, I'm so stoked.
And that yellow color, you told me coming into this event, you're really trying to settle into the fact that this is your jersey color now. It's going to be it for at least one more event, carrying it into Trestles. Just how are you owning that you are the top woman in the world on the 2025 CT?
I don't know. It's hard to think about that. I don't feel like it. I am, but yeah, yellow. Wow. I try to just tell myself it's red, and but I'm getting used to it, and every heat I have with it, I get more comfortable. So yeah, wearing it to lowers.
And the back-to-back, doing it here at Margaret River, it is something that's so hard to do year over year. So few women have been able to do it, but one of them, Carissa Moore, in your corner this entire time. What does it mean to you to join that list of women?
It's incredible. I mean, I try not to think going back-to-back, but how cool it would have been to see my name twice on the stairs. We're back to one after the other. So yeah, I mean, it's a really cool accomplishment, and to have Riss also do it. She's one of my really good friends, and she's always giving me words of wisdom, and I appreciate it so much. So I have amazing people supporting me, and like, I honestly couldn't do it without any of them.
Congratulations, Gabriella Bryan.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, AJ, and hearing just that joy from Gabriella Bryan. It's so humble as well, you know, almost shy talking about that bright yellow jersey. She'll get used to that. It's normal. She's earned it. She deserves it. She's doing the best surfing in the world right now, and going back-to-back with her titles. There's one of her best friends right there, Carissa Moore. Carissa went back-to-back 2013 and 2014. Carissa ended up winning in 2023 as well, for being one of the most successful in West Oz. Riss calls this maybe her favorite event on tour, close to the Sheridan family. Would love to stay here for even time after the events. I'm sure she'll return to West Oz soon. Pam Burridge went back-to-back. 93 then to 96 because the event went away at the CT status. Wendy Botha went from 89 to 1990. Owning that era of time as being the best at main break. When you win it more than once, it's really undisputed. You're the one to beat. No one can touch you at that venue on the CT.
For sure. I think you start, I heard Jessie Starling talk about it, you know, her surfing now is sort of, it's the benchmark at Margaret River. She is undoubtedly the most powerful surfer on the Women's Championship Tour right now. And, you know, I start thinking about surfers who have done that on the men's side. You know, you think John Florence, you think Jack Robinson, and they're almost, now Gabriella is sort of in that league of untouchable out here. Just, you do not want to draw her in a heat because she's found that romance with the wave, and it's undeniable.
20 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, just one wave apiece for Griff and Geordie. We had the flurry of action to start the previous final, things slowing down considerably. We saw Geordie adapt to a similar type of strategy against the younger Colapinto. And since we had a chance to have an all-brothers final, I was kind of reaching out to the Lopez brothers, the Hobgood brothers, talking about big heats they had together. CJ and Corey actually had similar stories with their brothers, especially with Cloudbreak. They said they'd have a chance to be in the final together, and one of them would lose in the semifinal. The following year, the other one would move on, and they just came close to reaching a final together. They had a lot of early round matchups together where they had some good battles over the years, but yeah, both set of brothers there from Florida would bring out the best in each other. CJ even recalled losing to Sean Cansdale in the semis, but then Damien beat Cans in the final. Said he still hasn't gotten over that one. But we'll have plenty of time for more Griff and Cros, but sometimes there's just so much expectation. You know, Crosby just couldn't get it done fast enough, and we saw that happen with these two in Portugal recently.
Yeah, it was almost the dream scenario for the Colapinto brothers and family, and I'm sure the San Clemente crew would have been just begging to see it all go down. But not to be. Geordie had other things to say, and at the moment he's got a bit of a lead here in the final with just over 18 minutes to go. Sure, we're going to see a flurry of activity. Just a couple of sets approaching.
Just to add more to this final, these guys have proven to be the best throughout the GWM Aussie Treble. Whoever wins gets the GWM Tank 300. We saw Isabella Nichols grab the keys yesterday, I think even early. She just knew it was hers. She was already starting to fill it up.
She jumped in a wet wedding. I was like, oh, what are you doing? Hang on a minute. The brand new seats, the new smell, the new car smell.
Put a towel down.
Yeah, put a towel down.
But it's yours. You get to do whatever you want. It'll either be Geordie's or Griffin's after this final. So far, it's Geordie out front with a big start and that 8.5. And Griffin finding himself this year. Hasn't been the smoothest run for him with some ups and downs, but he's transitioned into his mantra of one laugh at a time.
Yeah, I feel that from him. I think I just rewind back to Bells, right? And we spoke to it earlier in the semi, but he came into this Australian treble leg really down the bottom of those rankings. And it was interesting just listening to him talk, though, because you could see that it wasn't really affecting his mindset. He just had this lightheartedness sort of energy to him that, well, I mean, we saw him, go to finals day down at Bells Beach and, but then back to Burleigh and you think, oh, okay, maybe he's got this momentum, but then gets knocked out early there. And he's been able to find that momentum here again. Really, he has been one of, Crosby as well, really, his brother, but Griff, one of the most informed surfers. You can't go about it with like the 10, then almost 10 at the box.
Do you want to watch it again? 10-point ride that we just saw yesterday. A giant full rotation under priority of Leo Fioravanti.
Oh, this was amazing. So just check turn here, sets it up, widens the stance. The full helicopter rotation above the lip. Elevator drop down, must have been 6 to 8 foot. Clean drop down to the flats. And just one of the best aerial maneuvers we've ever seen done at Margaret River Main Break. And I was actually chatting to Griff and Tommy Witts this morning, and Griff was just saying, I've had to calm down and just let those moments happen, go up with them, but also come back down and just realise that there's more to do. I've got to stay in this moment. I've got to stay composed because today's an entirely different day.
Great call. Griffin Colapinto scored a ton of Yeti products inside of that 110 Tundra. Yeti helping us celebrate all the 10-point rides this year. That one a perfect 10, meaning every single judge had 10s across the board. We didn't have to throw away a 9-8. That gets uncomfortable sometimes. We got to see that great perfect 10, well-deserved. And like you mentioned before, Flick, almost got it at the box for that miracle-type moment.
That thing was absolutely incredible. I think that it's burned into the brains of a lot of surf fans, commentators, everyone that was watching that thing, to the guys in the channel watching that live. It was a thing of mystery, really. I don't know how he survived that. He really ended up behind the curtain, behind the foam ball. The lip almost caught him in the head and he did a disappearing act, and then a few seconds later reappears and shoots out into the channel. It was mystery, it was mastery, it was wizardry.
It was absolute wizardry. It reminds me of that wave of CJ at Tahiti all those years back. He did the same sort of thing.
So many magic moments that we celebrated in this event here at Margaret River. We've already crowned one champion. Gabrielle O'Brien celebrating the next best feeling to lighting up a 9.5 when you're getting lifted to the presentation stage. We've got one more champion to crown here in the men's final that joined Gabby Bryan on the main stage. Jordy Smith so far in the lead with his big 8.5. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break and finish off this event and the final right after this.
Well, the score is in Geordie at 3-5-0. We'll bring you back up. 3-5. Ridden, you need a 7-1-8. Now to go into first. 13 minutes 20 on the clock. Return again, Geordie. That was a 3.5.
Just a little before 11 a.m. local time, as you can see the beauty of finals day on the Western Australia flight cam. We've got a packed house up there at Surfers Point, watching the best in the world compete at main break. Whenever it's finals time, Vaughn Blakey gets the best seat in the house, often hanging out with the Stoughton Wood crew. Where are you at, Vaughn?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Joey. I'm in the Stonewood Bar, which is just open for business, and one final done, and a champion crowned. One more to go. I can't believe we're in the last 10 minutes of the Margaret River Pro. There's no better place to watch it, though, than in the unofficial home of the unofficial beer of the Margaret River Pro. That is the Stonewood Bar. The comp may be wrapping, but the party is just getting started right here all day long. What do you reckon, crew? How good has this been? Yeah! We're going to be sending it tonight for the champions. What a contest. Yeah!
On you, Vaughn. You know what? He's like that in the morning when you're having breakfast with him. So you're just kind of having a slow start, and the next thing you know, you're up on your feet and you're going, how good is today? He just inspires you with so much positivity, energy. It just reminds you why pro surfing is the best thing on the planet. Good man, Vaughn. Enjoy the back end of this final. And thanks for all the locals giving us this lineup. Thanks, Flick. Thanks for having us. It's just been a glorious time here in Western Australia. We had just the perfect amount of lay days. You never want to finish this event early. We're finishing on the last day of the waiting period, and that means we all got to do everything we wanted to do. Big lunches, surfs. You can check it all off for a nice complete trip to WA.
Yeah, when you come to Western Australia, you really want to suck the marrow out of it. Oh, and without those 4 lay days, we wouldn't have had an opportunity to do so. So thank you for that storm front rolling through so we could maximise our time in Western Australia.
Lots of portion violations happened over that 4 days.
Everything in moderation.
I was guilty of it.
Including moderation.
Yes, it's been quite a trip. Everyone just indulging in this beauty. So much to see here in WA, so much to do for Jordy Smith as far as leading the world. He'll be in yellow at Lower Trestles. In 18 years, he's never won 2 championship tour events in the same season. He's getting close. Started with the 8.5, Richie Lovett, then turned into 3.5 as a backup.
Yeah, so George staying busy, like he did with Crosby in the semi-finals, just identifying that the ocean is slowing up, so he's just milking every single opportunity. And Griffin just dropping anchor outside, waiting for something bigger, knowing he needs to put a big score on the board to match that 8.5 that Geordie has in his scoreline. And again, Geordie hunting under priority here. So the formula worked in the semis. Seems to be working out here for the moment in the finals. But we know that Griff is going to come bouncing back given the opportunity. He's just been so good through this entire event. And we're expecting something magic on the next ride.
There's something about performers that are so good with textbook production of just knowing what they want to do and executing. And then there's performers that can also provide magic, unbelievable moments that happen in sport that make you kind of go, I didn't think that was possible. And Griffin's kind of been taking that road of the magic run, those points that seem impossible he's been getting. And you never know when you're going to expect it next. You know, obviously he's deep in his mental game and trying to visualize something happen, but also trying to rely on his instincts as well. So for the next 9:15 on the clock, knowing he needs a 7.18, for Colapinto's mindset, he's going, I know exactly what might happen and might change this whole narrative around.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, you know, you think to the moments he's had at this event exactly that, Joe. Those people that know they're going to get the opportunity, and if they get it, they're going to deliver, right? And I think, obviously, this is the last heat of this event here in Western Australia. You know, you're not going to leave anything to chance. You're not going to leave it on the table. I think if Griff surfs, the hard thing right now is he knows that George has already locked in this excellent score. But if Griff gets this opportunity and a set rolls through, I think we can guarantee some big, exciting surfing from him.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the last final that we saw in the women's, that there was a number of excellent waves that came through during that heat, and the girls converted. And we know that these two are up for the challenge as well. Given the right wave, they will both give it everything and go excellent. A few little swell lines just starting to present themselves, whether they're big enough. You can see that the competitors starting to get on the move. They go from that sitting up position down to a prone paddling position.
All making those adjustments to try to really turn on a performance here with now under 8 minutes to go. Griffin with priorities moved up to 11th in the world on the live rankings.
Oh.
Pot of locals just coming through the lineup there. It's really cool when we see this. Seems to be a bit of a theme. The last couple of finals over the years, we've had the Dolphin show up.
The crowd just hooting on all the Dolphins on that first wave. Jordy dancing around, looking at that one, decides not to go. Griffin much further out the back with priority. Griff looking for his first win this season in his first final of 2025. And trying to put himself inside the top 10 before he gets to surf his home break. With many more members of the tour, he's felt it with the final 5. Now he gets to feel the top 22 moving on to his hometown, a town that Jordy Smith lived in for several years. They sold that house, I think, a couple years ago, and now they're posted up at J Bay. So both these guys with CT venues in their backyard. Jordy now moving underneath Griff. It's been a quiet final for waves, only 3 ridden. It'll be a short GWM recap. Opening ride for Griff, 4.83 flick.
Yeah, there's a couple of waves, right? One, Griff, straight away behind him, George. And this is for me, this is the moment. This is the excellent ride, the 8.5, the beautiful selection and variety of maneuvers here. Just executed beautifully. Almost picked it on the nose there, but just the control, and then George just hunting around underneath priority, manages the 3-5 backup.
Yeah, gets this little backup here. Some good tidy surfing from Jordy, really extracting all the points out of this wave. It was a small insider. You can see Jordy just series of great maneuvers. Didn't quite get the finish, so the score stayed relatively low, but hoping for a really explosive final 5 minutes.
So now 5:30 to go. Griffin Colapinto trying to get his first win out here at Main Break Margaret River. Has been tough for surfers representing the United States on tour. You go back to the QS to find Damien Hobgood as a winner here at Margaret River. Also Chris Gallagher years before. He was the first to identify the scoring potential on the main break right opposed to the left. Griffin in 10 finals for 5 wins in his career, converting at venues like Portugal, multiple finals in El Salvador. He's basically a threat at every venue on tour, but now finding that winning feeling. It took him a little bit to get started here in 2025, and still out there with a serious shot. He's been just hanging on to priority, very similar game plan that his brother had against Jordy in the semifinal. Let's see if this one pays off, though, for the older brother.
Yeah, look, we're coming down to 4:30. I'm surprised that last set slipped underneath. I just feel we're feeling the brunt of that high tide. Unfortunately, you know, I'm crossing my fingers and I'm crossing my toes that we're going to get another set to roll through right now. And I'll be having some words with Huey later about him turning that tap on. Because it's looking super quiet.
Oh, it makes it so intense, doesn't it?
Yeah, it just, all the pressure right now. It will, if there is another set, all the pressure will come down to this last moment. And that is quite exciting, right? I mean, you think about it, you've been sitting there for a long time, you know, with just the one wave on the board, the 4.83. chasing the 7-1-8, so within Griff's wheelhouse, so capable, the form that he's in, what we've seen him achieve. So, I mean, just please, Ocean, give us another opportunity.
Yeah, well, it's basically been mistake-free surfing from both the competitors to this point. You know, Griff surfed incredibly well on that first wave, and Geordie's done well on his two. Looks like Geordie starting to make a bit of a move here. He knows he wants to replace that lower score, that 3-5, add some more pressure. Just having an attempt at that one, but it slides under him.
Geordie Smith into the 70s as far as winning percentage is concerned. Last time he was in that type of strike rate with wins, he ended up finishing runner-up in the world. He's done that twice in this amazing career into his 18th season. Looking to pick up an 8th championship tour victory. And still sitting right underneath Griffin. Wow, this one's really stretching out. A serious lull. We talked about Gabby Bryan getting a 9.5 and the best combined heat total of the event in that final. And then the Ocean just switching gears. Colapinto's trying to stay focused.
Okay, I think they've seen something here. Griffin starting to inch his way out a little further in the takeoff zone. Got to be careful going out too far in these strong offshore conditions.
Yeah, he's trying to create a moment for himself at 2:20 to go. He was runner-up to Gabriel Medina in the final a couple years ago. So he got very close to getting the big barrel on the podium. Had some crazy highs and intense drama watching his brother survive the cut. Crosby getting past Jackson Bunch. That then catapulted him into the semifinal finish. And Griff finding his flow at the same time. He's been proud of how he's been handling himself this year. Through all the highs and lows, getting knocked out early when he's felt he's been in form. He's gone straight to the gym to recover, keeping a real positive, healthy lifestyle. But right now, he's just hoping the Ocean gives him a chance. Passing the rusty 2-minute warning. Geordie getting a little bit closer to not only getting a second win for the first time in a season for him, but he's already in yellow, taking it from Italo Ferreira, who kind of felt like it was a runaway season at the start of the year. Now he's going to get a little bit of breathing room. 10,000 points for a win, heading into lowers where he's won before.
It's massive, right? I think right now you kind of look out to that horizon. George essentially has one hand on that trophy. Griff hoping for one more opportunity, but this is massive for George if he's able to get this win here. It really is, because we've spoken about it already, but the track record for the back half of the year, his winning rate at three of those stops is, I mean, he's won 3 of them. I think he's looking pretty home and hosed, to say,
Some pad events for sure. He's got one hand on the trophy, one hand on the keys.
That's right.
And he's got the yellow jersey. So potentially an amazing day here for Geordie Smith. 30 seconds.
Geordie Smith on a roll this year, already winning more heats this year than he did the entire season last year. Coming into this event with a 71% winning percentage, calling himself the ultimate surf dog at heart, letting his happiness and joy for the love of the game really stand out the most. Griffin playing a patient game, and silence was just a one-wave ridden in this 35-minute final of 4.83. And Geordie Smith, 37-year-old from Durban, South Africa, does it again. The best in the West. Geordie Smith takes out 2 CT events in 2025. And now, for the first time in his career, the champion of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
Oh, I actually just got goosebumps, right? It's so incredible. What a moment for Geordie in his career, at where he's at in his life right now, to be wearing that yellow jersey the next event. And I just, you know what? Those 2 winners from El Salvador earlier on this year have gone on to be the double winners here this year on tour, both the men and women's side.
Great call, Flick. Yeah, Gabby Bryan winning El Salvador and Margaret River. Geordie Smith doing exactly the same thing. Both of them in bright yellow, heading the lower trestles. Jordy's starting to get really used to this, really comfortable. It was a very emotional celebration at El Salvador because it'd been a while in between drinks, so to speak, from his previous win at Bells in 2017. He's already getting a high five
all right,
from
Jordy,
Kaipo Guerrero.
don't call it a comeback. He's been here for years. Second event win this year. What are you feeling?
I'm so stoked, bro. A little rattled at the same time. I almost lost my eye on the inside as I came up in the one way. My nose on my board just went straight in the eye, and I was like, "Whoa, that's pretty gnarly." But this just overrides it all. Jeez, it's been a lot this week, a lot this last 2 or 3 months. Haven't seen my family. Two people I want to dedicate it to. Obviously, my family first and foremost. My wife, my mother, my father, sister, my 2 sons, and then. This is for Jack McCoy. He passed away just recently. It's someone that's inspired me throughout my whole life. All his movies, his videos, his family. This is for you guys. I'm sending all my love and prayers with you guys.
Speaking of your family, man, you're going to have plenty of room for the family in a GWM Tank 300. You won the GWM Aussie Treble. Congratulations, car bonus, bro.
Oh, come on. So stoked. Yeah, I've been needing a car for like 10 years, bro. I've been driving the 92 Jetta, but life's better in the Jetta.
Congratulations, George.
Special news for Jordy Smith, accomplishing a lot, and a special tribute to the great Jack McCoy, who just passed away, making such a big impact on surf culture for multiple generations. Jordy clearly inspired by all the great feature films that Jack McCoy delivered for so many years, from Blue Horizon, Free as a Dog, Bunyip Dreamin', Kong's Island, the documentary, Alley Oop, the work he did with Taj, and it definitely affected Jordy Smith in that tribute all the way to the podium. Special dedication there from Jords, as he is carrying that yellow jersey with a ton of momentum, maybe the best ever in an 18-year career.
I just got goosebumps again thinking about it. The story is just, it's incredible. And I think I just can't wait to watch now this back half of the season unfold with the continued momentum of Jordy Smith.
Yeah, well, what this does, it really starts to cement his place in the top 5, and then at some point maybe Jordy will start to think, okay, if I can lock myself into that top 5, how far up that top 5 can I go going into the last event at Fiji to give myself a crack at a world title? Surely at some point with the multiple wins this year that he's got to start thinking that way.
Big time, big news for Jordy Smith. Big time news for Gabrielle O'Brien, world #1, both champions here at Margaret River. Let's prepare for the party on the Stone and Wood Post Show to break down all the major highlights, all the best rides of what's been an incredible event. We'll see you then.
going to come up past the stone and wood mark, guys. Make some noise for Brett. What an epic week. Brett loved it. He was on fire. The highlights coming out of Griffin Colapinto. Come past the stone and wood mark. Thanks, Brett. See you at Treble.
Welcome to the Stone and Wood Post Show. Another unbelievable event here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Stop 7 on the World Surf League's Championship Tour, and we have plenty to talk about. We've got multiple winners now on both the Men's and Women's Championship Tour, and the winners ascending right to the top of the WSL ranks. Here comes Geordie Smith. He's finaled here before, but now his name will be etched into the stairs here, Flick.
Oh, it's so cool to see. Two of the big boys there. See Justin, looks like Binsy's giving him the chair up there. A bit of a lopsided chair. But, I mean, what a moment for George. I mean, the fact that he is now in the yellow jersey too, heading into that next event, is incredible. At the stage he's at in his career, finding some of the career best form, it's inspiring.
It really is, yeah. You know, he's been in such good form, not only at this event, but all year. And he finds himself at the top of the ratings now, deservedly so. And, you know, it's all about what happens now for him. It's all about making that 5. How far up the 5 can he get?
You guys don't need an introduction, but I'll give you one anyway.
Thanks,
Felicity Parmentier, Richie Lovett, Ronnie Blakey, and we have just seen a really massive result for Geordie Smith, who has overtaken Italo on the ratings now, broken through for an 8th Championship Tour win, and the first time in his career, I heard Joe saying it, that he's had 2 CT wins in a season. So he is well set up to make a run at a world title shot this year, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Italo was miles ahead coming into the first few events of the season, was totally dominant, but consistency has prevailed. And for George to get 2 wins in one season, that's pretty remarkable on his 18th year on tour. It's a really easy story to get behind because the surfing's undeniable. He's a purist. He's a power surfer. All the fundamentals have been there. He's given us highlight moments in his video parts over the years. He's ticked the wins at all the right places. So, yeah, it's great to see him on top.
A class act as well. Dedicating the win to his family, who is obviously sacrificing a lot of time with them to chase his goals on the championship tour. That was a beautiful thing. But, you know, front and centre in his mind was Jack McCoy, dedicating that victory to Jack, to Jack's family, wishing them all the best, as we all are. And that was a beautiful moment. Geordie is the longest serving member on the championship tour. But you know, that influence that Jack had on all of us, and in particular Geordie, worshipping his surfing heroes through Jack's lens.
Completely. I think Jack's legacy will always live on, you know, throughout every single generation. The cinematography is iconic, you know. For me personally, just being a West Aussie, I just love how he highlighted this area, and I just loved it even more that George has dedicated this win to him. I think it's fitting, especially being in the West.
Yeah, we're sending all our love to the McCoy family. I know everyone's thinking of him. But let's have a look at Geordie's run through to the final. It wasn't easy. Emai Kalani to vault, a very difficult draw. Emai was surfing to keep his place on tour, Flick.
Yeah, when you're coming up against, I guess, someone who has nothing to lose, well, basically nothing to lose and just trying to gain, right, it can be pretty dangerous. And so coming up against Emai, yeah, tough draw for sure. But I mean, this is when we had some serious solid power in the lineup here, and I'm just sorry, but how do you beat George out there? I don't know how you do, because this is where he really comes into his own. He just muscles and overpowers this wave, rides out with ease, big dog on tour, and yeah, taking them down.
Yeah, he put together some magic heats out here, Rich. He's always got those deep set rail turns that he leans into, but just surf with incredible speed at main break this year.
Yeah, and that's something that, you know, the older guys on tour can be guilty of losing sometimes, but Geordie's almost turned the volume up on it, surfing faster than ever before, but just the composure in the heats and the management of the heats, he never looked like he was off pace. He always made the right decisions, placement of manoeuvres on the waves and waves choice. It was just impeccable. It was really, really on point.
Yeah, got busy and adapted nicely to the conditions in his heat. Semi-final heat against Crosby Colapinto, and then had to tackle the big bro in the final, Griffin, and Griff's just been absolutely on fire and collected the two most highlight moments of this event and two of the biggest moments of the year so far. But Geordie, just again, just delivered when he got those opportunities. We knew they were going to be precious today.
Yeah, completely. Delivered on the opportunities, kind of error-free, and adapting to the conditions, right? Just speaking of the experience, realising, okay, this isn't really going to pan out the way we want. Just got to get busy under priority, move around, hunt around. And, yeah, adaptability got him the win.
Sometimes you got to win ugly, win dirty. You just got to get it done.
Usually a winner's sort of gets the chair from the keyhole all the way up to the presentation stage, but they made Geordie walk to the top of the stage before they picked him up. Got the excellent score in the final. That was really the difference, and Griffin was really forced to wait for his opportunity with priority and never really got it.
Nah, just unfortunately the Ocean did tend to have a nap right towards the end of today. But, you know, again, someone had to come away with the victory, and Geordie just had this flow, had this momentum that seemed to be in sync with just the sets today, and you know, he's a worthy champion. You can't deny that he's a worthy champion here.
Yeah, on both sides. When we came here and had those semi-finals established, it almost didn't matter who won through. It was going to be someone that gave us great moments at different stages, at main break, over the channel at the box as well, across the bay. And Geordie is the man who's broken through for that incredible 8th CT victory. Let's have a look at the WSL rankings after stop number 7. Smith with a pretty healthy lead now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, well, he's kind of starting to mirror what Italo was doing early on. He's got a 5,000 point lead there, and that's a lot of places when you think about positions through the event. Italo slid down number 2, Yaga hanging in there at 3. Kanoa stayed steady at number 4, and then Barron back up into the top 5, which is really cool.
Yeah, big mover for me is Barron, I guess. Just, you know, we spoke about it earlier, but he, you know, tends to do so well at the beginning of the year and then slowly slip down, but this year's been a different story for him, so it's been cool to see him sort of trend back upwards in those rankings.
Yeah, doing good stuff with Luke Egan, and Griffin obviously has moved up into a 11th position, was knocking on the door of that top 10, and obviously they were having that fight for the GWM Aussie Treble trophy as well, and what a trophy it is.
Yeah, no, an amazing Tank 300 from GWM, an amazing car. I've actually been in a couple of times. Amazing vehicle.
Yeah, well, Isabella Nichols took the goods in the Aussie Treble on the women's side, but let's have a look at the bracket for our champion. And it was, as I said, an amazing lineup of surfers battling for the victory here today. But Gabriella Bryan was just on another level.
She was incredible. I mean, she came in here, no secrets, wearing the yellow jersey. Your world number 1 and defending an event win too, right? She's the defending champion out here. Last year, she really came into her own. We're thinking, holy, this woman's got some serious power. And she backed it up here again. I mean, the waves just play so well into her favour. She's spoken to it too. So many similarities to Hawaii. The waves she's grown up surfing on Kauai. and she just feels at home here, and it's no secret, right? I think, yeah, I just can't sing her praises enough. There were a couple of mistakes. She spoke to that, though, earlier, had those nice moments, but still had to clean up a few things, but pulled through towards the final.
Yeah, it's just these power surfers have the ability to create an emotion within you when they do their turns, and you know, all the surfers on tour, men and women, they can do all these progressive, flary type maneuvers, but when someone lays down a full tilt rail carve and actually tears the wave apart, you can't help but give that a high score. It's pure surfing, and you know, Gabriella's going to take this onto lowers at the next event, and she's going to be hard to stop there as well. Yeah,
I've got to agree with that. How can you go past that big hack on the right-hander at lowers? I don't know. Okay, progression-wise, I mean, maybe, but it speaks to the call order and everyone, right? Everyone loves to see a board go on rail. You're not wrong, Rich. It's, yeah, undeniable.
It was like a full moon for the dog. He was howling. He was absolutely pumped up, and he was blown away by Gabby's opening ride in that final. He just said, mate, look at how explosive she is. Her bottom turn, just so on rail. So fast off the bottom, straight into those big, powerful hooks. A commanding performance in the final, and Katie Simmons actually had some pretty decent rides too, but really difficult to match the size of those turns from Gabriella.
Yeah, like we always talk about the creativity of Katie Simmons, the different lines she takes, very expressive in how she does her maneuvers. She's performed incredibly well, but just got outpowered today.
Yeah, it's just a really difficult thing to match up against when Gabriella's on, and she dropped the best wave of her career in the final on the very first wave.
It's so hard to come up against that in the conditions we had today too, with so much wind, you know, just physically, Gabriella being so much, you know, bigger, stronger, like, and Katie spoke to it yesterday. She's like, I'm going to blow away tomorrow. I heard it's going to be really windy. And it is. It's so tricky. Like, when you
need to work on that impersonation.
I need an American accent, I know. Not in my voice box condition, Rod.
You sound like Micro.
But honestly, out there at main break, it'll keep you honest. And when it's super windy like that, it's so hard. So you got to award power out there.
Yeah, you do. And you got to celebrate that kind of form. Let's have a look at the rankings on the women's side. It is a super impressive run that Gabriella Bryan's been on, but it's close at the top of the rankings. We saw a couple of times in the quarterfinals, Molly Picklum, Katie getting themselves to the top of the ladder for a moment on the live rankings. But Gabriella always responding beautifully, and the power, it kind of echoed what we've seen from Carissa Moore out here over the years. And I know Carissa was really backing Gabby in a big way to get the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. Messages coming through from Hawaii, and the yellow jersey actually got passed with each round. Back to Katie, back to Gabriella, and it was like a step-by-step process, but Gabriella finds herself right at the top by a couple of thousand points here, so not as big a lead coming into lowers, and there's just a host of women behind her that are itching to get up there. Really good-looking leaderboard.
Oh, it's unbelievable, and Flick also, that's the field you're looking at that's going to be attacking the last events of the season.
It's cool when you look at that field. It's exciting. I can't go past, you know, little Erin yesterday, the moment when she found out that she was going to be on for the rest of this year's tour, because, yeah, you know, she had teary moments there, and I think, you know, I just know how hard she works, and yeah, she should be super proud of herself.
Most definitely. Well, it is time to hand out the incredible trophies here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. We're going to throw it down to centre stage with Joe Tappel.
Thank you so much, Ronnie. Hi, everybody. Want to say Kaya, the WSL acknowledges the Wadandi people as the traditional owners of the Margaret River region, and we want to thank them for welcoming us to their buja, or their country. We pay our respects to the Wadandi community, to the elders past and present. The WSL is committed to the ongoing learning about the local history, the culture, and the language of Wadandi Buja, saltwater people's country. They have asked us all to walk softly on their country, respect the ocean and the waterways, and we wish to also extend this acknowledgement and respect to all First Nations people who join us here in person and also on the broadcast. Big thanks to Uncle Wayne Webb, Zach Webb, for teaching us so much. We've been all blessed and lucky enough to learn so much from them. They've taken us into their forest, teaching about the river mouth,
the dream stories, and we are so thrilled to learn about this incredible culture of the land that we stand on today. Big round of applause for everybody being here on a special day for professional surfing. This is the official awards presentation for the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. It's the 7th stop of the World Surf League Championship Tour. It's a big one. There's so much in it. All the drama and excitement, ups and downs of the mid-season cut. Big congratulations to the top 22 in the world. On the men's side, the top 10 that made the cut at this event, and they're going to compete for a world title all the way heading to Cloudbreak at the WSL Finals. Give them a round of applause. Putting on a show for you guys. Absolutely scoring at this venue. Really test people. Probably the biggest waves we've had height-wise on tour. Big main break, and then challenged over at the slab across the bay. We haven't run at the box since 2019, and we got to see 6 big heats. And that makes us feel good to see how the depth of talent for our athletes on the World Surf League Championship Tour, to be able to test themselves over that heavy water wave, and also to lay down some big old rail cutbacks here at main break. Let's hear it for Willow Hardy. Oh my goodness. She took off on a wave that was enormous. I can't wait to follow her on the Challenger Series. What about Bronte Macaulay as well? Oh my gosh, don't call it a retirement. Try to convince her to put that jersey on more. Congrats, Bronte. Jacob Wilcox representing your local region so well, getting your personal best result as a wild card this year in this event. Also, this is the final stop of the GWM Aussie Treble. That was very exciting to see who was the best in the Australian leg of the tour. More on that in just a moment. Big thanks to Tourism Western Australia, Sam Phillips, and Elastin the crew. You guys are amazing. Official partner of this event. Also, big thanks to all of our event partners from Red Bull, Yeti, Surfline, True Surf, Bonsoy, GWM, Stone and Wood, Oakberry, Hydrolite, BioGlan, Boost Mobile, Bond University, Fat Boy Bikes, Rusty, Shire of Augusta, Margaret River, and Spud Shed. Let's give them a round of applause for making all this possible. Big thanks, of course, to Surfing Western Australia. You guys are the locals here that help us build this entire scaffolding well before we show up. All the local community here in the Board Riders Club giving us your beautiful surf spots for this entire waiting period. Thank you to all the fans. All your cheers, reactions, showing up on dark with us means a lot. You guys make this event really special. So thank you in person, and thanks to everybody watching right now on the live broadcast around the world. Got some great people up here with me to help me with the trophy presentations. A familiar face there, Jessie Miley Dyer, competed here on tour and also leading things as the commissioner of the World Surf League. Let's hear it for Jess. And this man here, Richard Shaw from GWM, Western Region Manager, getting us really excited about what's about to happen, seeing that GWM Tank 300 right here on stage with us. Big thanks, Richard, for everything you're doing for pro surfing. Let's focus in on the GWM Aussie Treble champions. Let's give them a warm welcome to the stage, bringing up Isabella Nichols and Jordy Smith. So grab these trophies. To earn this, they had to be the best, from Bells to the Gold Coast to Margaret River. First, I'm going to start with Isabella. I saw you jump into your GWM Tank 300 yesterday, soaking wet. How did that feel?
I didn't want to ruin the car. Hey, it was beautiful. The inside was great, and I'm excited to drive it around on the Gold Coast.
You know, being the best in Australia, coming from the Sunshine Coast of Oz, what does that mean to you that that Tank 300 stays here in your country?
It's really special, you know, winning an event in Oz, let alone winning the treble, is super, super special, and I couldn't have done it without everyone here supporting me, and I want to dedicate this win to my sister, the newlyweds, Helena and George. Also, thanks to my family for being here, Mike Macaulay for housing us, Kurt, Bottle, everyone who's been in my corner. Like, I couldn't have done this without everyone's support, so and also everyone here in WA, thanks for the love, and we always love coming here, so thanks for hosting such an incredible event.
Driving it across the country?
I wish. If we had time, I'd definitely make a road trip out of it, but that might have to wait till September.
Congratulations, Isabella Nichols, your champion of the GWM Aussie Treble. Jordy Smith, I don't know if you realized that whoever won that final won the tank. Did you know that until Kaipo told you in the water?
I had no idea. To be honest, I was just talking to Griff, and I was like, I made the final. I was like, surely I would have won this thing by now. And then I just was like, nobody talked to me about it, nobody announced it, and I was like, shit, I must not have won this thing. But and then I thought it was. I remembered Griff had a semi-final at Bell's, and so it came down to that heat.
So just thinking about not your whole year, but what you've done from Bell's to the Goldie to Margaret River, how have you found this consistency to take home the Tank 300?
Just with fun. I think just reminding myself every day that this is, I love to surf, and every time I paddle out, it's just with so much joy, and that's really what comes out at the end of the day.
Hey, congrats. You're going to look great in that Tank 300, Jordy. Enjoy the ride.
Thank you so much, yeah. We'll cut a hole in the roof, and my head will be out the top, but I'll be loving it.
We'll get that customized. Let's hear it for your champions of the GWM Aussie Treble. The best in Australia, from Bells to Burleigh to Margaret River. Jordy Smith and Isabella Nichols. You guys can grab those trophies. I'll talk to George in a moment here. We've got some special trophies here for the main event. Check them out there. This is a great tradition here. It reminds us of where you are in the beautiful wine region of Margaret River. Big thanks to local craftsman Gary Bennett for making these from Jirac, for creating just beautiful, unique trophies. The wine barrels are symbolic and really represents this time of the year when we enjoy Margaret River. Well, let's go to the podium now. This man finishing in his first final of 2025, taking it one laugh at a time. Let's hear it for your runner-up, Griffin Colapinto. Griffin Colapinto finding some unbelievable magic at this event, where I love when you come into the beach and you just start cracking up. You know, Tommy's talking to you and you're just laughing, you know, because you found those miracle moments, that wave of the box, saying that was like the best moment of your career. And then the 10, where you said the same thing because you were feeling that good. What does that feel like, and what does it mean to you to have experiences like that in front of a crowd like this?
Yeah, it feels incredible. It's just dreams coming true, you know, just always just over time going for stuff like that and not making it and almost getting hurt multiple times over and over again. And then, you know, sometimes everything just comes together. And I think when you're in a jersey too, like, you want it so bad that you're willing to like put your everything on the line, your body, everything. So I think that's why guys are landing crazy stuff in contests more, because they're just, you know, there's so much on the line and everyone wants it so bad. So yeah, I think that's the beauty of pro surfing at the moment.
Pretty cool that you got to experience a final with Jordy, looking up to him since you were just a kid, and then seeing a final with him. Was that kind of a pinch yourself type moment?
Oh, 100%. When we got in the water, I was having flashbacks to when I must have been like 13 or 14, up at like 1 a.m. watching him win J-Bay. And I was staying up like watching the contest and watching him win that, and then Modern Collective, and that being like my favorite movie ever, and then to us in a final together is just a cool chain of events, you know, over time. So yeah, super grateful and psyched to see Jordy back on top and doing his thing again. The guy's one of my favorite surfers, so yeah, good times.
And for you, Griff, great to see you in your first final of the season. You're finding your flow back and you get to return home. It's been a long road and you go into lowers with so much great energy. That's got to feel great.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this event, I was a little bit nervous about the cut. Both my brother and I were on the bubble, so to get past that, and just feels like we're playing with house money and weight's off our shoulders. So excited to be going home and feeling that way. Thanks, Joe.
Have a blast, Griff. Enjoy the ride.
Cheers. Thanks, everyone.
Griffin Colapinto turning his best result to date this year on tour as he returns home for lowers at the next stop of the season. This young lady has just turned into a superhero overnight, a world champ last year, her first final here at Margaret River. Let's hear it for Katie Simmers.
Congratulations.
That final was just so thrilling. You guys got so many good waves throughout the day. Hi, Katie. Man, that was fun to watch. Just you and Gabby, you've had so many fun heats together. You surf really different, which is our favorite part when you go head-to-head, and your flow state was activated first thing in the morning on finals day. It was really thrilling to watch. Your board looked magic. How fun is it when you get to surf against #1 in the world and you're #2 in a title race where two of the best meet up in the final?
Yeah, I mean, it was just cool that we got a couple waves in that heat, and because it was pretty inconsistent, and it actually ended up being like waves in our heat. But yeah, I think I like what you said about like two different styles of surfing, and we both can get like good scores from it, and it's like that's the beauty of surfing, is there's not a straightforward way to do it, and so it's really fun when. And Gabby just won fair and square. There was no other way to put it, but yeah, it's really fun to watch. I had a perfect view of both of her waves. After I got my waves, I just turn around and she's getting a 9.5, and then her next wave too. I literally watched both of them from paddling out, and I was just like, well, whatever.
You talking about rhythm in your semifinal, where you took it's kind of the opposite flow, where you kept rolling into the best waves, and then that moment you had with the Dolphins. I don't know how many other sports in the world feel mystical moments like that. What did that feel like?
Yeah, it was definitely mystical, because I've never had, it was definitely one of the more special moments I've had surfing, and because I don't think I've ever surfed on a wave with a dolphin. And so yeah, it was just it was really cool.
Thanks for all your great surfing and the entertainment, Katie. #2 in the world, you get to go home to California. Best of luck there.
Thank you. And yeah, thank you to everyone watching. Thank you, Western Australia, and my sponsors, and the people that love me, and yeah, WSL, and yep. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Katie. Let's hear it for Katie Simmers. What an incredible human. And world #2, reigning world champion. Now, this guy is turning into one of the best seasons of what's been a storied career. 18th season on tour. The first time he's won 2 CT events in the same year. Let's hear it for Jordy Smith. Jordy Smith has always had an incredible profile. You want to lift that up real quick, actually? Yeah, celebrate that one. His first barrel. We might have a mini barrel. This is a great one. You deserve it, Jordy. Yeah, I think we talked about this in El Salvador, how much it means for all of us that have been following your career all these years and seeing you in this point of your life. Great family man, great father, but surfing with purpose and the happiness of joy. You know, to see you win 2 events in a season, there's a bit more going on with your rhythm and flow. I know you've been explaining it a lot to us this year, but this feeling right now on this podium, realizing that you're #1 in the world, what does it all feel like?
It feels incredible. I think it's just a testament to like every day keep showing up, trusting what you're doing, and not only for myself, you know, I can't just say that I've been doing all the work. I've got such a great team of people behind me, from Garth to Nick, my wife, my family. Yeah, they're all a part of this, you know, so there's a lot of dedication every day that goes on, and I'm sure all the surfers, you know, live a similar path, but for me this year it's just really been about have fun and enjoy this, because it's not forever.
It feels like you're looking at heats differently. You're owning that role of being the veteran on tour. You've seen so much. You know, it's rare for you to feel surprised, and you're establishing dominance in heats, but with joy as well. Before heats, how has been that, managing that headspace to be consistent with that?
Yeah, well, now I ride set waves. I used to just take off on insiders and try and polish a turd. But now now I'm riding set waves because all these young generation, they're just so good. You know, and if you don't ride the best waves, you lose.
100%, Jordy. Well said. Back to #1 in the world. First time for you since 2017 in France. Going to lowers where you've won before, and you actually lived before. What are you looking forward to heading back to Southern California?
Just a different change of pace. But yeah, I think everyone's going to be kind of fighting for that top 5 now, and yeah, there's a lot of guys that are swinging for it, so that's going to be really exciting. And I think just having that opportunity to kind of push yourself against all the best in the world is all I'm really looking for. And yeah, take every day for what it is, and don't think too far down the line.
Congratulations, Jordy. Enjoy the moment.
Thanks, Brew.
Jordy Smith, your champion at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. He's always had great success at this venue, and now finally getting the top prize. Well, we got another yellow jersey to talk about. Your champion now in back-to-back seasons of this event. Let's hear it for Hawaii's Gabrielle O'Brien. She already has one of these. Throw it up there. The road to the final is always a fun one to watch. You gave yourself a 3 out of 10 critiquing your own performance the other day, but saved yourself with your brilliant power surfing and a 9. But then things changed on finals day. There wasn't any of those wobbles or falls. What was the difference waking up this morning?
Yeah, yesterday was a bit of luck involved, and someone sent me that wave, and I'm so grateful. But yeah, man, it feels way better to make heats when you get the opportunity and you're on the best wave. So that was kind of my goal, and I had to do that. I had 2 really hard heats, so just was really trying to be on the best waves.
Yeah, looking at your 9.5 in the final on your very first ride, did you realize that's your best number you've ever had in your career on the championship tour?
I didn't realize that until I came in, but yeah, that wave, I was a bit too far out for the first wave of our heat, and then that was just a beautiful wave. It had an insane line, and I just gave it everything I got, because that's what I would have had to do to win this final.
I love this new generation. When Katie looks at you, she already knew that you'd won the final, but you guys are laughing, encouraging each other. It really pushes the surfing to new levels. What's that like to be a part of this amazing kind of new face of the championship tour?
Yeah, it's incredible to be a part of, like you said, and Katie pushes me so much, and what she said about how we have such different styles of surfing, but we can both make it work is super inspiring. I think we had a really good matchup at the wave pool where she got me, and it was completely opposite styles of surfing. So yeah, just sticking to what I know and doing the best and that I can is one of my main goals, and having fun. So I'm going to try to keep doing that.
We're getting used to you in yellow, Gabby. I hope you are too. Congratulations. Enjoy the moment. Can't wait to see what you do at lower trestles.
Thank you so much.
Gabrielle O'Brien, your champion in back-to-back seasons here at Margaret River. Jordy taking it out for the first time. Great job to our finalists, Katie Simmers, as well as Griffin Colapinto. And once again, our champions of the GWM Aussie Treble, taking the Tank 300. That's Jordy and Isabella Nichols. Thanks for having us, WA. You guys are incredible, and we can't wait to see you next year. We'll send it back to the Stone and Wood Post Show with Ronnie Blanky. Thanks, you guys.
Yeah, Joey, the master of ceremonies nails it once again. Great presentation, some emotion there from Jordy Smith once again. It means a lot. He's making sure that he really lets these big moments sink in as they hold those barrels up. And those things will be emptied tonight. A lot to celebrate in what has been an unbelievable run of events. The GWM Aussie Treble really delivering some great waves, some incredible performances, and also a couple of new leaders on the rankings. Gabrielle O'Brien, she climbed into that #1 position down there after her result at Bells, and has held onto it with some really tough opponents and seasoned campaigners kind of threatening to snatch it back from her.
Yeah, I love what she said too. You know, she knows her strengths and she's just leaning into that. She's not trying to change the formula. It's, you know, lean into the power and keep the fun. And I just love it. It's super simple, because you can kind of get caught up in, oh, this person's doing this, they've got different lines, more progression, but I just love it. Stick to what you know.
Yeah, the world champ, the reigning world champion, Caitlin Simmers, another big result for her. Tapping back into that magic form after tripping up a couple of times early in the event down there at Bells and on the Gold Coast, but back into a final and really not too far behind Gabriella as we head to stop 8.
Yeah, and stop 8 is, I guess, a pet event for her for sure. She's secured the world title there. And a real threat, you know, that progressive style of surfing that she brings to the table. There's no better platform than lower trestles to put that on show. She's going to be hard to beat there. And again, we may see that power versus precision type of surfing and a real battle.
a really strong performance for Isabella Nichols through the GWM Aussie Treble, stitching it up yesterday and getting herself that tank, the GWM Tank 300. What a awesome bonus for her, and just clicking into career best form after a strong finish in El Salvador.
Yeah, Isabella, obviously, you know, a career victory, an amazing achievement down at Bells Beach, and a realisation, I think, at this point that, you know, she is a contender here and that she firmly belongs, you know, up the top of the women's ratings. The whole initiative by WSL and GWM to have this Aussie Treble is so good. I love it. It's great to buy into it, and it really is inspiring for our athletes to perform and be consistent over all 3 events.
It's a long leg flick, and there should be a reward at the end of it.
Oh, 100%. And I think just the consistency on it. Obviously, she got to ring the bell. This is the most iconic event, but she just took that consistency to Burleigh. She took it here to main break. Just her wave selection at all events was so on point. It was so on brand. You know, working here with Stomper, who she's worked with for a long time. She's also working with Bottle, but it just all seemed to click together, and it was just it was so good to watch her really click into that, because I feel like the last few years she's sort of been fighting. You come to Margaret River, she's fighting for a spot on tour. You know, obviously she won the event to keep her place, but it's always filled with a lot of emotion. This time though, coming here, feeling relaxed, feeling confident.
Yeah, and we've touched on it a couple of times throughout this contest. There is a small group of surfers who get their event wins on their forehand, and it felt like it was going to be those people really looking to capitalise on this run of Australian events that was going to see them heading right. Isabella Nichols too strong, and we expected Geordie Smith to turn in a pretty good performance too, and he ended up snatching the GWM Aussie Treble title from Kanoa Igarashi, who was brilliant through the first 2 legs.
Yeah, Griffin also right in the hunt, right to the last moment. Whoever won that final was going to snatch it. So this one coming down to the final heat of the Aussie Treble. Kanoa had the keys just in his pocket for a little while, and Geordie just stole them. But again, we look at the performance of the man, has just been so consistent right from the start. The event down at Bells Beach, where he's had that win before. Just all power and style and grace.
All style, and Geordie just seems to have a whole lot of time at the moment. It feels like you never see him rushing on the front foot, but he's still surfing with a lot of speed. There's just something about his equipment at the moment and his form, which is just really fun to watch.
Oh, his form is absolutely incredible. I think same results as Bella too, the 5th, and the 1st, right? And coming here to Margaret River, I mean, it was so cool to see it all come down to the wire in the final against Griff, but how can you go past George here just with that sheer power? And you know, he's just had some classic comments too, you know, just throughout this whole event, on stage just then. I just love what we're hearing, what we're seeing from Geordie. I want him to win more because I just want to listen to more of those interviews. It's so good.
Really enjoying himself, and we're enjoying the performances. You know, you think about the big tall walls here, those big days. John Florence has always been the benchmark. In his absence, Geordie Smith stepped up and covered more face than anyone, Rich, and really matched the wave's power with some power of his own.
Yeah, I probably sound like a bit of a broken record, but, you know, I'm such a purist when it comes to just power and style and flow and that fundamental element of what I consider to be a great surfer. And Geordie is right up there with the greats, you know, alongside Kelly and Andy and all those power surfers that you think about. And, you know, it's almost his to lose now. Coming into these next few events, he's going to be super hard to beat.
Yeah, it's time to check out the Boost Mobile heat of the day. And it was an easy choice because Gabriella Bryan went turbo in the final. She's had great form through the last 4 events, but up against Caitlin Simmers, who is such a dangerous draw, she really ramped things up.
Oh, this heat was incredible because, Rich, you and I were in the booth commentating that heat previous to this one, and that was the one we had the restart. It was all looking really slow. I walked off on a break and all of a sudden looked up a big screen and I seen a 9 and a 7 and a 7, and I'm thinking, hang on a second, is this the same day? Is this the same heat? The ocean really turned on, and this 9.5 from Gabriella, I mean, it just, everything clicked. It's just the true representation of her surfing, and it really was an exciting final between the 2 women, with Katie with surfing like this as well.
Rich, when you think about these 2 competitors, you know, Kate Katie has proven to be so clutch when her back's against the wall. She has snatched finals away from people. So if you're going to beat her, you really need to make a statement earlier on, and Gabriella did it.
Oh, she sure did, and you can see the different styles here. The power of Gabriella Bryan, just the board's cutting deeper through the wave face. Caitlin's lines are perhaps more creative and have more flair to them. But today, the power was undeniable, and the celebrations will continue into the evening for sure.
Most definitely. Her third championship tour win, and she remains on top of the CT rankings, heading to stop number 8, and she's going to be hard to budge out of that final 5 picture. Likely she'll be there in Fiji with the form she's showing at the moment, having a good run at it. Also thinking about trestles, predominantly a right, Jeffreys Bay. Look out, world.
Yeah,
Gabby Bryan.
Completely right. And with the first woman with a double win now on tour, you know, a few thousand points out ahead, things are... Now that we're past the cut, we can start thinking about this final 5, who's going to be there, you know, who's really significantly kind of trying to make a breakaway. And, you know, you're kind of thinking Gabby's going to be a shoo-in now. If she's sitting at number 1 on the rankings, just to your point, Ron, the couple of events coming up, Rights, the Power, she's looking pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah, these last events of the regular season are going to be super interesting. Yesterday, it was all about the cut. Today was about finding out who our champions were going to be. But let's have a look who's going to be contending through the back half of the year. Such a stacked lineup. I mean, it just really feels that there's some talent at the back end of the ranks outside the 5 at the moment that could get on a roll and really cause some big upsets to the order.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the story, one of the main stories of the last couple of days has been this back half of the women's 10. And we saw Lakey Peterson, you know, save herself yesterday. Erin Brooks, she was left sitting on the stairs and her fate was out in the water. Nervous times for her. But, you'd have to think that Erin and Lakey, Luana and Caroline in particular, you know, coming into California, there are events where they're starting to go, hang on a minute, now I can start climbing. The pressure of the cut is done, and I can really just lock into my performance that I want to put on show.
For me, it's crazy. Obviously, you got Gabby with the 2 wins. Everyone else, though, you know, they're all individual wins at events, so things are kind of tight. But someone who I can't get past, she's actually out there, you know, Erin at the bottom. I just can't go past her at trestles, and I can't go past. I'm looking forward to seeing what she can do at chopes. I know she's had a couple of trips there in the past, and I know she's not afraid to charge. So I'm really looking forward to watching her in the back half of the year.
I think if you think about the surfers that haven't got a CT victory this season, Erin's probably done the best surfing without getting a win and had some really impressive numbers. Relegated. And we know that it was a different story this year. There was a qualification story happening for surfers that finished 11 to 14th, and there was going to be someone missing out on a place, having to go back to the Challenger Series. As things unfolded, that person ended up being Sally Fitzgibbons. That was a really difficult one for Sally. Excuse me, a tough result when she was giving it her all out there. But I think about Sally Fitzgibbons, you know, I'm sure there was probably some question marks in her head about what she was going to do next. But she's got to remember, she just took out the Challenger Series last season. It's so difficult to crack that top 10, and she was really only a heat away or a place away from solidifying her place on tour for next year. I just think Sally is too strong with the field expanding not to have another go at the Challenger Series. I think in the regular season, I see her easily requalifying with more spaces up for grabs. So that's going to be a really interesting one to watch to see what she does.
I don't have any doubt in my mind that she's going to requalify. She's just such a weapon. I mean, think about the consistency. She's such a warrior. She loves the game. She loves competing. There's not a shadow of doubt in my brain. I think it's all the women on the Challenger Series, and I can, you know, you thinking about drawing comparisons with Sally. She's just too good. She's too good.
And then you think about those other surfers that finish 11th to 14th. They get a lot of time to take a break from the tour and work on their surfing and then come back reinvigorated for the 2026 season.
Yeah, absolutely. As we expand the amount of women on tour for next year, it's going to be super exciting. And I echo your sentiments. I think Sally will brain the Challenger Series again, she'll find a way back onto the tour. It was funny, not funny, but she sort of messaged me a couple of events ago. She said, this season has been a beautiful mess. You know, there's been moments where she's shone and put down an amazing performance. Just a consistency, I guess, has just been a little off, but she'll be back. It's too good.
Let's have a look at the men's field. Those that survive the cut and will challenge for the final 5 in the back half of this season. And again, it was super intense in the last few heats of the event, with Imai still chasing that 22nd spot. Alejo hung on in the end. Crosby Colapinto saving his place on the CT. But much like the women's, an incredibly stacked field with a lot of talent, a lot of event winners in the mix, chasing glory.
Oh, it was tough times for me to watch Cole, Al, Crosby and Alejo, right? I think Alejo had the hardest job, just to sit there and wait and watch it all unfold. If Imai did the almost impossible and get the win, Imai would have jumped up into that last place to make the cut. But for me, it was fun just watching Al. He had no bloody idea that heat was the heat of his life, and basically going to dictate the next 2 years of his life, or 1.5 years. And just to watch him go out in that heat and have no idea and come in and be like, oh, okay, there we go. And just the celebrations after were pretty classic, just pretty on brand for Al.
Al Cleland reminds me of Italo Felipe when they first came onto the tour, in that he's just already in attack mode. Gabriel Medina much the same way. Willing to kind of risk it all in heats just to put his best surfing out there in the water. And as a result, I think he'll get more and more comfortable as he gets more reps. Relegated to the Challenger Series, some really big names there, some sad stories as well, but some surfers that have shown resilience in the past and gotten themselves back onto the CT after being cut.
Yeah, absolutely. Arcal, obviously, congratulations being a new dad as well. Some extra motivation there. A couple of the Brazilians, and to me, there's 3 names that stand out: George, Pitta, Sammy Pupo and Liam O'Brien, that I feel like have done some amazing surfing this year. Incredibly high scoring heats, but have just come up against people that have just been on a total heater. These guys have shown in the past too that they can dominate the Challenger Series, and I think they'll do it again. Yeah,
Matty McGilvray also too. He was the one who got bumped out in the end, and he cracked the final in El Salvador. So, he wasn't too far off the pace, the top 22 pace.
Yeah, it's interesting. Even you look at that list and it says relegated. Just can't not mention it. The Ramsey and the Gabby story. They obviously suffered some serious injuries, so we'll wait to see what happens there. But still waiting to see Gabby make that return eventually. But yeah, a credible list of such talent on there, and I just think that we're going to see a lot of those names return next year.
Medina still recovering from the pec injury, but already looking pretty acrobatic in his return to the water, Rich.
Yeah, definitely. We're starting to see a couple of social media clips drop in the pool and also in the ocean, and he's looking good.
Oh, he's so scary. But Ramsey, we're wishing him all the best too. That was a difficult injury he suffered down there. Looks like he's lined up for surgery as well. So wishing him all the best. Let's have a look at the Vissla Shaper rankings, because there has been some movement at the top. Biolis continues to hold down that #1 spot, and he can thank Gabrielle O'Brien for that, and of course the Colapinto boys.
Oh, well, man, geez, that is just absolutely crazy. 174,000, but what a team of surfers. I mean, he's the Colapinto brothers, of course, but Gabby going back to back here 2 years in a row now, just proving, even I think back to previous winner before Gabby was Carissa, and seems like Mayhem is shaping some incredible boards for the women here at Mainbreak. And yeah, faring really well.
Does Sharpeye get points for Bronte Macaulay's run through the event? Because
possibly.
Bronte bought that board from the local surf shop. So Marcio Suvi, it's time to get on the phone, give Bronte a ring and get a couple more sleds under her feet.
Absolutely, or at least give her a start if they do end up winning it and get that trip out to the wave pool. They better give her an invite for sure. But yeah, well, we're heading to Matt Biles' home turf as well, the next event at Lowers, so watch out, they might extend their lead.
All right, well, we have our champions holding those trophies up. Their names will be etched into the stairs. For Geordie Smith, his first win here in the West, his second win for the year. Gabrielle O'Brien going back-to-back here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. As we dive into some big highlights here, it's the BioGland Daily Dose, the big moments from an incredible event in the West. At number 5, it was so good to get heats back underway at the box, and this ride in particular from Griffin Colapinto.
Oh, it's, you know what, I know he got a 10 for that air, but that's actually my favourite wave of the whole event. It was complete wizardry. We also saw Barron with the 8 out of the box. You know, it's been so many years since we've seen competition here, and the box delivered. I just was so excited, you know, everyone wanted it, everyone, from, you know, all the people here on the hill, all the West Aussies, surf fans, and it was really cool to obviously see this moment, local boy Jacob Wilcox, to get the start out there. It's something he's always dreamed of.
Yeah, this was the heat where Felicity Parmentier lost her voice as Jake Wilcox absolutely burrowed his way through some incredible rides. They call him Chippo, and he chippoed into a couple of brilliant pits out there. Coming in at number 4, just a veteran performing and putting together some of her best rides in a long time. Lakey Peterson survives the cut, dropping a huge heat score total. And man, oh man, she was so impressive.
It just always impresses me and inspires me when I see people perform under pressure, because pressure can be so crippling. And Lakey just, in her post-it interviews, was so open with just saying this has been one of the hardest weeks of her life, having to muster up the courage, keep that self-belief, and she just unlocked some amazing performances here. Didn't look stressed, didn't look under pressure at all, you know, really just digging into how we know she can surf, performing well, and well, she climbed up the ratings and made the cut.
And being the 15th seed, she came up against some really tough customers to get that result. Coming in at number 3, Griffin Colapinto. He was the human highlight reel here this year, Flick. Perfection.
He was a surf movie, that's what he was doing. I can't believe this air, the height, the rotation, the beautiful seamless landing. It really, as far as surfing I've watched in competition, that was my favourite air ever witnessed.
Unbelievable stuff from Colapinto. But coming in at number 2, it is our women's champion, Gabriella Bryan. Looked rock solid. We've been placing her as the favourite at each of the stops since her victory in El Salvador, for good reason. She's in mad form, and today she kept her head together and got the job done.
She sure did, and starting to look and feel very, very comfortable in that yellow leader's jersey. And with power performances like this, Gabriella Bryan, they might have to just try and wrestle it off her, because she's starting to feel really secure in that position, and with surfing like she did today, it's going to be hard to stop. Happy vibes all round. Gets the winner, and Doggo and the whole dog pound are going to be celebrating well into the evening.
Dog's extremely excited, and just like the good boy that he is, he'll get a nice big steak tonight for his work with Gabriella Bryan. Just a great effort, and against a world champion in the final. This rising star got the job done. Coming in at number 1 though, breaking through for his first victory in the West. He loves it over here. He matched the wave with some incredible power of his own, and really did school the field on his road to victory.
Yeah, he absolutely schooled the field. I love what he said in the prezzo. He stopped trying to polish dirt, and he started taking off on sets, and look what happens. You know, scoring excellent rides. I mean, for me, George, you know, you talk about power, his rail game, obviously match made in heaven here at Mainbreak, but just the adaptability of today and realising how difficult the conditions were, for me that really stood out. The experience, the knowledge, and obviously to do it, with his dad, the tribute, you know, to Jack McCoy, absolutely beautiful. And here in the West too, I think this is a cool moment for George. He's going to wear yellow at the next event, and next event where he's lived before, Trestles. He spent a lot of time, and that's 2 event wins now on the championship tour this year for Geordie. First time ever in his career to have 2 CT wins in a year. He's looking deadly.
Looking solid, and so is that the final 5 story is coming together beautifully on both tours. It's really hotly contested, just outside the final 5. Obviously, a few surfers who've contended in the last few years. Guys like Ethan Ewing, Jack Robinson, fighting to get themselves back into that picture. So we've got a lot to look forward to this year, Rick.
Absolutely, and I love the way the rest of the calendar's lining up. Some of my favourite events to watch for sure. You know, Felipe down there as well in that conversation. So it's going to be a crazy battle coming into that final 5 situation.
Yeah, the Lexus Trestles Pro presented by Outer Known kicks off on June 9th. I've got to get your predictions quickly on what you think is going to happen. You think we're going to see that final 5 start to solidify their positions, or you think we're going to see more upsets?
I think we're going to see more upsets.
Yeah.
I really do. I just think the level of surfing is so good. I really do. And especially even if I'm just thinking on the men's side particularly right now, but you mentioned it, you touched on it, Felipe, just outside there, he's got the event win. But, that, you know, he just surfs so well out there. Saw him to a couple of world titles. The speed he has out there. I don't know. That's my thoughts, Ron.
You know what's interesting, Rich, coming into this event is you had a really dominant, established field at the top of the ranks that had really campaigned strong through the first 4 events of the season. And then we got here and it was the desperation from the surfers at the back that actually caused those upset results. Well, the cut's decided now, so the tour vibe is probably going to settle down. But what's happened is that the people at the back of the ratings have been reminded that they can overcome those top seeds at these events.
Totally, absolutely. Anything's possible, you know. And that climb up the ratings, it becomes infectious. You know, Griff, he proved a point completely that you can go from in the late 20s all the way into the teens now. And, you know, think of Griff, you think of Felipe, you think of Ethan, there's Jack Robbo as well. All these people that aren't in the 5, that could be in the 5, and they're going to keep climbing. So the points have been spread around through the whole field, which is really, really cool. It keeps us close, it keeps the race exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome, and it does kick off on June 9th. Stay tuned to worldsurfleague.com for all the latest news. We've got Surfest, that first Challenger Series event, kicking off on June 2nd. So make sure you tune in for that, because a couple of us didn't make the cut. Also, we're heading back to the Challenger Series as well, but we're looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of great stories are unfolding there. But we've got amazing highlights to share with you now on behalf of the entire broadcast team. Hope you get some good waves in the next week, and we'll see you at Trestles.
Mental. 35-minute heats, 2 people in the water, for sure.
Oh my god, I was just clipped. Yeah, you went into the lip. Wow. Oh, it spit its guts out. Yeah. What the wow, that's so I don't know.
I love the joy. That's because we've got a lot of days to choose from.
She's got the power to match these tall walls. Vahine, beautiful. Turn to get started, yes, and backs it up with an even stronger second move.
Catching your breath after a very intense elimination round heat here at Margaret River.
Welcome to the west side.
You can't help but just be consumed by the beauty of this place.
Conditions are firing as expected.
Looks big. There's bombs. I'm on a 6'4", so there'll be some bombs. It's gonna be fun to watch. Big Tuesday.
Oh, super late drop.
a look at this.
When you're on the actual wave, it's just like, I feel like snowboarding, you're just like hovering.
Wow. Huge set. I told you it's getting bigger.
Broke the board, scraped the foot, and yet you made it.
Broken his board.
Yeah.
He is swapping yet another broken board. Barron's lost not just one fin, but two fins.
Oh, it's on the head.
It's just hard. It's just, you're playing cat and mouse the whole time.
Huge takeoff for Willow, and she goes down at the bottom.
4 times overhead, stop it.
Oh my God.
It's not often you get to surf big waves like that in a heat, so it's always so fun.
Monster takeoff out the back, folks.
Aaron Brooks with priority.
And Connor O'Leary just taming these waves out here at the moment. And have a look at the size of these waves. Mikey Madonna found a bit of cover.
Reality of the cut, it is heartbreaking times down here.
Oh, there's the stress. Devastated.
Gabby Bryan throws down a 9-point ride.
This is Al Cleland Jr.
For the first time in her career, has made the cut.
I never gave up. I never backed down.
Now she gets the section, hammers it hard, comes flying out of that. Whoa, big hammer for the third turn, not done yet, crunches it.
How is he going to negotiate this end section? Let's have a look.
Oh.
Gets it in the lip. Oh my goodness, he popped out of nowhere.
That's a 10. That was psycho.
Surfing, competing, can't get enough of it.
You've just gone to #1 in the world.
I'm stoked. Yeah, bro, let's keep it going, eh?
The Macaulay girl is on fire and looking on point.
It's a party wave.
Big frontside hook from Simmers.
Throwing big buckets of water.
Gabriella Bryan, you're the best in the West in back-to-back seasons. Jordy Smith, the champion of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.